Should be good. So I was going to do the epilogue of Baldur's Gate today, but so we're just making. Oh yeah, we're good. But I just I put in so much time and I was so invested in the story that I didn't want to just call it in. And today feels a little bit like a call in, just because I don't know if it's just a rundown from like the holidays, or I caught a little bit of something. I'm sort of fighting it, but I'm just not feeling particularly myself. So I wanted to give it a few more days to sort of get better, and then like really finish Baldur's Gate's epilogue, and then finish or start Diablo 4 when I'm a little bit more like excited for it. So that's sort of why we're playing Classic WoW today, just because like I'm hoping by even like Sunday, hopefully I'll be a little bit more back on my feet. So I'm just gonna make sure it's working on the YouTube as well, because YouTube's always a little bit delayed. But I was hoping to get to Sunken Temple today, because Sunken Temple is it's fun. I have a ton of quests. I've been sitting on it for a little while now. Some of these quests, so I mean it's a ton of XP. And right now I'm in this weird phase where like some of the zones I'm questing in, like right now, they're fairly populated, whether it's by players or bots, and you're constantly fighting for mobs that just take forever to respawn. And so I'm just gonna close YouTube, make sure it's working, because we were live on Twitch, but YouTube is always buggy. Never tells me if we're live or not. Ah, we're good. Awesome, awesome. Merry New Year. Hope you guys had a wonderful. That's true. 2024. Hey Torrance, great to see you. So I was just gifted. Maybe for the holidays. God, what's that pirate game you're playing, Torin? I have that now. I don't know anything about it. I was playing with Kelf. We were actually, if anyone plays World of Warcraft, we just unlocked that Fell Cycle, that like secret mount. It was insane what it required, and how many days it took, and pet battles, and secret dungeons, and puzzles. I mean, he was figuring out the puzzles. It was crazy, but yeah, it was fun. But he was while we were doing that, he was telling me about this pirate game you guys play, where you collect wood and fight ghost ships or something. I don't know. But anyways, I have it now, so I look forward to playing with it. Atlas. That's the one. Yeah. See, I barely remember the name. He was just mentioning it passively as we were doing this long hidden mount quest thing, and yeah, to me it sounded like Ark, but he's like it's better than Ark, so I trust him. Did you guys have a nice New Year's? Did you guys do anything special, or? For me, it was sort of like see family, and then just spend New Year's at home. It was nice. Yeah, I don't mind. I guess it's my personality. I'm like happy to like play WoW, on New Year's. Like drink a little bit, have like coffee late at night, just listen to nice music, watch the live show on television, like New York. In the East Coast it's cold, so I don't really want to be outside. It's like negative, like 18 at night. It's cold. You miss Atlas. You don't know if you want to go down that rabbit hole again. Well, I don't know if you're allowed. If this is against the rules, I don't think it is though. But private servers, that's something that's allowed, I guess. He has a private server, so you don't have to deal with supposedly it's just a small group of friends. I don't think with WoW, I guess private servers not allowed, but I think with other games it's okay. Alright, so we're doing this quest, but I really should look for a Sunken Temple group. That's what I was hoping to do. I was wanting to do the epilogue and a little bit of Diablo today, but I just, yesterday I wasn't feeling well. I couldn't tell if I was getting sick yesterday, and today it sort of feels sort of the same. And I just, I don't know, I want to be able to, like, really enjoy it a little bit more than just, like, not when I feel like unwell like this. So I was looking just to see if there's a group being made. I guess I can filter specifically by the dungeon. This is new. This was never in Classic, by the way. Yeah, it's just one dude. So he's not even making a group. He's just listed. So if I list yourself, it's just me and another hunter. It's not even people here to make a group yet. So I'll put out my feelers like this. We'll see who else is interested in making a group, and then if I can find like a healer or a tank, we'll like form a group. But even if we have two hunters, I don't care. There's not much gear in there that I care too much about. I'll surpass it soon anyway, so Private servers are allowed. Issue is we would have to keep restarting due to devs. Ah, I saw the group was playing again. You know, I only half pay attention when they talk about these kinds of games. Like we have like a Discord where a few of us communicate, and there's so many variations of like, is this like a survival kind of game? I don't know. By the way, is the game sound okay? Because I know there was an issue with Baldur's Gate, but I think we might have fixed it. But there's so many variations of this these survival type games like Ark, I guess, that I don't know which one. I guess it seems like you guys have sort of transitioned from one to the other, and I sort of lost track because to me they're all the same. It's not really my genre, but back to your question. I had to miss Christmas due to work and miss New Year's due to the van. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. That's crazy. I'm glad you're okay though. It's scary. Is that the first time you've ever been in an accident like that before? My brother has been hit like countless times, and what's weird is every time he's been hit, I believe he's been parked, or he was pumping gas at the gas station, and someone just backed into him. It's like the weirdest shit. But it's happened to him like 3 or 4 times, and it's not like he's parking illegally. Like he was in it once. He just came from the dealership. He parked in a legitimate, safe spot in a building, and the person backed up instead of going forward and rammed right into his brand new car. He owned it for like 40 minutes. I didn't realize these guys are elites. That's a bit of a problem, but we'll survive. Maybe, maybe not. These guys are immune to a lot. That sucks. That makes it tough to. Hmm. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to kite him too because we may not survive this. Darn. Try. But it's tough because I can't do any damage. He's immune to almost everything, so I just have to keep wing clipping him and running. But he doesn't drop anything at least, so that's not for a quest. This is painful. It may be easier to just feign death, honestly. Well, I could get him. That's not the issue. It's just, like, for what? But let's just see if we can, just to see what happens. My god, this is crazy. Hunters, though, man. Kiting. Sorry, I'll read that in just a second. Almost dead. If this guy was able to, like, die to poisons, it'd be a lot easier. Okay, you were T-boned once in a person's driveway back when you were... That's very scary, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. I may have missed that. Yes, please. Nice, someone invited me to DPS Sunken Temple. That's awesome. Sick. That full group, look at that. Wow. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Is this... Yeah, I don't know who this is. Do they have a warlock? They have a mage. Oh, they have a lock. I'm probably gonna get a summon. But the guy is in Burning Steps. But I'm gonna quickly hearth just so I can repair and all that razzmatazz, shugs and jazz. Okay, just quickly before you summon. I had a feeling he was gonna summon. That's why, like, I want to repair. I want to fill up on arrows. Wow, that was awesome. Yeah, Sunken Temple is a. I thought if today was going to be like a bit of like a call in because we're playing like classic WoW compared to like something more exciting like Baldur's Gate or Diablo 4, then at least maybe we could do something a little bit more exciting like a dungeon. And the Temple of Atalakar or Sunken Temple, I feel like is more. First off, it's like a iconic classic dungeon. It's one of the bigger ones, one of the mega dungeons where there's like I don't know like 13 bosses or something, and I just thought it'd be better content than just like roaming around the world. 'Cause it's sort of fun and it's like different. I don't know how many people have actually seen the inside of it because for whatever reason, it seems like A lot of people level to like 20, maybe 30 in Classic, and they just quit. And I don't know why that is. So a lot of people don't see a lot of this higher end content. And you see that too. Like there are definitely a lot of bots, but as you keep playing and get to higher level zones, uh, you're fighting over mobs a lot less. This is a steep drop off. Maybe right after you leave Stranglethorn Vale, you start noticing it in Tenarius, and then the further you go into the higher 40s and 50s, it just starts dropping off. It's interesting. But a lot of bots, but... Cool, so we're good. I think we repaired, right? Yeah, we repaired. We're pretty good on... I always have one extra arrow, too. Maybe I could get more food for him as well, but... Yeah, I mean, this is the first time in Classic I've sort of experimented with like side things. Like I've done dragon scale leatherworking almost maxed, and cooking's almost maxed. These are things I've never experienced. And dragon scale I was excited for because it's not even that good really, but just the experience of the quest is pretty cool. Wow, that's sold. That's awesome. Nice to have a little bit of gold. Yeah, I never experienced it before, so that's sort of why I like Classic. I mean, I was telling my friend today that Classic's sort of like a board game like Monopoly, where the fun is not stealing from the bank. Of course, like the bank is like literally right next to you while you play the game. You could just steal the money from the bank and cheat at Monopoly, but playing with the constraints that you set for yourself and working around them is sort of where the fun is. And that's sort of why I like Classic. Retail's fun in its own right, but it's very different. Classic sort of forces constraints on you that you have to get creative to work around. And it's a nice change because retail's so like streamlined. At least that's my perspective on it. And I'm a big fan of the lore. I know I'm a very I'm in a minority of people. I feel like, especially like classic players, because I feel like the lore is not that. I disagree. I think the lore. People say the lore is not that important in classic, or it's not that detailed. But I mean, if you read it, it is quite. There's a lot of foreshadowing. It's crazy how much foreshadowing there is to like later X packs. It's nuts. But the stories. I actually think the story in classic is better than retail because it's very linear and it's fairly simplistic. Just like, a group of Murlocs destroyed my apple cart. Please try to get my apple cart back from them. It's just, I don't know, it just feels more immersive than like when you're always saving the world. It's sort of, I don't know. Like, it's why the Avenger movies got boring for me. How many times can they like save the planet before it's like, okay, they're going to do it again, of course. Of course, not going to lose. Like, there's no stakes at that point. I don't know. When the stakes become too big, they become meaningless, I guess is my point. Yeah, it feels weird to just wait around, but the guy said he's going to summon, so... sorry, but the sound is okay, right? Or you guys can hear the game? Because I remember Baldur's Gate there was an issue, but... It appears like it is showing up, like... The problem is I don't know how much it should peak regularly. Like, that would be, like, appropriate for... Oh, there it is. Awesome, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good point, stand on head. That's a really good point. There's some alright stuff here. Ah. You know, Baldur's Gate, it's interesting because the stakes were pretty high, but I don't know, it felt like it wasn't a guaranteed victory. I don't know, it just felt different. It felt more intense than, I guess, the average Avengers film, where like you just know they're gonna win every time. And I don't know why that is, because I felt like, well, I guess I knew it could be a bad ending too. But you feel like generally, if you try to do what's right, unless you're really, really screw up, you're probably going to get somewhat of a decent ending. But still, it felt like, I don't know, everything can go south really quick. And that made it more exciting. And I don't know what what was different with Baldur's Gate compared to like Marvel stuff. But I don't know. And then like if you look at Diablo, because Baldur's Gate generally always seemed to have a little bit of like hopefulness to it, where there was always those characters that were always like striving for like what's good, or like the hero of the story, the Luke Skywalker kind of character, like Halson sort of seemed like that. But Diablo's like there's none of that. I feel like Diablo's just doom and gloom the whole way through. So that's interesting how like you can progress a story where everything's just hopeless and like there's no like it's just, or maybe there isn't. Maybe there is hope in that game, but from what I've seen of the cinematics, it just seems like everything's just hopeless and just dread and misery. So it's interesting that like there's still a desire to push through that to see where that goes. Because I would just assume that the average player, oops, gotta turn off growl. The average player would, sorry, do I have Screech on? I just gotta check. Nope. Would prefer a hero's journey, I guess, if that makes sense. But these games, these very dark, gritty games, seem to be fare well with the general public. Those murder podcasts are really popular, I know, with like women, and those books and those like documentaries on like Netflix. So it's interesting how like we all have this like dark side that we like to explore, we like to like tease, but not, we don't want to live, but it's just fun to like live vicariously through these stories and like explore like the stuff that sort of scares us a little bit. You know, looking into the darkness, is that what Nietzsche talks about? Is that what he means? Looking into the void or whatever? Just mad ramblings, ignore me. Did he go the other way? Yeah. Oh, is there a quest back there? Tribute runs. Oh. He means a Dire Maul. Yeah, I'm not too familiar what a tribute run is. I know if you don't kill all the bosses and you only kill the final boss, I believe. Are we fighting something? Yes, we are. Then I believe you get a buff or something along those lines. You have to kill one boss, but not a whole bunch of other bosses. You sort of sneak your way through, and then you become the king of Dire Maul, and then you get like a special buff. And people do it before raid because I think it's a fairly significant stamina buff. It seems a little bit overkill in my opinion, because like you're almost running a dungeon just to run a raid, just to get a buff. But you know, I guess if you're like pushing progression, but I feel like you don't absolutely need it. I don't know how long it would take to run the dungeon to do, but this is a sketchy pull. Okay, yeah, this is what I was afraid of. Well, thank you so much, Jupiter. Thank you, appreciate that. Yep, we're just gonna wait a second. I had a feeling. Is he line of sighting? Is that what he's doing? I just want him to get aggro. What is going on, man? I was so confused. Yeah, okay. I didn't know what the hell was going on there, dude. Let's kill what we can, and then when we die, we just feign. Maybe we can't kill anything. Alright, fuck it, we gotta feign. Sorry, boys. Sorry, mage, run, mage, run. There's nothing I can fucking do. I'm sorry, dude. I thought maybe we could do something, but that is just insane. This is why I don't play hardcore WoW. This is exactly why. This is crazy. Hey, Dennis, great to see you. So look, Diablo 4 in 2 days will be like, I'll try to, you know, feel a little bit more energetic. Yeah, I think it's just coming around the holidays. I don't think it's, I thought at first, I really thought I was getting sick, but it hasn't really progressed anymore, so I think I'm just a little bit run down, so. And I was really excited for Diablo, honestly, because I am into those, like, into that kind of storytelling. I love, like, a demon shit, fucked, so, yeah. I didn't know this guy's right on top of me, so we're gonna go like that. We trigger the trap. Yep. How long is he good for? 24 seconds. That's 12 seconds. So we have to fight him for... probably gonna die. See if we can survive. If we die, we just, 14 seconds. Yeah, we died. Darn. I thought I was gonna, see if I could, use my potion, but... That was hairy. And I'd have to wait for them to kill the whole way through to get to there, so we'll just run back. It'll be quick. The problem is repairs. That's the one thing that sucks about Classic, is you die enough times in the dungeon, you have to go a fairly significant way out to repair. And by the time you come back, there's probably respawns up. So that's tough. Because you can't mount in dungeons. And even if you can, there's no repair mount. Not in Classic. So, like arrows, I guess, Classic really makes you... I guess it makes you travel, like, for random stuff. You in Gadgetstan, there are bullets. But if you need arrows, you have to go, like, 2 minutes another direction to a random vendor. It's like, why wouldn't they just be from the same vendor, like the general goods vendor? Why does like one vendor have to specifically sell arrows? But that's just Classic shit. It's just how it is. Like all the inns sell slightly different foods. Some sell overlap, but some don't sell cheese. I had to go to a specific vendor to get cheese for a cooking quest, because he's one of like 3 horde vendors that sells cheese. Just because it's in like 1,000 needles. Like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, maybe if it was like close to the Alliance area, you could be like, well, the theme is that like they get it from there. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, and it's sort of the charm of it though. Like, I'm not complaining. Like, it's sort of what makes the world feel big and feel so fun and exotic, that you have to like go to these like random locations to do these quests. Sometimes it can feel a little annoying, but... And what's interesting is in retail, when we were just doing this hidden motorcycle quest thing, one of the prerequisites was that we needed to find boxes, and the boxes were like literally all over the world. You were going through different expansions across the map. Like, it was insane. Like, it was insane how far apart you were going. From jumping from expansion to expansion to expansion, back to the first one, back to the third one, like, and you did this like six or 8 times. Don't go yet. Gotta wait on them. Okay. I'm trying to find which way. Is it this way? As we go left? This place always confused the hell out of me. But it might have been this way. We'll see. I think this way. Yep. Right? Anyways, it felt very tedious to do that. To go after the boxes in retail WoW. I'm thinking, why does it feel tedious in retail when I pretty much do this all day long in Classic? And it feels a little bit tedious at times, but not as tedious as it felt in retail. And like, what is it? I'm moving faster in retail. The mounts are faster. I can teleport a lot more. The Hearthstone is only 15 minutes. It's an hour here. What is it? And I just feel like it's because retail has been so streamlined and everything is so quick that anytime I have to do a little bit of work, it's like, God, this is painful when it's just expected in Classic. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's why. I noticed this like friction as I was doing it in retail. This sucks. I don't want to be doing this. This feels like work. And then when I do it in Classic, it's just like, yeah, it's just how it is. I don't know. That's just a weird thought I had. Because it was like yesterday. We did it yesterday, I think. And it took all day. Like, we were playing from the morning, like close to dinner time, maybe after dinner time. The 3 of us trying to do this challenge to unlock this special secret bike. And it was fun. I mean, it was a blast to be in Discord. But, man, some of it was tedious. It would have been a lot worse if we weren't all, like, having fun doing it together. I would have to put on, like, some kind of music and zone out. And... We do have a mage, so that's nice. The one thing I forgot was Waters. I always forget Waters is a hunter, but we have a mage. To be fair, I play with my brother a lot. He's a mage. He's always just giving me Waters. So I don't buy. I'm not used to buying them as much anymore. I used to. But this playthrough, I haven't for a long time because he fills my bags with water. I actually did a Maradon last weekend, I think. And I had no water. And I just had to conserve my mana the whole time. Just auto-shotting. Thankfully, like most of a hunter's rotation is like auto-shot. Don't try to feel anything, just be you. Thank you, Dennis. I'm sorry I missed that message. Most of a hunter's rotation is auto-shot. And that helped because if you don't cast for 5 seconds, I think you regenerate mana. So I was able to like keep it at a steady 50% the whole time. While doing like pretty much top DPS, just because hunters are like that. They're weird. It's very passive hunters. It's a lot of auto-shots. I feel like Classic WoW isn't like the vibe for this stream, just considering we played so much Baldur's Gate and other stuff, but I promise we'll get back to it soon. What are they saying? Wind Fury increases your Tank's threat capability. Yeah, I don't have threat meters. That's an issue. I forgot about that. I never run dungeons. So that's a problemo. So I should download a threat meter, but who cares? So, you know, it's not hardcore. It's okay. I know not to pull threat. You give it a few seconds. You let him like generate a little bit of aggro. What's interesting is he is playing with a shield, and a lot of warriors generally play Fury because they're hitting the mobs so fast that I guess that generates more threat than the survivability of having a shield. I guess threat is more is harder to come by. I guess you can rely on your healer to keep you up, but it's hard to generate threat. So if you're playing Fury, you're hitting them twice as fast, I guess, which generates twice as much threat. And it's interesting because like Fury warriors, to my understanding, are tanking and all the way up to definitely Molten Core, maybe even Blackwing Lair. Now they do once in a while switch to a shield maybe for like an ability, but for the most part, I think they're dual wielding. I love these snakes as pets. It's a shame you can't get them because I think hunters learned to tame snakes in Burning Crusade, so they've existed in Classic, but you can't tame them, and that stinks. So where are the fetishes? That's what I need. I need the fetishes, but I think they just drop maybe. Yeah, they just drop. So I'm just getting unlucky. It's funny because I always just jumped. I've never actually, maybe once I've walked, but holy fuck, our shaman's just run into the instance. Go, buddy, go, 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 go. Where's my freeze trap? Do I have it out? Probably not. I don't fucking use it because I don't do dungeons. Jesus. There. Where's the rest of the team? Man, this is fun. I have not done this dungeon in maybe since the beginning of COVID. It feels like. When COVID first came out, Classic WoW dropped. I was really into it because we were all locked inside. It was a lot of fun. Whoops, maybe we should go back out and help him. That's our healer? Shaman's our healer. Oh my god, dude. Whoops. Dude, that's crazy. Our healers just ran in the instance. Alright, well, this dungeon is really cool. So how it works is... Okay, you can't see the map. My understanding of how it works is... There's a bottom floor, there's a top floor, then there's a basement. You have to clear the top floor because there's priests on the top floor. And the priests, I believe, are banishing the final boss. So you make your way up to the top floor, you go in the big circle, going to each, like, pulpit, or whatever you call it. You kill the priest, and I believe they can each drop gear. And then you make your way back down. You can then clear the middle floor, like the one we're on now, where all the main bosses are. I believe also like Hakar or something related to Hakar, which is the blood god, I believe. And then you can go into the basement, and the basement is more quests, where there's like some kind of cult ritual thing going on. It's a neat concept. It's a really big dungeon. Really, really big. First time. It's been a while, but I think yes. See, it's been a while. I'm going off memory. It's a little bit tough. Need an all shaman party? Man, if you want to play, I'll play. I'll level the shaman with you. When COVID came out, you make it sound like a game release. That's so funny. Scientists first identified a human coronavirus in 1965. So you haven't played since 1965. Dennis is always so sharp with these comments. I love it. I never knew I needed it in my life, but my God, it makes me laugh every time. And they're so creative. Like that's he's right because I can't argue with that. What's cool about Sunken Temple is if we don't have any skinners here, we got a lot of clothies. Uh, so that's cool. We got two clothies. I lied. I forgot it's a shaman. Uh, but still, that's a lot of skinning if no one else skins. And I don't see anyone skinning. That's fucking bananas. Are you kidding me? No one else is skinning? Oh, come on, guys. I want the dragon scales. I'm a dragon scale leather worker. This is where you get dragon scales. This is crazy. Wow. That's amazing. These are hard to come by. Yeah, I know you're pulling. Just give me a fucking second, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, God, we're not upstairs yet. I have to... No, this is the main level. This isn't it. All right. I think this is the main level. Yeah, with the... So if you guys know, I don't know if you guys don't know who the streamer Guzu is, but Guzu was playing on Hardcore WoW, and he got knocked into that pit right in front of us. That pit leads to the basement. Now, you walk to the basement. You don't go through the pit, but you can get knocked into the pit. And he lost his character, like 50-something, getting just... It's bad luck. It was terrible luck how it happened, but man, that sucked. Oh, someone else is skinning. I didn't know someone else skins. Okay. Skin these green dragon scales. Okay. Oh, pet's pissed. That's the one. Oh, I gotta get more meat. Right, right. Good. All right. So we do need to go up eventually. So I believe there's a room where there's a priest with a bunch of... It's like a priest with a guy next to him who mind controls, I think, and a bunch of people praying. But you can't get into the room because it's blocked by like a magic barrier. So that's why you need to go upstairs, I believe, because there's a bunch of like priests praying around in a circle, and as you kill them all, as you go from room to room, once they're all dead, the barrier comes down and you can fight the priest boss. If my memory serves me correct, like I said, it's been a little bit, and even when I played during the original classic, not vanilla, which is like 2004. I mean like whenever the fuck it happened, 2021 or whatever. Um, I only ran this once or twice. I ran it a lot more during like Burning Crusade as I was leveling up. I never got this high in vanilla, only after, I think. I was in my 40s, I think. And then when Burning Crusade came out, I was just shy of entering Outland, I remember. I was quite young. Maybe like 13, maybe? And I was so excited to go to Outland. I remember my guildies talking about Outland, how much gold it is. Like, wow, like you can sell grays for like 3 gold. I'm like, that's crazy. I barely have like enough gold to buy a mount. It was fun. And there wasn't like YouTube, like there was YouTube, but I don't think there was like a ton of like footage of like Outland there yet. So it was just like my imagination of what they were like telling me. I was all fiery and stuff. It was like really exciting. Like, I can't wait to check it out. It's like sounds so alien and weird. An all shaman party would be so overpowered. That's crazy. Shamans are like tanking molten core. It's nuts. Like shamans in classic are like a league of their own. Shamans and mages, honestly. Dennis, did you just know 1965 off your head, or did you Google that? I should have given him another second to get aggro. Give him a sec. Did he Thunderstomp? I don't think I saw him Thunderstomp. I'm so afraid to multi. Like, I'm so afraid. Let's do it just once. Okay, we're okay. Okay, that's what I like to see. When the Blizzard comes out, the mage is going to steal aggro probably before me. And even if I steal aggro, we're okay. Because they're going to get Nova, they'll get slowed, you know. I'm so afraid to steal aggro. That's why I'm like not going too hard. Because if I do, I'm stealing it. Even if he's like, what? Oh, he's shit. I'm so not used to Locke's life tapping. Jesus. Hunters are just like pigs with aggro. It's crazy. You don't like not even trying. I don't know why. They're like they have a really high aggro table, I guess. I don't know. I've always noticed it when I've played hunters compared to other classes. 60s, 70s, but I had to Google it to give you the correct year. That's crazy that you just remembered that even off the top of your dome. That's nuts. So the problem is, yes, we're clearing now. That's great, but we're going to have to go upstairs to kill the priests, and when we come back down, there's going to be respawns. Now, I'm not complaining, because it is good XP, but we will have to fight a few of them again, I bet, because respawns. I'm going to have to look into this other game that you mentioned, the High Seas game, or Atlas. And I still gotta look into Diablo classes. I still haven't done that. I'm just like I've done a little bit of research, not a whole lot. I've been thinking about it for days. I'm excited to get into it. Like Sunday, I got nothing going on, and next weekend I absolutely got nothing going on. So we're just like full degenin. Gonna go full degen and just. I look very forward to it. Oh, rank 5 lightning breath. This is a really cool add-on where it's called Tamed. If you go over some beasts, they'll tell you, like this one, I think I may have mentioned this last time. This one has rank 5. So if you don't have rank 5 and you tame it, you could learn rank 5 from that pet. Because hunters have to keep giving up their pets to learn higher rank abilities. Certain beasts in certain areas have certain ranks of specific spells. And hunters have to go searching for that in order to get the best bite or the best scratch or whatever it is. This looks like a little bit of a messy pull. I don't have an interrupt. That's like I must get it soon. I don't think I missed it at the trainer. Or no. I don't have an interrupt. I don't have an interrupt because it's marksman. Marksman gets an interrupt, right? Or am I crazy? Scattershot's an interrupt. I thought, do they not get another kick? Am I crazy? Maybe not. Maybe hunters don't have an interrupt other than scattershot, or is it under survival? Maybe it's just a spell. I thought I'm almost certain hunters have some kind of a kick. That's not scattershot. I was going to go to hockey tomorrow, but yeah. Oh, the car. Yeah. I'm sorry about that. 3 week semi-vacation. Still have to take care of the phone. Wow, that's pretty cool, Dennis. That's nice. I mean, it's at least you don't have to be in the office. Do you work from home or do you go to the office? But a 3 week, like even a semi-vacation is nice, you know, a little bit more time for gaming. I'm really sorry to hear that, Torin. Do you know like how long? I know you said like the holidays slowed everything down, and like talk about like timing, like that's. Uh, do you have a timeline of like what it looks like until things get back to normal for you? Oh sure. I mean, yeah, I gotta do the overlay again. I'm sorry, I tried it the one time. It didn't look like dog shit, and I haven't done it again. So I'll have to look into it. Lot of skin, holy. Well, it's gonna be good XP. That's awesome. I'm so tired of fighting over mobs. Um, man, I love having mages. Weekdays are YouTube. Okay. Skin up. Dragon scales. Man, can't have enough dragon scales. Yeah, not looted. We fighting something else? Oh. That's the little hole. See how small that hole is? He got knocked into that hole. Like, the odds of that happening are so small, it's crazy. God, I gotta get there. There is a add-on I can get that's a map of the dungeons. And I'd like that, because it's nice to know where the hell we're going. What's a cast sequence macro? That's some, like, sweat shit right there. Yeah, but New Year's was fun. It was just like, I don't really party or drink or anything, obviously, if you can't tell. So it was just nice to just chill, like, take like an edible, relax. It's nice to have like permission to not have to do anything. Nakamoto scores big. Sorry, insurance should be done confirming everything within a couple of days, then they will rent me a car and either send my van shop or pay without my van's value. Current car. So small. Oh no. Do you use the van like for work, or is like what I mean, like for like transportation of uh things? Like I know my brother has to. He has a small car, so when he has to move speakers or stuff like that, he has to like rent a car or use the company car because his car can't fit a lot of the stuff. What was the question? Am I not seeing someone say something? I'm not ignoring any of these people. What the fuck is going on? This is like just having a conversation with himself. Got a new alternator today. Most exciting thing that happened here recently. Well, look, like it's like adulting, I guess. It almost feels nice to like do things that are responsible because even though it sucks to like part with that money, just to know that like you're doing what you should be doing, even though it's not fun. That I guess there's something like peace of mind in that. It took me a long time to realize that, honestly. But like it's almost feels good as much as it doesn't. Oh, I should not have multi-shotted yet. That was dumb. Thank God he had aggro. Like paying off like student loans, don't get me. It's not fun, but at the same time, it's like, well, at least it's one less payment I have to make. Oh, the priest room is open. Perfect. Sick. Oh, he's on. I knew something was banished. I thought there was a thing over this over here, but okay. Holy fuck. Okay. Baby Metal Singer won Best Female Metal Singer of the Year. That's cool. You guys, Torn, didn't you see her live? Oh, don't attack the ghosts. Wrong thing, dummy. These ghosts scare the fuck out of people, man. They're attacking it. They're freeze trapping it. They can't. Like I've seen so many people in hardcore WoW die to these ghosts, and you just run from them. They're immune, so you just run, and then the timer runs out, and they're bupkis. I haven't gotten a single fetish. What is this drop rate? This is insane. Being an adult, also I don't use the van for work. I just like it because I can transport big stuff. Oh, fair. Yes, sir. A tiny. What is he asking? Oh, I can't trade that, buddy. All right, boys. It only seized up yesterday, so lucky I was without a car for 24 hours. Yeah, it's very lucky. Wow. That's sick. Well, that's cool that you got to see them twice. That's awesome. Yeah, I thought you saw them. I remember you were excited to see them. Finally, we got our first fetish. My God. Well, I got many, but that's the first one I got in my bag. All right. Just humans, but you like me. I'm honored. At least you tolerate me. I'm impressed that they listened when I said to pull back. The amount of times people don't listen, they're like, we got it, and they just get feared into the entire crowd and the whole group wipes. It happens so often. Like, you cleared this whole space. Just use it. Why not? Like, it almost feels like it was intentional. It almost feels like Blizzard made this so big to do this pull, because otherwise it's almost a guaranteed wipe every time. Too many casters, too much CC. I think some of them might even mind control, unless that's just the boss. They definitely all AoE fear. The ghosts hit like a truck. If you get hit by those ghosts, they hit like an absolute truck. So that's why you just run away, and they just disappear. Sound more civil. Calling him a savage. I guess I don't have to be too sparse with my water, because we do have a mage. And the mage has not complained about making drinks yet, so I hope the mage will be okay if I ask for drinks. Some mages get really, really angry. It's like it's just part of your utility. I main a warlock, and people have always expected me to summon, and I get it. That's my utility. That's like, it just comes with, it's almost nice to be able to provide that for someone, so I don't know. Sometimes people are silly about it and dumb, but you know, it doesn't mean everyone should suffer because there's a few idiots. Can we pull him back more? Like, it's okay. Fuck it, just kill him. I'll stun him. If he runs away, I have a million slows and stuns. Oh, he's long dead. He exploded. Okay. God, I couldn't imagine doing this in hardcore. That's insane. You're so funny, Dennis. You always have new lines. I always wondered, do you sit there with a notebook, just write this shit down? What is this guy doing? He's just praying. Oh, I guess that's just... No, what was that? What is he doing? That was weird. I wonder if these guys would trigger a trap, and they'd be affected by the trap. Not that, like, it's that big, they move so slow anyway. It's like they're trapped, but... So this dude, one of them mind controls, I'm pretty sure. So usually what happens is, so the first thing that happens is someone just pulls in here, and they pull too close to the door, like he's doing right now. And he gets feared, into those ads, and then we wipe. So that might happen. If that doesn't happen, what else could happen is, there will be one group left, and we'll pull the one group right where the group is, on the benches right in front of the boss. And then we'll get feared into the boss and have to fight the ads with the boss while running away from the ghosts. That is another thing that can happen. If neither of those happen, see, look where the succubus is going. See, that's sketchy. I'm sketched out right now, but we're good. But, yeah, it's not an issue with hitting the skull, dude. You're good. But, if that doesn't happen, then I'm impressed, and that's a good group, and he's a good tank. But it happens a good portion of the time. But he's doing very well right now. Is he level 60? 56. That's a bit sketch. That's a little bit too... Can you pull him back more? Alright, we'll just try to kill him. We should be able to AoE. You don't have to like worry about single targeting that much. Like, we have a mage, right? It's almost more beneficial to AoE than single target with a mage, just because the mage is so killer at AoEing. You pull like a pack of 3 or more, and just a few blizzards and an arcane blast. The mage alone pretty much finishes it off before anyone else even gets involved. Like mages are just so, it's crazy how much they carry. Sorry, 1 second. I'm reading a second.
1 second.
I guess I should pick a class for D4. Yeah, man. It's just for the story. What's just for the story? I don't remember what I just said. Sorry. But yeah, I'm stoked. Season ends in 2 to 3 weeks. Oh, wow. So what happens when the season resets? I'm very impressed with this tank. The way this tank pulled was perfect. That was amazing. Very impressive. None of the things I was fearful happened. He pulled very responsibly. He knows what the hell he's doing. That's great. That's rare, honestly. I feel like tanking is more about like positioning than threat or anything else, honestly. Like threat, I feel like can happen like naturally, especially with better gear. But I feel like positioning is like the most important thing. Knowing your limits. And this guy definitely has very good control. This is honestly probably the best tank I've run with. I haven't done a ton of dungeons, but this is probably the most competent tank I've run with. This guy's like a grade 8 tank right now. No warriors. Oh. Jamal, right? Yeah, Jamal. I remember him. He's friendly. Yeah, you can't attack him yet. Engage. Could be because the priest. See? Yeah. I had a feeling. I knew I wasn't crazy, ladies and gents. There you go. I knew there was something we had to do. Minion. And we just stand there watching them kill it all? Oh, you mean like pets? Man, I think I want to be a necromancer. Holy fuck, that's sick. That's so cool. Oh man, I love that kind of shit. Raising the dead and demons, and that's so cool. Wow. So now we gotta do the priests, right? Yeah. That's nuts. Well, we're gonna get some respawns. That's alright. That's downstairs. Alright, cool. Well, we got a good group, but they're clearly down for full clears. That's awesome. I should have probably asked that before, but... I think my mouse might be going, but I can't tell. Did I give up all the Sunken Temple quests? No, fuck, I just had a panic attack. Jesus Christ. Holy Christ. I couldn't find it, but my mouse was not scrolling down all the way. Woof. Everybody's already on it. Not eligible. Can't share that. Everybody's on it, so... Well, it's not really bonus. It's not really a bonus. Like, I don't think I think he's too hung up on the word bonus. My point is like, if there's a dungeon, there's a main boss at the end. Everything else, you don't have to kill to get to the main boss. Once you can clear the main boss, you can get to the main boss. You could ignore everything else. But generally, when you play World of Warcraft, or most dungeon crawling games, or games like this, I guess, you kill the bosses, and then you kill the final boss. And the final boss has the best loot. But generally, if you kill all the bosses, you get all kinds of loot. And there's quests throughout the whole dungeon. So it's not really like... I shouldn't have used the word bonus, because now he's hung up on that stupid word. It's like, if you wanted to go the linear progression of the dungeon, you go through the beginning, you make it to the top to kill the priests, and then I believe maybe you do have to kill the one priest boss. Then you can kill the final boss, I believe. But there's a whole bunch of other bosses that you don't need to technically kill to kill the final boss. But they're not really, it's not really a bonus, it's just part of the dungeon, in my opinion. But I'm sketched out. This guy wants to leave now. I mean, he's saying shit like that. Like, that's weird. I feel like he's just gonna dip. He's gonna get what he wants and dip. So if that's the case, he's not a good tank. I take back what I said. Oh my god, you guys said so much. Gotta catch up. Sorcerer can invoke and 10 familiar things. I want a full elemental minion build. I also wish one of these games would take, after Guild Wars 2, Weaver for a build. I've seen Weaver. Weaver looks cool. Oh, interesting. Wow, twin brother. That's crazy, dude. I'm thinking identical twin. Maybe it's not identical twin. It's exciting. I've had that sword on my hunter before, actually, because no one else needed it, I think. I think we were a bunch of casters. And the guy's like, I'm going to disenchant it. Why don't you just take it? It's epic. So I'm like, alright. So I just walked around with it. It's like, this is the worst sword in the world for a hunter. But it's just cool to have an epic. Yeah, it's a terrible sword, like, for a hunter. Maybe it's okay for tanks, but... I think the group that I ran with was, I think it was 2 mages, if I remember correctly, because we were AoEing like crazy. And then when it drops, like, well, the tank was already 60 and jacked. What is it? It's this one. Yeah, it's not great. There's no stats on it. Doesn't really do anything for a hunter. It's a melee weapon. Maybe it's okay for a rogue. Again, no stats. I don't know. We should all do minion builds. If Nolly wants Necro, I can do Companion Druid. That's fun. Yeah, look, I mean, look, if you want to play Necro, I can do something. Right? We could both be Necro, or like whatever you want to do. I'm happy to do whatever to play with you guys. Lame sorcerer. We can. Why don't we all just go Necro and just have like an army of demons or whatever? It's undead, right? Like, I definitely I've seen very little of Druid. Looks like a lot of fun as well. Or is Spirit Walker something different than a Druid? I keep getting small. It's not making me a skeleton. It's weird. Oh my god, there, a skeleton finally. I am certain there's a quest where you click these relics on the wall, like these tablet things. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm missing a few quests, but I'll have to come back maybe one time. It's good XP. Oh, alright, so 3 out of 20, not horrible. Let's drink. There's definitely a quest for you to loot these, so we'll have to come back. To be honest, who knows if we'll even come back. Maybe we'll come back for gold. Maybe we'll be 60 by the time we come back, but it'll be killer gold, skins for dragon scales. Maybe that's why I'll come back. Because I'm like gunning for 60. So like I was only generally doing these dungeons once because I'm just moving so goddamn fast that I outgear the shit before I end up making another group because I'm like getting a few levels a day. Just for the first one, because I've just been playing like a psychopath. But I just like getting 60 quick, getting my staff, and then like I'll just settle down and have fun with alts, make twinks, give them fiery enchants at level like 8. Could do 2 necros, 1 skeleton, 1 golem. Ooh. I played for a very short time Witch Doctor, and I had a gargantuan, I think it was called. It's interesting. Bears. Interesting. You turn into a bear? Or you control bears? So I think this guy is controlling the priest. Look at the glow. Like, why can't I get that glow on a weapon? Jesus, man. You have them all. Warriors, mages, golem. That's cool. So, like, what I remembered, I thought, was like just raising this ginormous army of skeletons, and you just had like just throwing numbers of enemies at people or at things. Is that still what it's like? People don't have the ability to heavily lean into one or the other. Oh, interesting. Like a talent system. Downstairs has... I can't type because I gotta fight. Mm. Is he fighting? What is he fighting? Oh, the snake. I was like, look, he was attacking nothing. Uh, Druid has help of 2 of the other wolves. Turn into bear and wolf. That's sick. Build as you want. Wow, that's sick. So, how familiar are you with Oh, I get it. He didn't think we were finishing the priests. That's funny. This I can't tell. I don't have the map of the dungeon, but this might be the last one. We'll know because I think he screams when we're done. These guys can drop gear though. That's what's interesting. They can all drop like a piece of loot if you're lucky. Trying to get the line of sight for that. It's so annoying. Yeah, you don't click the gong. The gong has nothing to do with anything. I think this might be the last one though. I could be wrong, but oh, one more. There's one more. There's one more. That's the last one, I think. I don't see any more, so. See, that's huge, dude. That's crazy. Wow, of healing. That shaman. Yeah, that's sick, dude. Wow, good for him. Imagine the warrior needs it. That's crazy. Very exciting. We have a mage. We should have Decurse. What? Is it only druids? I thought mages remove curse. Are you crazy? There's no way, right? Yeah. Mage. I knew it because the mages were doing it in Molten Core. That didn't make sense. Druids and mage to curse. Druids, I believe, can soothe and rage. Hunters can learn to soothe and rage with easy for me to say, tranquilizing shot, which drops off the first boss in Molten Core because you need to use it on the Corehound boss, which comes right after. So you kill the first boss in Molten Core, you learn tranquilizing shot. Then when you fight the second boss, he enrages mid-fight, and you hit him with the tranquilizing shot to get rid of the enrage, and then you keep doing that. And that's how you beat him. Otherwise, the enrage wipes the tank. But I think druids can also cast soothe, but I think it has like a. I think you have to spec into it, or if you don't, I think it has a pretty big cooldown. So like you need the hunter to do it, or maybe they don't have soothe yet. Maybe it's not in vanilla soothe. I haven't played a druid in vanilla, so maybe they don't even have it yet, or maybe it's just one spec that has it. Isn't that the Santana song? Because you're so soothe? Okay. Last one. I think it's last one. It's gotta be last one. Yep, last one. Perfect. Look at this guy's hat. I always remembered his name. I forgot about him until I saw him. Now I always remember Loro. See? Sick hat Loro! Dude! Everybody comments on Loro's hat. 100%. Gotta figure out what to do tomorrow. Maybe some... What's Solasta? Is that a game? Did I say that right? Uncle Loro. Healing again. Doesn't bring any ZD. I think at Sopranos. Where's the fucking ZD? No fucking ZD? Oh, Christ. Oh, I love Sopranos so much. Oh, good Christ. Oh, man. This right here, what you're seeing right now in real time, is why I love Classic WoW. This shit only happens in Classic for whatever reason. I don't know why. It's people don't talk in dungeons in retail. It's strange. Maybe it's because you're just moving too fast. There's no time to slow down for mana. But you know, you make friends in Classic. It's fun. It's more of a social experience. Oh, good Christ. I love it. Oh my god, this poor what was that shaman doing? He's playing the line, man. So what is Solasta? Did I say that right? It sounds like a game of some kind, or a Mexican dish. Or both. But, God, I'm sorry, this headache's fucking me up today. Is more forced interaction. Can't just leave and requeue as easy. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I like that, though. People are more respectful, and it weans out the degens, because, like, people won't tolerate that kind of shit as easy. I feel like it's harder to be toxic in Classic, because people don't want to group with you, and that spreads pretty quick. And it's the opposite in retail, unfortunately. Hey, Kelf, how you doing? How's that bike treating you? It's crazy to think we did all that today. I appreciate your patience figuring out those puzzles. That was nuts. Sucks to not have a. I don't. Wind Fury doesn't affect me. It's just melee. But man, I mean, I wish I could get Wind Fury. Holy moly. Oh, it's an indie D&D game. More D&D than BG3. That's sick. That's very cool. Yeah, it's for almost 5 o'clock. What are you having for supper today, Kelf? This is off topic. Do you guys have any New Year's resolutions? I don't really. I've never really done that or had that. I don't think like linear like that. I just sort of think like, well, and I'm not good at it. Don't get me wrong, but I know what things I need to improve on, and I'm just constantly trying to have self-awareness to do so, albeit not very good. I'm certainly self-aware that I could do a lot better than I'm doing, but I don't like wait for like the New Year's to feel like motivated. I always sort of have that motivation, mostly because of anxiety, to be like, oh, I gotta stop living like this. But I guess a long-winded way of asking, do you guys have any resolutions? Are you guys like, do you wait for like New Year's because it feels like a fresh start, and then you're like, okay, now we're gonna like try to make some changes? And if you do, whoa, those are a big upgrade. We're taking those. Holy crap. That's a big upgrade a few ways around. Shit. Love it. Sick. Wearing them. That's awesome. Way more agility. That's a ton of armor. I was wearing leather before, so it's nice to have some mail. I made the leather myself because it was a significant amount of agility. I swear that was the last one. I'm shocked there's still one more. I must have missed it. Beef stew. That sounds very comforting, especially on a cold day. Just like playing this game, like, can I get him? Line of sight. It's these stupid ramps. Ah, I got him! You son of a bitch, I got you. See, I can't shoot him with line of sight, but the jumping worked. That's funny. I'm gonna have to save the Rockdalar quest for stream. It's so much fun. The whole reason I'm leveling a hunter is for Rockdalar. I just want to get that green staff because it looks so sick, but also because, brother, don't make me jump. Are you out of your mind? Yeah, there's one more. Oh, I see he's right next door. Yeah, whew, good thing we didn't jump. It's a fun quest. It's so much fun. And every time Classic comes out, it's like, I gotta level a hunter to do that quest because it's so iconic. It's so much fun. It's like a fun challenge. But I've never streamed before when I did it, so it'll be fun to stream it now. Last time I did it, I was fairly close with the guild. We all came up together. We helped each other get our best in slot gear. We helped each other prepare for Molten Core. When Molten Core came, we all ran it. When Rockdalar dropped, I already had the Sinew from Onyxia, which is the other half you need to do the quest. And another hunter beat me. And maybe this is scum, but I said, look, this hunter already ran Onyxia this week, and she can't even do it. But if I get it right now, I can literally show up to next raid with Rockdalar because I have it. So next MC, I'll be like way stronger because I can get it right this second, right now, the second we leave this raid. So I convinced them to give it to me. Maybe that's like dog shit, but I just wanted it. And she was cool, to be fair. The person that like I won it from said it was okay because I did help her get like all of her best of slot gear, and like I helped her just like understand the hunter class because she didn't know what she was doing. So I sort of gave her like a spreadsheet. These are the items you need to get. Like it was a lot of like training and stuff. So I guess she was cool to like allow me to have it. But my point is, when I finally got it, you have to fight demons in 4 different zones, and like the whole guild was helping me. Like this is the difference. So it's gonna be harder on Horde. Horde doesn't have Fear Ward. One of the demons fears you. I was completely able to cheese that mechanic because I had Fear Ward from a priest. You would they'd put Fear Ward on me, and then I would have Curse of Recklessness on me as well. I would duel a Warlock in Silithus. They would put on Curse of Recklessness, then would fight the demon. Did we just lose our healer? Is he not coming back? And then we'd you'd fight the demon and it'd be a little bit cheesed, a little bit easier. But when I had to do the winter spring one, that was the toughest for me because there was a lot of enemies on the road, and you have to kite the demon for almost the entirety of the zone. From one end of the zone almost to the other end of the zone, you're kiting this demon, and he cannot touch you. You have to keep a significant distance. If he touches you, it's game over, you restart. So my guildies were running ahead of me, clearing all the ads as I was running, kiting this demon. And I remember it was like 3 a.m. as I was doing this, and they couldn't touch the demon, they couldn't heal me, they just needed to just keep the path clear. And it was just exciting because they were like screaming in Discord when I was getting closer. It was at like 5%. They were screaming. It was like a whole like community event, and it just felt very classic. And I never forgot that. So I'm like constantly chasing that now because I don't experience that ever in retail. It was fun to do that. I had that experience today in with my friend when we were doing the Fell cycle, but it's very few and far between in retail unless I'm playing with like my close friends. But classic, it seems to be more common, so that's sort of an attractor to me of why I like classic with retail, but why I still play classic in spite of some of the issues that is known, like terrible spawn times and drop rates and stuff. Sorry, I missed a lot of that. Was a long ramble. My apologies. No resolution. Back in September, my cousins and siblings wanted to do more together. It's just trying that. Already planning an anime convention and hockey game with the cousins. That's awesome. Anime convention. Sick. Oh, we got a summon too. Well, that sucks. An anime convention sounds like a lot of fun. I haven't watched anime in a while, but I should get back into it. It's always I like watching it at nighttime. I don't know why. It's very calming, I guess. It's fun, bright colors very often, even when it's like dark stories, I don't know, it's still fun to watch. I was going to use the word innocent, but Demon Slayer's not innocent, but it is relaxing, and I don't know why that is. It's pretty high stakes. I wonder if this guy is coming back. We are going to get dinged with respawns eventually. Okay, bio. Quick bio while we're waiting then. May as well try to take advantage if I can. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, sorry, what's up? Whenever you're ready. Can we do it? Whenever you're ready. I can tell you what to do. No stress. We have a full group? Yeah, I got a guy. We just have to go outside to summon him. We can't summon inside, huh? I guess not. Okay. Still need to watch. Is that a show you recommended to me? Sorry about the AFK. Sure. Okay, let's go. Summon him. That stinks, man. Dude couldn't cut it, I guess. Is our tank here? Is he okay? Just we need our tank. He's AFK. Gotta wait for him. There's so many animes have been recommended. Like, have you heard of Shit, I can't remember the names now. I have the list somewhere. There's one someone told me. They said it's got a lot of nudity, but it's like about demons or something, elfin something or something. I don't know, man. I watched one called Redline, which was recommended through Reddit, not someone I know. And that one blew me out of the water. So I've been really curious about like other things like that. Ghost in the Shell I saw was pretty sick. Some of them were like fun. Demon Slayer's fun, but then some of them were like transcendental. Like Ghost in the Shell I thought was like super heady. But this Red Line was like so visually stunning. It was about like a futuristic race, and oh, I think the other one's called like Akira. I've never seen it. I've heard of it. I've seen clips of it. It looks absolutely stunning as well. Elfenlight, is that how you say it? Something like that. The person's like, look, like if you can get past the nudity, it's actually really good. I don't know anything about it. I just remember the name. It reminded me of World of Warcraft because it sounds like elf. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Should we just let him die and we'll like feign? How many of them are there, guys? Jesus. So the pet's dead? Oh no, the pet's, I see. We could probably survive this, actually. If you can help me with the, yeah, if you can kite a little bit, we can probably survive. Or is our tank AFK still? That stinks. Happy to run back, but you don't have a healer or anything, right? They're gonna have to carry a little bit so I can get some space. Ooh, pet leveled. They've got some more loyalty. Okay, potion should be okay. We're gonna survive. God damn, man, mages and warlocks, so powerful. It is my number one on my list for should try. Yeah, so Elfin Lied's not recommended? That's not good? Am I saying it right? I don't even know what, like... There was that, people keep telling me Avatar, I don't even know if that's anime. Naruto, same person recommended me Naruto. I didn't really like Naruto. Yeah, I mean, these recommendations from this person have sort of been a little bit more miss than hit, honestly, but they also recommended me Cowboy Bebop or whatever that I really liked. That was cool. So, some of them have been hits, but overall it's been sort of like missed a little bit. Yeah, that's why I'm so confused. It seemed like not recommended, but everyone I should try. Can jump off priest banister. You can. Oh my god, fucking pet, fucking pet, fucking pet. What are you doing, you idiot? How did I get him too aggressive? I must have hit something. Jesus. Way too much filler. Avatar: The Last Airbender actually is worth watching. So he recommended me Avatar, Naruto, this other crazy one, which you guys might have mixed opinions about. I'm not really sure. Yeah. But have you guys seen Redline? Redline was so sick. It was like probably one of the coolest animes I've ever seen. It was a film, and it was so intense. It was some of the best animation I've probably ever seen. I still think about it to this day, and I've only seen it once. They go this way, right? Yep. Naruto. Only the cartoon, not anything else. Oh, because there's an Avatar movie, right? Didn't who was it? Was it M. Night Shyamalan or something? Did he direct that or something? I started and I've started. Oh, sorry. I see you Twitch now too. Dragon Ball Universe stuff. Yeah, you recommended Dragon Ball. So generally your recommendations are pretty good for movies. Not generally, always actually. You generally know what I like, and you Recommended a movie to The Gray. Kelth recommended me The Gray with Liam Neeson. That was insane, dude. That was a crazy movie. I'm pretty sure it was you. I think we talked about it. I'm pretty sure, but that was nuts. And the other one was it called like The Tourist or something? That was crazy too. Whatever that one was called. Was The Immigrant, something like that. The name was something like that with Jackie Chan. I watched that again, and that was again a crazy movie. Pierce Brosnan, I think, was the villain. Plays like the IRA member or something. That was sick. The Foreigner. It's The Foreigner. It was such. I didn't expect it to be as good as it was. It was fun. It was a really fun movie. Sure. So it's 30 grams to 500 milliliters, which is like one water bottle. Yeah. Dual spec, sick. Do you go this way? Yep. Last priest. I don't see the last priest, but he didn't scream. Did he, or did we miss it? I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if I can scroll up that high. See, I remember the yelling, but I can't see that far. I don't know if it'll spawn in, but my view distance is max, so I should be able to see. I haven't seen in years, but I remember liking it. I don't remember much about it, so it was probably mid. Fair. If I would I don't know if I'd recommend it. Akira. Sick. Delicious in Dungeon. I was watching that with Casey for a little bit, and we never finished it, but I was really enjoying that. That was a really fun little anime. Did I go the wrong way? I think I'm following. No, we're good. That was a really fun anime. It was very as she says, she uses the word comforting. It felt like a very comforting anime. It's like cozy, it sort of feels like. I don't know. All right, I'm just taking a screenshot of this. Uh, it's true that Jackie Chan isn't known for making great movies with anything other than martial arts. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's how he came up for sure. And does all his own stunts and stuff, and it is impressive to see. Like, kung fu films, in their own right, are like their own genre. We find them. Last one, right? Then we can jump down. Just have to dismiss pets. Maybe the succubus doesn't get dismissed because it's invisible. I don't know. Let's go, boys. We donezo. Do you guys remember Jet Li? Jet Li had a run. He crushed it, and I think he just retired. I don't think he I don't think his movies were not successful. I think after a certain point, there we go, done. Okay. Not abandon, dismiss. I'm just gonna use the spell because my head is fucking with me right now. That's why I didn't want to play Diablo. Like the headache is just I don't feel great, and I want to really really enjoy it. Me too. Me too. I imagine it wouldn't lock us out if like one person has it, but no one. So what, did he not have to resummon the succubus? Use it on egg. Perfect. Excellente. Shugs and picante. Jet Li was writing nepotism on his father's legacy. Who was Jet Li's father? Man, so Jet Li was in a film called Romeo Must Die with Anthony Anderson. It was so much fun, and he was in a movie called The One. This is a really strange, silly movie, The One, but it was fun. Jet Li made some fun martial arts movies. I used to love them as a kid. Jet Li is Bruce Lee's kid? Are you kidding? There's no way. Is that true? That's crazy. What about Brandon Lee? Brandon Lee was also the kid, right? He died or whatever in The Raven or whatever. I know. I never saw The Raven. Man, our friend Justin has been. He's told me so many times because I think it's one of his favorite movies. He's like, you have to see The Raven. It's a great movie. You're gonna love it. I know you're gonna like. And I keep promising him I'm gonna watch it, and I keep forgetting. And it's not like I don't want to see it. I just things happen and I forget, and he mentions it once in a while, and I'm like, damn, I got to see that movie. He loves it so much, but yeah, I've heard amazing things. Everybody loves it. Like it's very highly regarded. I think that's the film that he died on. I think that's like sort of like infamous. The Crow, the Crow, the Crow, the Crow. See, the Crow. Yeah, he did. He did give me access to that thing. Yeah, I was looking at it. There's a lot of sick stuff on there, man. A lot of cool stuff. One of the things that I want to watch, like, it's funny because I'm like, I love film. I love art and film, but I'm like the farthest thing from snobby because I admire very much the artistry of like Kubrick or Bruckheimer or Ridley Scott. And then at the same time, I'm so excited to watch Knuckles. I saw Knuckles is on there. I cannot wait to watch it. I'm so excited for the Sonic movie. I'm all over the map. I'm loving like art and film and like avant-garde films and David Lynch, and then at the same time I'm like can't wait to see Jim Carrey play the Eggman. When I saw like Shadow in Sonic 3, like it's so exciting. I'm excited to see Sonic 3. It looks like fun. And then Knuckles show looks like fun. Yeah, I saw this new Crow. I don't know anything about it. I heard it didn't do very well compared to the old one. Oh, thank you. So I'll have to check that out. Okay. I'll check it out. So when you watch anime, here's a question. I think I'm about to lose any respect that you guys had for me. Is it irredeemable to watch anime with English dub? This guy's just taking all the fucking scales. What a degen, man. What a degen. This tank is not going to go downstairs because he's going to bail. And he's stealing all these skins right now. See? You see this shit? Look, he's going to get his sword. He's going to get the fuck out of here. This is nonsense right now. We're allowing this to happen. He's going to bail on us. And I'm going to have to rerun this terrible dungeon. This is limited vulnerability. That's fucking crazy. Who's gonna need that? Yep. How much does that sell for? Not very much, actually. That's shocking. That I would expect a lot more than that, but maybe the bots killed the server. God, this dude is just fucking taking everything. Depends on the anime. A lot of them don't get the same quality of voice acting with translation. That's fair. As long as you enjoy it. Okay, that's fair. I go back and forth. Sometimes the dub is just dog shit, but sometimes I'm just too tired to read. I want to watch before bed, and some shows I watch with dub. I really like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Was that originally dubbed? Is it in Japanese originally? Because like I think Matthew Mercer does the voice. And I just love that it's McCree. He's just doing McCree voice the whole time. It's just like it's like watching a McCree show almost. That's all I can hear. I don't know if he's in all the seasons. The season that I watched, he was doing the McCree voice, and it was sick to hear. Sorry, one sec. I see you guys wrote a few things. One second. He's immune to poison. That's annoying. Yo, this dude's bailing after this boss. Standard mentioned though, some dubbing is bad as well. Some bad translation, localization happens in dubbing and subbing. Yeah, I can imagine that. Well, that's even two Nightfall drapes. That's crazy, dude. Um, yeah, fuck you, warrior. Yeah, that's my scales this time, bitch. Fuck you. I'm a dragon scale leather worker. You're just some degen selling on the market. God, I hope this guy stays. This guy is not staying. I barely got any of these skulls. Like, this is crazy how little of this quest I've done. This is not worth running again, I don't think, at this rate. I think this one gives you a nice, Yeah, we should double check the graph. I forgot it pulls all the whelps. This one gives you a decent helm. I always use this helm usually because it's way more agility than I have, except in this case, it's less agility, but only by 1. So I'm probably going to use it, because the intellect will be nice. Oh, well, no, that sucks. I'll probably use it because the intellect will be nice, and the spirit will help with mana regeneration. I don't really worry about getting hit. It's more going. So if I lose 1 agility, but I get a decent amount of spirit, and that makes my mana regen a little bit better, I'll almost take that over. That's not very good. That's dog shit, and that's also dog shit, so we're just going to sell that. Sorry, what would you say? Full Metal Alchemist, Brotherhood, good English voice actors, but there's plenty more that are just reading flat lines. Yeah, I've definitely seen that before. What translator was that? Wouldn't you get fired if you go against like what the script says? That's crazy. Let's see who gets MC'd. Yeah, that's ridiculous, man. Like, just do your job. You want to, like, if you want to. If this guy fucking leaves without doing Hakaran stuff, like, Jesus Christ. I should have Screech. I don't have Screech. I haven't taught this guy Screech, but that would help the tank holding aggro, because then my pet would be second in command of aggro, which is almost better. Gives him breathing room. Yeah, he's immune. That really sucks. Yep. Let's turn on Taunt. My pet was too new that I couldn't teach him Screech yet, unfortunately, because I didn't have the points. Okay, is Growl off? Yeah, are you gonna die, or? This guy, I can't do very much to this guy, it's sort of annoying. It seems like Serpent Sting is a very big portion of my damage, and whenever these guys are immune, it just takes forever. I wonder what... Is he allergic to some of the Warlock stuff? That's a useless helm, and that's not very good either. Nice. Sick. For the script, it depends on the studio. If it's a translation job, you just translated it and have it make sense. For localization, you adjust the script, you will fix cultural jokes and references. Oh, interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. We like this thing in the corner, right? Yeah. Wow. Sick. It's a pretty decent trinket. Poisons all enemies, 8 radiance around the caster. Yeah, it's not better than what I have, though. Like, these are already much better. These are way better. So localization is what you would normally want to do, right? In order for it to uh like transfer better or whatever. It's a rugged leather. It's amazing that the drakes give something else and it just gives rugged leather. Hakar first. Yeah. Right. Lead us. Go, great leader. I trust you. We can do whatever. I mean, if we're here, it's probably like right down that hallway right there. Gesundheit. All right, because yeah, car just yeah, okay. All right. Um. Oh, those pesky patriarchal societal demands were getting on my nerves, so I changed my clothes. Doesn't sound very Japanese. Oh, so you don't want localization, you're saying? I thought localization didn't mean local to the place that the show is airing. I thought like they. Okay, I thought it did, but I thought they used the lingo of the place in which it aired to try to convey as accurately as possible the translation, if that makes sense. So the people can understand what is meant, if that makes sense. Not just what is said, but what is meant, because there's a difference between what's said. There's a difference between what's heard and what's meant, if that makes sense. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm speaking gibberish today. I'm like trying to like push through this headache. I feel like it's not working. Okay, we do have growl off. I gotta find Screech, man. Like, Jesus, how have I not taught this thing Screech yet? Screech, right there. Rank 3 Screech. Train. Thank you. We'll teach him Screech. That'll help. It'll also reduce damage to the tank. And he'll pull a little bit of aggro. We shouldn't pull aggro from the tank, but he'll be second in command for aggro, I believe. Thank you so much, my love. It's my favorite mug. I don't know if you can see it. That's my favorite mug ever. How'd she know? Okay, so we kill this guy, and then I guess we're gonna summon a car after. So it depends. If you are Netflix with exclusive rights in the US to air it, you may want to pay for localization. I understand. That makes sense. I get it. But localization is always technically better. This is a car. Oh. Yeah, so this is what I mean. Like, they must have known Hakar was coming because I thought this was so cool that they're like all these quests were leading up to trolls in Stranglethorn Vale trying to bring Hakar back. Hakar is the god of blood, I believe, like the god of murder or something for trolls. And the savage trolls, not all trolls are savages, even though they appear to be. They, I guess, like the murder god or whatever. And the rest of the trolls don't. They have different Loas. Loas of, I don't know, whatever. Healing, Loas of nature, Loas of who knows what. But you read sort of that like these Stranglethorn Vale trolls are trying to resummon Hakar, and it leads you to like Sunken Temple where these rituals are happening, and this is like the ghost of Hakar. It's cool. Loot blood if you can, use it on fire. I don't have blood. There we go. I don't know who looted blood. Yeah, I don't have the blood. That is what localization should be, not insert your political views. Is to adjust the script to make it so understandable. Yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. I get it. God Hepsi, that's so funny. Uh, yeah, because like there's different lingo in different places, and it's a way to ensure that the message is what's most important, not a direct translation, but the message of what the story is supposed to be is communicated, so the person on the other end can actually understand what the original author was trying to convey. That's my understanding of what you're saying. It's trying to keep it's changing it, so the end result is trying to keep the message as true to the original idea as possible. That's my understanding. Something that was recommended. I don't remember who recommended me this. Chainsaw Man. I haven't seen it. It looks sick though. Blood. I gotta find something to throw away. No, no, we're good. We're good. We don't need free for all. Just keep killing. We'll get the blood. Keep killing. But Hakara's gonna spawn, and I don't think we're gonna. I don't know if people are looting or what. We're not gonna have time for mana unless we stand back, maybe. Is there more loot? Nope, I don't see loot. Someone's not looting the blood, or they're holding on to it. Unless it's these big guys. Maybe it's the blood keepers you gotta kill. It's just I don't remember it taking so long. It feels like we're gonna go by the time we fight Hakar. I'm trying to conserve my mana here. Okay, use the blood on Brazier. Loa of Blood. Is that what Hakar is? Is he the Loa of Blood? Okay, I knew he was like something like that. What's Hyreek? Hyreek's the Bat God. What is he the Loa of, though? Oh, dude, can I please drink for like 5 seconds? Chainsaw Man is good. The writer writes insane stories. That's awesome. I look forward to seeing it. Maybe I'll try that. I gotta finish watching what I'm watching though. Jesus. Something that I really liked, though seems to get mixed reviews, is Evangelion. I really like Evangelion, man. It was weird at times, but holy shit, was it an original story. That theme song is like such a banger. I love Cowboy Bebop, but just Evangelion just hits me right in the feels for whatever reason. It just, I don't know, dude. It's so catchy. It's crazy. I've heard so many like anime themes that people are like, this is the best anime theme, but I still love Evangelion the most. Yeah, that's what I love. I think it was you that taught me that like anime is a big deal in Japan, I guess. So like if you, because I asked like why are they so long? I think you said like it's a way of the artists getting their music like out there because like it's a common thing, I guess. Where like if you're lucky enough to have like an anime intro or something, it's like a full song because then people check out your music. It's a common way for musicians to get notoriety. Am I mincing your words a little bit? The first crit. Oh. Plate. Very nice plate. Nice mace. And that cloak is a stinkeroonie and cheese. Nice. He got something. That's sick. Well, that's pretty much a full run, more or less. I gotta loot him for the quest item. You mix it, right? Yep. Fill the egg of Hakar. Amazing. And now we have bag space. Love it. Basement, it's full run. I don't know. I didn't think it did. I think it just ends. I don't think it has. I don't think it leads into ZG. I think the quest just ends, and then maybe ZG. Yeah, I don't remember, man. All right, ZG's not out for a very long time, so the quest is just gonna be a dead end. Like, at what point is an NPC? Don't jump, Jesus! Don't jump! Oh, good Christ, brother! What are you doing? Jesus. Oh my good lord. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? Wow. Jesus. No sense of danger. Gets mixed reviews. Uh, Anime OP and ED are great for mid-size artists to break out. Oh, cool. Creepy Nuts. That's a funny name. Yeah, I remember you telling me something like that. Like it's sort of like their MTV in a sense, where like that's like if you can get that, like that's huge for you because like a lot of people hear your music and then like they check you out. That's neat. That's really cool. How it's like I feel like also for the anime, I feel like they'd be excited if they get a certain artist or musician they would like working with, and then it's a cross promotion. It's interesting how like Japan figured out a way to like cross promote like two somewhat separate industries that probably have very strong overlapping fan bases. Jesus. Can't believe they ran through that, dude. That's crazy. See? Guzu videos. He watched the Guzu. He saw Guzu get knocked in the hole. That's so funny, dude. Wow, he watched with Guzu. I didn't think this dude knew. I didn't think any people knew who Guzu was. I feel like Twitch is such a niche thing. I feel like the average WoW person doesn't know what the fuck Twitch is. Am I on my wheel? Seriously, dude? Uh, Creepy Nuts a while back. Is that why the name sounds familiar? Creepy Nuts, dude. Why do these guys look familiar? Huh, I'll have to check it out. I know this. I don't know why I know this. I know you said you sent it to me, but do you remember when or why we were talking about it? Because when you said the name, it like I knew I recognized it. My side demo. Gotta feed this. Oh, let's feed him cured ham steak. Clear our bags. Now we wait, dude. I should actually see what add-on. Shows map dungeons. Static map. Tomcat tours. So shows static maps. Tomcat tours. I should download that add-on. Does Diablo have add-ons, by the way? Is that something like, or do you not, is that not like that kind of game? Because I know Baldur's Gate didn't really, I mean, it has mods, I guess, but not really add-ons. What way did they go? This way? Going this way, I think, around. Think we're going two separate ways? Or are we going the same way? Think they went this way, right and down, or am I crazy? Coming to entrance, I think. I don't know if this is the entrance. Yeah, we could have. It's true, but there could be ads as well, so you have to be careful. That's what's dangerous about, like, I can't believe that guy just jumped. That's insane, dude. Right to the entrance. Okay, we're good. And now downstairs is right straight there, I think. So I think we're all good. I think we're all together again. The gang's all here. Are we all trolls? Except for, no, we're a bit of a smorgasbord here. I know the guy was a druid, so he had to be a Tauren. Is it a game? And I sent you the song randomly. Oh, okay. This is like a Blink-182. Down, 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 down. May I ask you guys that are here, like, who else do you guys watch? If I may ask, or if you watch anyone else, I wonder, like, I don't know. I'm just curious, I guess. I mostly just watch like WoW stuff, and like since OnlyFans started, I follow all these like random people, and this happens every year, where I follow a whole bunch of randoms because they're playing WoW, and then like when the WoW season ends, I forget that I'm following them, and then they just start popping up in my feed with all kinds of weird shit, and I'm like, all right, unfollow, 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 unfollow. But it's just fun to follow them now because like when you see a dungeon run, there's like you get to see like every perspective. So when like shit's hitting the fan, you can open up like 2 or 3 Twitch tabs and like go in between them to see like what everybody's doing as the panic is ensuing, and that's sort of fun. Because like people wipe, it's crazy when you get to like level 50 or 40 plus, and you get a sketchy pull in like Strathalome or Blackrock Depths, and you cannot run out. It gets pretty hairy. It's fun to watch. Okay, it was Dennis that said it. I thought the name sounded familiar. I'm really impressed with this warrior. I thought he was gonna leave, but he stayed. The amount of things that are immune to my poisons in here is insane. That's why I hated Searing Gorge. My god, a lot of stuff was immune. At least these guys, but like it seems like Serpent Sting is a significant portion of damage, especially for kiting, so it's just a lot of auto shots. Ooh, nice mage. There you go. Huge mage. Mage is out here doing huge things. They can work. This I remember. Into the depths. Fun. How could the altar and the statues be related? One bright light appears across the room, then disappears. Then you notice another beam, then another. That seem to be showing you a pattern. I think it creates like a, not a pentagram, but some kind of star overlapping thing, I think. That is private? Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Who you watch is private? Is that what I asked, I think? Game description. Let's imagine you have a game in which you care for a character, but could you imagine one day getting into that game yourself? Bathtub streams. Holy fucking shit. Yeah. Goddamn right. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, brother. Dragon scale. Let's go. Sick, dude. How do we get up? It's been a minute. I thought there was a way this way we went, but I guess not. Huh. What's the Atal Haze? What is that? How come I didn't get that? Is it off these guys? Yeah, I guess so. Zapper Fuel. Oh, that's another quest, I guess, for Ungoro Crater, I guess. I wonder what the reward is, because that's probably not worth doing, and I'm not coming back here. If that's the case, fuck that. Maybe that's the right way. I guess it's the only way to go, but I felt like there's another way to do it, but... Zapper Fuel. I think it's a chain. I don't think it's... Because my brother said he has it, so he has to come back. But it's like, if it's just experience, I'm not coming here for experience. That's stupid. I'll just do Western Plague Lands and hit 60 and do Molten Core. Then like this dungeon won't even matter anymore. So I'm not doing it for like a little bit of a quest. It's such a time sink. I could probably get more XP in just questing. It's worth it for like the one run, so you could clear the whole place, get a whole bunch of quests done, get a whole bunch of XP, get some skins. But to come back for one quest is just enough, for me at least. One of my favorite bands has an anime OP coming out. Wow, that's sick. How'd you find them, Torin? I don't think are bathtub streams still a thing? I thought they got banned on Twitch recently because like advertisers pulled out or something, so they got more conservative with what they allowed. I thought. Like I think people are trying to find loopholes, but I thought that was cracked down on recently. I thought when the whole advertising thing with Twitch happened, they sort of got like panicked a little bit. Because like Dan Clancy always says, the CEO, he's always saying Twitch is continuously losing money every year. Twitch is never making money. We're always in the hole. We're trying to dig ourselves out of a hole. It's why we're innovating. It's like, why are you saying that, dude? It's crazy. Maybe it's true, but it's just crazy. Yeah, you just pull it quick. This guy is doing a killer job. I don't remember there's an order. I just remember doing it. I think you just click it. I didn't think there was a specific order. It doesn't count. Like, I think it's pretty simplistic, but let's take a look. So, one sec. Dungeon strategy. Sorry, I'm just trying to look this up really quick for them. So I'm trying to look it up. That's the Chamber of Blood. Hall of Masks. Start gathering tablets. Chamber of Blood. Here. Clear all the trash. Circular pattern. Dip overlook center. It's all cleared. Each party member should be assigned a balcony with a shrine. The shrines must be clicked for a specific order. Whoops. Okay. Might need to clear downstairs first. I don't know, but south bottom, north top, southwest bottom left, southeast bottom right, northwest top left, northeast top right. Once that's been clicked in the correct sequence, it'll turn green. If not, the person attempting to activate will gain a curse. Take turns clicking the shrines until they all turn green. So click until it turns green. Not right now. Yeah, this guy doesn't understand. I don't believe there's an order. I believe the order changes. I believe you keep clicking it. Jesus Christ. Fuck it. Google it yourself. I'm not explaining it. I don't have the patience. I don't believe there's an order. I believe the order changes. It's randomized, and you know because you click it, and when it turns green, that one is synced in. Then the next person tries clicking it. If their altar doesn't turn green, someone else has to click theirs next. That's the sequence. I don't believe you could just say it's 1, 4, 6, 8, 9, 2. I don't believe it works like that. I believe it has to be. Is yours? Nope, it's not yours. Then you try. Oh, yours turned green. Now I'll try. Oh, now mine turned green. Now you try. Oh, yours didn't turn green, but yours turned green. So like that's how it just clicks. It doesn't fuck up and you have to redo it again. It's just when it clicks, and it's locked in, and that's it. That's what Wowhead is saying, and that's what I believe to be true as well. So I don't know what this guy's talking about an order. There is an order, but the order is not something you can predict, to my understanding, unless someone can prove otherwise. That's not what Wowhead's saying, and not what I remember either. Like, I don't know. I've never known WoW to be like that until recently, where there's actual like coherency to things that are predictable every time. Usually, it's fairly randomized. I first saw them from music videos. Oh, that's sick. Wow, you see a lot of shows live. That's amazing, man. That's really cool. I'm gonna let this druid figure out what that order is. He's gonna figure it out with the Da Vinci Code. You just get a curse. If you click the wrong one, you get a curse. And that's how you know it's not the right one. But someone's going to have to get a curse because the chances of us getting the right order the very first time is incredibly unlikely. That's sick though, man. Like, you've gone to a lot of festivals too, because then there's like seeing live shows. Like I've seen a lot of bands, but going to a festival, you see such a smorgasbord, and I feel like you see a lot of acts that you normally wouldn't pay to see, or acts that you maybe haven't even heard of. So it like opens you up to all these new experiences and musics and genres. It's fun, and like the festival like energy is a little bit different than like a traditional like show energy. I think. I don't know if the word's chaotic. It's just a little bit more I don't know. It's not chaotic. It's just spontaneous, maybe. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. Hmm. If there is an order to clicking these, I don't care enough. That's the truth. Just click the fucking things and you'll figure it out and you'll move on. I've always done it like that. It's always worked. Just do it. Like, who gives a shit? Jesus Christ. Okay. There's like 2 more, I think. See, Wowhead sort of ruins the mystery of things a little bit, so I try not to look at it too often. Some things are too tough, you get stuck on. But it's sort of fun to come into something like this and have a rough idea of what you need to do, but not fully understand it. And then feel the consequences for getting it wrong until you get it right. That makes it feel more mysterious, and it adds like the world to the World of Warcraft. Otherwise, we're just sort of just following a user manual. And I don't mind following a user manual when you play, when you get stuck in like Baldur's Gate, because that's when I get past it. I'm like, this is tough. I never would have figured some of that stuff out, so I have to refer to the user manual. But I always try to figure it out first. If I'm really like hard stuck, it's like fuck it, user manual it is. But like we're not hard stuck here, so that's I don't know. It was my issue with like Thoughtbot as well. Like Thoughtbot ruined everything. The bigger Thoughtbot got, the bigger Wowhead got, the worse. Just because like we're not even really playing. We're just sort of like following point A to point B. Like I don't know. What's the point? Why bother even playing it? There's no excitement anymore. Festivals are good value and good for discovering new bands. Concerts are better, crowd energy as people are. Yeah, that's for sure. Although to be fair, some bands are like have crazy fans. You know, but for sure, I agree. There's definitely the energy at some shows are awesome because you get some diehards, people that are screaming their hearts out. It's a lot of fun. It's a fun experience. The best clips for a classic WoW. The hardcore, like I see them like every day. Someone out, these people upload like compilations of all the people that have like crazy clips that week in hardcore. And the best clips are always the people that are like, "What's this?" And they click it and it spawns an elite, and they're like running at like breakneck speed, trying not to die. That makes the world being dangerous is what's important. And like Wowhead is like anti-danger. Wowhead is like this is how you don't die. And it's like that's what makes it fun, right? You're stealing from the bank in Monopoly now. Like why bother playing the game at that point? So I don't know. That's something I've always felt. That's why I'm like so like adamant on this. Like you're dying on that hill. Without the danger, what's the fun? That's literally the appeal to hardcore. Is the danger? Is the fact that like it's all over at any moment? That's the whole appeal. If that was gone, hardcore wouldn't exist. I really found that to be a charm of Elden Ring is going in blind, not like understanding the boss, and slowly watching the mechanics and slowly like putting it together. Like, okay, this is like an attack opportunity. This is like there's no chance in hell if I dodge too much here. It creates too much of a distance. So then the boss can charge up another attack, which doesn't give me an opportunity to get an attack in. It's fun. It's I don't know. I like that. It's like the mental math of like figuring out how everything. Like today we were doing the fell cycle, and it was confusing as hell. So we were looking up a guide, but even looking up a guide, it still wasn't clicking. It was just so complicated. And I'm like, I don't understand like the connection between some of these things. But then when it finally clicked, you get like that dopamine. Like, ah, oh, okay, I get it now. Now it's all clear all of a sudden. Everything falls into place, and it's just a fun feeling. I guess I don't know. It's like, and I get there is a point. It's like a hill. If it's too steep that you never get to the peak, it's just frustrating. So there needs to be some sense of progression, even if you're still failing, for it to feel rewarding. And that's, I think, a very tough balancing act that a lot of games struggle with. How can I make it still feel very challenging and rewarding without it feeling like super demoralizing, where you just want to quit and give up? Uh, have a wonderful, wonderful night, Dennis. Thank you for hanging out. It is quite late for you. $60 to see Baby Metal? Hell yeah. Over 400 to see Metallica? That is insane, dude. That is insane. Jesus. Dude loves jumping. Can't get enough of jumping. Yeah, I have the order. I'm not giving it to him. He can Google it, or we can do it the fun way. Who died? Who the fuck died? Summon who? Someone, did he fucking jump down? Jesus Christ. Hardcore Diablo 4. I mean, let's try. Yeah, I guess, right? As long as you can transfer to a normal server, I'm down to clown like it's Chinatown. Just click it. Hakar does have a soul. He's the soul eater. He eats souls. He has all the souls. If anyone has souls, Hakar is the guy with he's got more soul than Al Green, okay? That's how much soul he has. So much soul, he could be on Motown. Okay, that's how much soul Hakar has. He's got so much soul. He doesn't need to wear Nikes. That's how much soul he's got. How exciting. Have a nice night, Dennis. This is riveting content. We could just click it, get a curse, survive, and then just click the next one. You know, like how they did it before they wrote the guide, like how it was supposed to be done. Yeah. I like going into dungeons. You see, I hate DBM. It's like, it's boring to me. I don't like, it's fun to do it however Blizzard intended it without DBM. It feels like cheating DBM. And it is cheating in a sense. And it makes it a lot easier. That's sort of why I feel like it's like cheating. It stinks. I like just sort of figuring it out on the fly. That's the challenge of it, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's a shit take. That's okay. I'm okay having that shit take. I'll die on that hill. I feel like add-ons are more detrimental than helpful overall, for the most part, because add-ons greatly mitigate a lot of challenges. And sometimes challenges should be mitigated. That's a choice. It's an ultimate choice. But it gets to the point where the add-ons that mitigate challenge become mandatory, or you cannot participate in activities. And that sucks. And I don't know how to fix that. What I mean by that is DBM trivializes mechanics. So you don't have a choice. If DBM is not installed, you're not coming to a raid. And that's very common. And that sucks. Because like it's not fun when it's trivialized like that, in my opinion. So much soul, lead singer in his rhythm and blue. I can't even talk today. So much soul, he's the lead singer in his rhythm and blues band. You are correct. Hakar is the lead singer in a rhythm and blues band, and the songs that they sing are loud screeching that make your ears bleed and your soul leave your body. Big wigs over DBM. I like big wigs better. Big wigs I like way better. But like weak auras, like that shit, it just feels like cheating. And if that's what you like, that's all right. That's cool. It's just I hate that it's mandatory. Like if it's something you want, if you need it, you have like a disability, it makes it easier for you. I respect that. But like all the guilds I've been in make it so mandatory. It's like this takes me so out of it. Like this is so boring. I can do it without. I've always done it without. I've never had a problem. It just stinks. I don't know. I just learn the mechanics. I watch. I know what to look for. I don't know. It's just it's so distracting. All the shit popping up on my screen. It seems to cause more issues than anything for me. Yeah, I don't know. You'll just tell the order. I don't know what the fuck this means. I mean, they intended no mods. Soul Eater. Okay, anime. I didn't know Soul Eater was the name of an anime. Someone's at this one. Okay. Oh, you wanna go? Me to go? Okay. You're gonna go? I'll go. Alright, I don't know, bro. I don't know, dude. Oh, he's at the wrong one? This is retarded, dude. Just have one fucking person do it. This is so retarded. It's like trying to coordinate cats. Yeah, this is dumb. Such a waste of fucking time. Jesus Christ. This is what I don't have patience for, and this is why I don't do dungeons. I know I'm like being like super retarded right now, but it's just this is just dumb. Like I'm over this already. I'm like I just want to move forward. Your intended no mod. Sorry, I gotta read what you said. One sec. Someone's here at this one. Jesus Christ. All the loot in here is dog shit. Nothing in here is redeemable. Even the best loot is still like half dog shit. You're not supposed to find the answer. That's how brain dead this guy is, and that's why I'm so frustrated with this, because he's fucking dumb. You don't find the answer. It's trial and error until you get it. That's what makes it exciting and mysterious. This whole dungeon is supposed to be a mystery, shrouded in mystery. You're trying to solve ancient riddles. That's my whole point. Jesus Christ, guys. I understand. I get that I'm like salty. I don't care. This is supposed to be exploratory, like Indiana Jones, exciting. That's my point, right? Like Baldur's Gate was really exciting when you're going in the crypts and you're finding these creepy things and what do they do? And you click it, what happens? What's the result? I don't know. It's scary. That's like why I play these games. So, need a media recommendation channel in Discord. Yes! Dude, I love that idea. Media recommendation channel. That's what we're doing. I love that so much. Okay, Little Wigs by extension. Weak auras are neutral. It's crazy ones that are bad, that break things. I lied. Weak auras for certain things. Oh, you like weak auras for certain things. Tracking cooldowns and such. Not game breaking. Do it for me stuff. Yeah, I get it. I'm tracking to an area I pick that's more... I get it. I get what you're saying. No, look, teach their own. I don't have a problem against... We're going to do a media recommendation in Discord. I like that a lot. Okay. I'm not against people using weak auras or DBM or any of that shit. If you want to look up the pattern for this shit, that's totally fine. If that's how you want to play solo. But my point is, like, for me, it kills the immersion so much. Everything becomes so numerical and min-maxing that it just destroys the whole reason why I play games. So, like, I hate that I'm forced into it is my point. Like, by my guild masters. If they're like, everybody can just show up how they want, then I'm like, if that works for you, then I would fight for your right to have it, honestly. I genuinely would. It's just, I hate that it's become the norm and like expected now, unfortunately. Can y'all non-trolls read what he said? My banishment has ended. No, I guess no, that's funny. That's so funny, because he's speaking troll. Wow. Are we jumping? Or are we running down? They're running. Okay, they're not jumping. I love the idea of a media recommendation. That's really cool. How do we get down? My favorite expansion, honestly, was probably Legion because the class fantasy was so high, truthfully. So there you go. So while I'm complaining, that's one I loved very much. It was sick. It was a lot of solo play, and it was super high class fantasy. And I thought that was the best expansion WoW ever did because of how amazing the class fantasy felt. How the warlocks had their own warlock hub. You had warlock mounts, crazy like class specific gear. There were all kinds of weird class specific quests. The artifact weapons. You felt so immersed in like what your class represented in the world and its importance and the importance that the warlock society has and the importance that the criminal underground of the rogue society has. It was so sick. I loved it so much. And I just hope we can go back to those roots because I feel like that's ideal. That's like peak Warcraft. When you lean into like the role play a little bit. And I don't mean like talking to each other like, hey, Mon, how's it going? Just like the idea of like a hunter should feel like a hunter, not just like a DPS class, if that makes sense. Yeah, so that's where I get like salty when we're like, why are we looking shit up? Because it's just like, you're killing the immersion, my man. You're killing it. You're killing me. Go play retail. Move specific things. Yeah, I did read that. Yeah, certainly weak auras come in helpful for things like what we're doing today. Absolutely, there's a need for add-ons and stuff. I just like getting lost in dungeons and story and I don't know. I don't have pawn. I know people use pawn in like classic because they're like, well, this is like a 0.6% gear upgrade compared to my last bow. And it's like, dude, I'll just do the mental math. If it seems good enough, I'm happy. I don't need like percentages. I'm not like doing cutting edge rating personally. And if that's what people want and that's what they like I respect their right to have it and they should have a right to have it. It just, for me, it like takes the fun out of it, personally. Yeah, WoW intended no mods. That's interesting that you say that. Because it's become such a social norm. God damn it. I was so excited that had agility. I got so excited for a second. That's dog shit because it has strength. If that was agility, I would shit a brick right now. Congrats on the level. Like, this is sick. Half darkness of its temple, its transparency reveals something shiny behind it. Sliding it to the side, you reach in and grasp what lies inside the statue. The treasure is now yours. I live for that shit. So goddamn cool. Interesting. Useless. Useless. Ah, that is not very good either, unfortunately. But it's gold, so that's cool. What? Oh. Oh, he took it. I see. He took the thing, and this is calling him a ninja. I get it. I did not even come close to finishing that quest. That's crazy, dude, how long that quest took. Right? Not even close. We have 4 out of 20 heads. 420. What is that? That's insane, dude. Well, we finished these 2 quests, so that's cool. This was sort of a failure of a run as far as, like, drops and, you know, they were good. It wasn't their fault. Just as far as, like, RNG goes, that was a bit of a flop. Where do we hand this one in? I know one of them is, so that's Tenaris, that's Hinterlands, that's Stoneard, but that one's not even close. Cool. We're gonna do a media recommendation channel. I use pawn and my own stat weights. Yeah, look, I mean, all my guildies do too. Like, if that's what makes them happy, my brother does, right? My own brother does, and if that was making you guys happy, I respect it. It just takes me out of it. Like, okay, you got those of you that do run Mythic Plus with me are never gonna run Mythic Plus with me again after I say this. Maybe I recently got a polearm, which was less than ideal compared to the thing that I was currently using. It wasn't drastically terrible, but it was enough that me weighing the stats in my head said, yeah, this is definitely a little bit of a DPS loss. But it looked so cool. So I used it for a bit. Yeah. Because I just wanted, I could have transmogged it too. But, oh, that's why I did, because you couldn't transmog what it was to the other thing that I wanted it to look like. I don't remember what it was now. But I remember, oh, it was a staff, I think. I think I had an offhand and a sword, which was better than the staff that my warlock could use. But I liked the transmog of the staff. It was so sick and it matched my transmog. So I used the staff at a very minor DPS loss because I just didn't want to have to walk around. Because I don't believe you can transmog a... It was something like that. It wouldn't let me do it, whatever it was. So I'm like, all right, I'll take the loss. That was in Dragonflight. It was last X pack. But and I replaced it quick enough. But it's like I don't care. I wanted it so cool. I like the look. I'll do it for the look. I'll do it because I have to look at my character like 10 hours a day, and I want to like the way it looks. That's how insane I am. I'd still run Mythic Plus with you. All right, I love you, man. I'll run Mythic Plus with you to be fun. This, okay. Kelth, what happens if I were to say Dragon Ball Evolution? Do you shudder? Is that a dirty word? I don't even know what Dragon Ball Evolution is, but what happens when I say it? You have my polearm, or bear claws. You're so funny. I get it too. It's Gimli, right? I didn't even watch Lord of the Rings, but it's Gimli. Dragon Ball GT is a no-go. Okay, okay. Oh, I got too many arrows. That's okay. They all just leave. Yeah, group's been disbanded. Nice. Damn, that'd be sick to get in there. I mean, we're not 60 yet, but that'd be sick. Like, that people are just doing, like, Mythic, Oni and MC now. True. Why would people, like, I didn't see the reserves. That's insane. So insane. Nice, we got Rend. That's sick. Dragon Ball GT's no-go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Didn't watch Lord of the Rings. Yeah, so it's on my list. I fell asleep in the second one. I wasn't a big fan. At the time, though, I wasn't really into fantasy. I like fantasy a little more now, so I need to watch it. I never read the books. Yeah, they look like great films. Peter Jackson's a killer director. I respect, his craft. I remember I saw the second one in theaters for someone's birthday, and I don't fall asleep in movies, but I was so bored that I remember like not like snoring, but like just going into like that semi-conscious state because I was sort of like bored of the film. But I'm older now, so maybe I'll like it better. But at the time, it just was not hitting for me. But I didn't like fantasy at the time. I was like straight horror. I liked like Crypt Keeper and that kind of shit. And it's funny because I sort of grew out. I used to like Freddy Krueger. I never was ever super into slashers. I always loved horror. I was never really big into slasher films though, like Jason but I always liked sort of Freddy Krueger. But I sort of grew out of that. Not that I don't like appreciate what's his name? Goodness, I can't think of the actor now. You guys know who I'm talking about. The guy that plays Freddy Krueger. Robert Englund. Not that I don't appreciate Robert Englund and the way he plays the character. It is fun. They're fun horror movies. But I just don't enjoy it as much as I once did. But as I transitioned more into like psychological horror, I also transitioned more into fantasy. And I really like fantasy films or stories now. So I feel like Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, I'll never get into. I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't care about the kids. Daniel Radcliffe's a great actor. I just don't care about Harry Potter. But Lord of the Rings, I bet I would like now if I watched it again. I don't know. Transitioned. They long ass movies. Oh my god. Emma Watson. I know you like Emma Watson. I know you like Emma Watson. Evolution was a live action movie and some other content mostly. Wait. Live action movie? That's so... The dude came out... I cannot imagine... Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. If I never write anything that's so bad that someone has to come out of retirement to fix the damage that I've done, then I'll be okay. I can die happy. That is a new low. You write something so poorly that someone has to give up their retirement just to try to undo the damage that you've created. That's insane. That's the most insane thing I've heard, I think, all year. Holy dude. When you were talking about evolution, you said evolution, you're talking about Dragon Ball Evolution. I thought you were referring to the film called Evolution, which I feel like Kelf knows about. I think we talked about it last time he was here with David Duchovny, who I like very much. This guy's doing ST. Should we run a second one? I didn't finish the quest. The second one, but that reference was the first. Yes. I remember. My axe. I know that scene. It's very infamous, or it's a very famous scene. My axe. You have my axe. They are long movies, but I should try to watch them. I feel like I'd like them. Look, I didn't think I'd like Game of Thrones. I really liked Game of Thrones. It was a lot of fun. I really liked Jaime Lannister a lot. He was a fun character. And, like, who doesn't like Tyrion, of course, right? Like, he steals the show. But, yeah, I thought it was fun. So I feel like Lord of the Rings is more of the same. I tried to watch the show a bit, and it was okay, but I don't know. There's an anime or something, Lord of the Rings anime coming out. There's just so many goddamn shows. Like, it's... Right now, Casey and I are watching Dexter, and we're on, like, season 7 or something. Somehow I've been able to avoid spoilers up to this point, and it's okay. Every season feels like the same thing. What's it called? Deus Ex Machina, the Hand of God. Like, anytime Dexter gets stuck, it's like, how's he gonna get out of this one? And then just, like, the Hand of God intervenes, and he's always safe every time. So it's, like, sort of boring to me. Because it's like nothing's ever gonna happen. Because he's always just somehow finds a way out of it every time, no matter what. At least with, like, Batman, it seems a little bit more plausible. With Dexter, it just seems like, that's convenient. I don't know. Because it happens with Batman too every time. Batman always gets away. Like, even with Walter White, right? Or Ozark, Marty Byrde, if you've watched Ozark. They do make it to the next episode, but the way they make it, it seems plausible. It seems like, yeah, that's lucky, but it makes sense because however it happened, that seemed like a reasonable outcome. Like, it's unlikely, but definitely possible. But in Dexter, it's just like, that's insane. Just talk about right place, right time, every single time, every episode, every season. And it's too on the nose for me, I guess. But I'm going to finish the series. She really enjoys it. But I'm getting a little bit tired of that happening every time. Head and Shoulders is OP? What is that from? Is that from the movie Evolution? Is that what... Right, 'cause that's what they used in the movie, right? Oh my god. Oh my god, that reference. Jesus Christ, you guys' memories. Is it the pot? Is that what's happening? Am I smoking too much pot? Is this the normal? Do you guys just have normal memories and I'm just destroying my brain with pot so I can't remember anything? And I'm just amazed at the average memory and I'm just giving myself early onset Alzheimer's? Is that what's happening? I don't know. Maybe. What were we talking about? I'm kidding. Um, yeah, we're just going hand in these quests. I don't know. My today's stream was like mostly Sunken Temple planned. At least the caffeine's helping the headache go away. That was tough. That was a tough earlier stream. I'm sorry. Those were miserable 2 hours. That headache was crushing me. Something's working. Growing is legal here, so you don't have a memory. Stand. Are you, man? You don't have to answer this. Are you in Canada? Oh wow. So you guys, it's interesting how you guys have your usernames. Like I don't want to say I apologize. A few times I've slipped up and I've said your real names, and I don't know if you want me to, and it's not intentional. I try to. I'm generally pretty good, but now I see when you're on. I see when you're on YouTube, you guys have your real names. So interesting. I I asked. I'll ask again. I don't know if you guys responded. I missed it. Northeast U.S. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Fair. So do you guys have any resolutions? That's what I asked. Do you guys have any resolutions this year? Because I generally don't do that, but one goal that I thought would be really cool, and it's not something I can control, not to my knowledge. I thought it would be really cool, at least for the stream, if I had a goal for the stream. A really cool goal for the stream this year is if we could get just custom emotes. That'd be really sick, because that's just like super fun and like memes and shit. And I don't think you can do it though until you hit a certain point, but I feel like if you keep streaming, maybe people say like if you do it just long enough, eventually you'll just sort of unlock custom emotes. So that'd be really cool, just to have custom emotes, just because like memes and shit, right? Like it's fun. I don't know, it's just fun. It's a fun idea. But that's sort of the idea. That's sort of the only goal for the stream is like custom emotes. Yeah. My resolution I posted in Cincy. Oh, okay. I won't share it then. That sounds private. I'll have to check though. Canada's like right over there. Yeah, the YouTube seems to be a little bit more delayed, I believe, but it seems like the quality is a little bit higher and it's a little bit more consistent as far as like skipping or stuff like that. That's so funny, Stand. That's so funny. Oy, oy, oy. I like the image, dude. I gotta stop smoking so much pot. What? Jesus Christ. What the fuck was it? Let's take a look. Oh my god, you guys have said so much since then. You guys have sent so much shit. Good Christ, man. Oh, I see it. I see it. Yeah, that was awesome. Okay, okay. This is what he said. This was awesome. I really like this. He posted a picture of Lord of the Rings. This is Lord of the Rings. That is Lord of the Rings, right? It looks like Lord of the Rings. Yeah, it's Gandalf. It's Lord of the Rings. It says New Year's resolution: party like a hobbit, look like an elf, drink like a dwarf, fight like a man, smoke like a wizard, be rich like a dragon. I love that. I thought that was so cool. That's so much fun. I got like one of those down, I think. I think I got smoking like a wizard down. Just gotta get the rest down now. Drink like a dwarf is crazy, right? That's nuts. Dwarves are fun though. I always like in Warhammer, not 40k, in Warhammer Fantasy, I always liked lizardmen and like Slanesh because they're monsters. I always like monsters. Nurgle, Slanesh, I always thought they were sick. But the one race that always had a, and I never really played fantasy, I just sort of knew of the models. The one race that always had a soft spot in my heart are the dwarves. I always loved the dwarves just because they're jacked, they're gay, and they have a strange obsession with classical music. There's many things. I'm joking, but they're super jacked, but they're tiny, and they have these big like burly beards, and they're demon slayers, but they're really tiny. It's just, I love the dichotomy of that. How like they're some of the mightiest, bravest, toughest like beings, and they're in these little packages. They're brutes. They're fucking animals, like savages, but they're like tiny. It's just it's the funniest like dichotomy to me. They're like the most vicious, or as it appears, because they're like barbarians in Warhammer. I remember I actually had a model. Um, Not as much of a 40k fan as OG. Man, I would love to play it. Well, dude, you got a dwarf beard for a while. You were rocking a dwarf beard for a while, like a Viking beard, right? Like two of you guys. It's very impressive. But I went to a show once that was in Toronto, and the entry prize, like, or not entry prize, but like when you pay for a ticket, you get like a baggie of like swag stuff we all get. It's what swag stands for, stuff we all get. But it was a model of a dwarf demon hunter. You know what? Let's see if I can find it actually. Because it's sick, and I'd love to show you guys if I could find it. And he was a dwarf demon hunter, and he was standing on a head of like a decapitated demon. And it's harder to find. This is it right here. This is it. I still probably have this in my room somewhere. I'll bring it up so you guys can see. One sec. It's so sick. Let's see if we can find a better image of it. Maybe this is like is a better one. One sec. I know I'm not really good at this. You gotta give me just a second. Open image. Yeah. Open image, a new tab. It's small. You gotta see bigger than that. Yeah, we'll do this. Reverse image search. There. Maybe you can see this. Give me one sec. Can you guys... No, but what if we do this? Hold on. No. God, I still... Oh, maybe it's because of this? Hold on. Can you see that a little bit? Hold on. How about that? Like that. Can you see it? That's sort of what it looked like. It was so sick. It was a cool model. It was just like the base was the head. The head is what went into the base. And I always thought that was such a cool model. It just looks so sick. And that's just, I feel like that, you ever seen Blood Bowl? I've seen Blood Bowl. I don't know a whole lot about it. I know it's like it's a tabletop game related to like football or something, isn't it? But I just thought that image, beard's growing again. Man, your beard grows so goddamn fast. What did I ask? Had, look in Discord. Oh, you still got the beard. Jesus Christ, guys. Jesus Christ. I thought you shaved it, Aaron. That's nuts. God, I've always envied your beard. I just shaved today. My beard doesn't grow like that. You guys have such epic beards. They grow so majestically. Mine is like just prickly kind of mess. Wow, it's sick, dude. I know but you use like oils and stuff. You guys it's a lot of maintenance. You guys take a lot of care of it, and this shows, like, right? This must not be true, for it isn't if the car might do. So does this lead to Zolgarub? Your labors with me are finished. You have touched a legend, and your actions may one day change the face of our world. I don't think it leads. I think this is the end. I could be wrong. This all stinks. That's a lot of stamp, but I'm not losing agility for this. So we'll just sell it. Yeah, look at that. See, it doesn't lead anywhere. Doesn't lead anywhere. Give me the spell to summon the avatar. What is that? Very cool. So I can say, give me the spell to summon the avatar. That's really cool. I never knew about that. I never knew about that. So you could summon him again, not for the quest, just for your friends. That's really cool. That's something I learned for the first time today. Because what if you want to farm him for drops? Or what if you want to help your friends, they don't have the quest, so it's forever. You can always just do it. I was barefaced this summer. Yeah, you were, right? I thought so, dude. So that's crazy how fast that grew. That wasn't very long at all. Wow, look at all these cooking recipes I didn't have. Holy, that's a lot of gold, though, but we'll do it. We'll sell that. I feel like it's not great, but we'll sell it. I have to hand in that quest in Hinterlands. Alright, they're so expensive. Jesus, but it's worth getting. Yikes, I'm gonna have no gold by the end of this. Classic is so hard to get gold, but it's worth it. Ugh, that hurt. Warhammer fantasy races playing football. That's so silly. I think I do like fantasy better, just because some of the races look a little bit cooler. Don't get me wrong, 40k is sick. I like them both equally, I think, but if I had to pick one or the other, I think I'd pick fantasy because I think the problem with 40K is, like with anything futuristic, is it's just when like
The troll with whom you spoke did not tell the truth. The two tablets you gained for himself
sorry.
containing the essence of Hakar, but there is more to that legend. I have studied long and found that there are 6 tablets of Mosharu, not 2. 6, and I fear that we will not like what secrets the others hold.
The Eastern Plague Lands.
Third and fourth tablets of Mosharu. They're in the east,
Jesus.
held by the Mossflayer trolls. Find them.
See, that story is what I'm talking about. People like classic weapons of a story. It's like this leads into Eastern Plague Lands. Why are the trolls in the Plague Lands? This also originally started before Sunken Temple started in Stranglethorn Vale. So it starts in Stranglethorn Vale. I lied. I think it starts in the troll starting area. They mentioned Hakar. Then you go to Stranglethorn Vale. They're there. Then you go to like here. There's some like troll artifacts and shit which lead to the Sunken Temple, which lead to Swamp of Sorrows, which leads to Sunken Temple, which leads to Eastern Plague Lands, which leads to like Zul'Gurub. It's all interconnected. It's sick. You just have to see how the pieces fit together. But if I had to pick between fantasy or 40K, my issue with 40K is like with a lot of futuristic stuff is when you're not like limited like or confined to like float like anything like gravity or time travel or stuff like that. Sometimes it gets a little bit ridiculous. It could be fun too, but sometimes it gets a little ridiculous. But I think Warhammer Fantasy is a little bit more reined in. And because there's a little bit more constraints to the story, it's a little bit easier to follow. It's not so abstract. It's a little bit more like linear, in my opinion. 40K is so abstract at times when they're talking about interdimensional stuff and psychic dimensions, and it's like, it's sick. It's really cool. I'm fascinated. I get all kinds of sick videos about it, about the lore, and I'm so fascinated. But at the same time, it's like, whoa, this is like really heady out there stuff, which is not a problem. But if I had to pick between the two, I sort of like the more reined in lizardmen, dwarves. Skaven is really cool. I like monsters. I really like monsters. Says he didn't like fantasy, but is WoW savant. WoW got me into fantasy, I'll say. I fell in love with WoW as a gameplay, and then the more I started reading the lore, I got addicted to the game because the game was fun. And the more I started reading the lore, I started falling in love with getting lost in the fantasy world. And now I love it so much that I complain when people look up guides, because it's destroying my immersion. Honestly. That's how, like, stupid I am. That's why I like reading everything. When we were playing Baldur's Gate, I like reading the stuff. It was cool. Sometimes I read it fast, but, like, because I feel like it's dog shit for me to just sit there reading it while you guys are just watching me read. So, like, I try to be mindful of that. Things with beards is they only grow so long before they... Okay, buddy, I hear you. Before the tensile strength of your hair fail and they pull out easy. Shedding. Before I got my hair cut, Casey said I was shedding everywhere. And I was. Every time I get up, I was shedding all over the place. But that's my head hair, not my facial hair. I have to go to Winter Spring, but I can't go there yet. We need to go to... Okay, let's go to... Oh, really quick, Aaron, you'll be able to see it, I guess, while we fly over it now. I mean, you've seen it before, I'm sure, 100 times, but... How do we get to... I guess Ratchet? No. Undercity would be better. Is he online? Nope. Could ask for a portal. So we'll just do it the long way, I guess. Take the long way home. When we fly, though, we should fly over Shimmering Flats. You should see Shimmering Flats for what it is. Or if you remember what Shimmering Flats used to look like. Before 4,000 Needles was underwater. We went here, dude. We were here yesterday, I think. Looking for those stupid boxes. Like, how sick is this zone? This is what I mean by immersion. It's just empty in every direction. It's so desolate and, like, creepy looking and, like... I don't know, it's just sick. I think if you add too much clutter, it ruins it for me. I like big open space sometimes. Tanaris, when you're in, like, the desert, you just see, like, mounds in the distance. It just goes on forever. You feel lost. Like, you're trapped in the desert. It feels like exciting. That's why a game that I got for free, Amazon was giving it away or something. I think it was Outer Wilds. And Outer Wilds seems like that kind of game. So I'm really excited to play it on stream. Because it seems like a kind of game where you just get lost exploring these like creepy planets, these empty, vacant planets. Like, that's so neat to me. Did it back in the day, the Torrent Plateau Towers and such. It's supposed to be desolate. Yeah, I love it. There's this in Desolus, and Desolus is like desolate as fuck too. But yeah, the Torrent Towers are up here. Yeah, they're interconnected with the whatever they're called. This the Horde camp. That's where the Horde go. But other than this Horde camp, down more, I think, is where the ones you're talking about are. Like, these are all interconnected, I think, more or less. By the hoofs, the black hoof, whatever they're called. I can never remember their name. Like the evil Taurens, black something, I think their names are. Something like that. Yeah. These are the evil ones. It's all interconnected. God, I can't think of what they're called. The guy hated them. Not Lightning Hoof. It's something like that, though. They supposedly they keep killing Alliance and saying and making it look like the Horde is doing it because they're trying to create a war between the Horde and the Alliance. So I guess so they could take over. You're starting to sound like Starfield devs. You're so funny, dude, because Starfield's got no content. I get it. I get it. I get it. What I like, so here's Starfield devs. Here's what I mean when I say I like vacant open stuff. I like vacant open stuff because it's mysterious and ominous and you don't know what's there. But as you keep going, there's content. And that's what makes the content exciting because you don't know there is content until you keep exploring. And the vastness makes it scary because you don't know what's over the horizon. But there are scary things over the horizon, not nothing. And not ships that cost $50,000. We've lost him. Starfield is... It's insane. Some of the things I've seen is that, or like the prices they charge. Is that like the norm for that genre of video game? Do people just like drop that kind of money regularly for those kinds of video games, or is that like an exception to the rule? I feel like gotcha games are like they have whales where like people spend like 20, 50K on the game, and like that's their bread and butter. Whales. They hold like a Candy Crush. I think had whales. People would spend like thousands, hundreds of that. Like maybe I don't know. If they mortgage their house, they'd lose everything spending it on these games. And I feel like these games count on those players. I feel like that's a minority, but they carry the majority that doesn't do that. I remember. I think it was 60 Minutes. A woman's husband and kids left her, I think, because she got addicted to Candy Crush and she wasn't taking care of the kids, leaving them in dirty diapers. And the husband's like, I gotta, like, this is insane. Like, she's forgetting to cook them meals. It was crazy. Like, she was like super addicted. And I feel like it had nothing to do with Candy Crush. I feel like that level of addiction could have been anything at that point. That's like severe mental illness. But I remember hearing about that. I think it was like 60 Minutes or something. Uh, I think she stopped playing at that point of 60 Minutes, but she was explaining her story, I guess, how she got hooked, and she's trying to get her life back together now after getting like hooked. And I think there's a bit of like a them being like, ooh, these online games are addictive and evil. It's like, I don't know if that's I mean, I see what you're saying, but like it's no different than gambling. It's not like it's anything new, really. Like maybe it's you say it's more nefarious because kids have access to it, but I don't know. Uh, but there's nothing on the moon. The astronauts weren't bored. Also, for ship cost, you are confusing Starfield with Star Citizen. Oh my god, you're right. Oh, I forgot they're two different games. That's crazy. Starfield is Todd Howard, right? Fallout guy? And Star Citizen is the other game. Okay. Yeah. Starfield got dog shit reviews when it first came out. I think there was a lot of people that were super excited for it. I think like there was a lot of hype, and I think when it came out, everybody's like, this stinks. There's nothing to do. And they're like, that's the excitement of it. And it's like, yeah, you gotta put something there. Like, you can make it vast. Desolus is super vast. But on the outskirts, there are things. So I'm okay if there's vastness from point A to point B. That makes it exciting. But give me a point A and point B. The vastness in between is what makes it feel immersive. But there still needs to be an end goal or something. I can only imagine, Aaron. I can only frickin' imagine. I'm getting hungry myself. I'd love to eventually invest in an Instapot because they seem like really cool, like nifty devices for cooking stuff like that. And I feel like I'm really big with texture. Like really, like I will not eat foods because of texture. It's tough and it's hard for me to get around certain foods because of texture. So stews or soups, I feel like help is the word maybe emulsify things, so like it's all one texture, or makes it easier, so there's not such a differentiation of texture, and I feel like it's an easier way for me to try to get more nutrients by like tricking myself by putting it in stuff like that. It's not the same as any addiction. Phone game addiction is being created and modified to be that way. They hire actual psychologists. Yeah, that's what 60 Minutes was saying. 60 Minutes was saying that like this like the phone games, or some of these games, these Facebook games, these games are predicated on the idea of getting you hooked and like playing with like the reward mechanism of the brain to like very early on give you a flood of dopamine and then rob you of it, so you chase it, and then money is the answer to unlocking more quicker instead of having to wait. It's almost like they punish you for not playing, or for not paying intentionally, so you're punished for not paying, so paying releases the punishment so you can get back to a normal, not even eventually not even to an elevated state, just to like a normal state even, which is like sort of messed up to say. Don't use Instapot for stew, you do stovetop. Then move the pot into the oven. Oh my goodness. So is that like a full stainless steel pot you're using? Stainless steel handles and everything. I've not leveled my fishing. That's the one thing I haven't leveled. So that's something I gotta work on. Yeah, we're waiting for that. Man, whether I'm playing retail or whether I'm playing classic, I'm always waiting for the boat in Booty Bay. It doesn't matter. Wow, I've never heard of a baked stew. That's crazy. Is that the norm? You always just bake stew? Is that something you're always supposed to do? That sounds great. Pea soup, man. I haven't had pea soup in so long. Oh wow, that's incredible. It's a good trick. I didn't know that. To like simmer it down so it gets like more like thick. Is that what happens? Yeah, we're not using that. Yeah, looting it would bind it to you. What else am I gonna do with it? It's all soulbound. What does it matter? What's the alternative? Yeah, it's none of this is getting used. It's all just getting sold. It all stinks. It looks cool, but not very good. That is ugly. That's just a ring. Hey, it's a gnome. Do I even have fishing? I learned it. I must have learned it, right? Yeah, we learned it. I've never fished once, I don't think. I don't even have a fishing rod. Sorry, I think it's back in my bank. I think my fishing rod's in my bank. I haven't even started yet. I maxed out cooking. We almost maxed out leatherworking, so now we just have like fishing pretty much. Yeah, that's why I don't have much gold, because I've been working on all my professions, trying to like max everything with my level. Mitting the oven this time. Man, both of you guys cook such interesting stuff. That sounds so good. Yeah, crockpots are game changers. I like my crockpot, but a crockpot's different from an Instapot, right? Because the Instapot is it's a pressure cooker, right? This is how insane I am. This guy's, I believe his pants, based on how they look, are the pants from Wailing Caverns, and I believe his gloves might be the same. Let's take a look. The gloves are tough leather gloves. I'm wrong, but the pants are sick Devite legs. Knew it. Slick Devite legs. I believe it's from Wailing Caverns. Yeah, I'm crazy. I think those look like the ones from Wailing Caverns, but they're a slightly different color. So that's not the Wailing Caverns one. The Corpse Makers, yeah, Razor Front Crawl, it says. It's a really good warrior weapon, the Corpse Maker, actually, I believe. Drops pretty often. An oil-infused ceramic Dutch oven. The handles are all metal, so I can pick it up to 450. Wow. Is that what brazing is? I never knew what I've heard the term brazing. I didn't know what it actually was. Dutch oven. Let's Google what a Dutch oven is. Oh, interesting. It sort of looks like a goodness. I can't think of what they're called. Excuse me. Does it have like a release for pressure, or how does that? Does the pressure not build in that? Oh, Aaron, your life will be changed forever. Waffle maker? I'm broke, and I've been sad ever since. They are game changers. There's nothing like fresh homemade waffles. You are never going to leave the house ever again. You're going to sit at home, ordering flour off Amazon, and eating waffles until you're 110 years old. May I ask what kind of waffle maker you bought? First off, the most important question. Is it round or is it square? Hmm. Right. Flight path. Man, I miss my waffle maker. It broke recently. It got its money's worth. I'll say that much. It made so many waffles, like probably a couple hundred waffles. There was a point where I was eating waffles like a few times a week to the point where even Casey's like, okay, you're eating a lot of waffles. Yeah, man, waffles are the best. I almost like waffles then. It's a square ninja vertical waffle maker. It's just a heavy pot, often metal coated ceramic that you put food in part cooked and finish it off in. I see. Wow, square vertical. That's crazy. Sorry for the yawns. My God. Auctioneer. That's sick, dude. I gotta Google this thing. That is insane looking. What? Are you kidding? What is this? What kind of nonsense is this? That's crazy, man. What? You pour it in through the top? Kind of fan of Ninja products. What I use for waffles is my griddler. I have the griddler. Isn't that a Batman villain? I have flat plates, grill plates, and waffle plates for it. Dude, that is the ideal. Okay, I gotta say, this is what I'll say. First off, I have to ask, Aaron, are the waffle plates removable? Can you remove the plates? Because my last waffle maker, I couldn't remove the plates, and cleaning it was such a pain. So what Torin just said is what I'd like to do next time, which is get something get like plates that you could just soak the whole thing because there's no electronics. We also have a stir fry kind of thing. And again, because the socket is directly into it, you have to be very careful when cleaning it. You can't submerge it in water. You have to sort of like keep it sideways and just wash the bowl part out. But it's just too much effort for me, I guess. I don't know. I just want to be able to just throw the whole thing in like the dishwasher, just soak the whole thing in like soapy water. Because I'm so afraid of getting it in the electronics. Not that like it's meant to be, so clearly it won't break. I've done it, I've done it many times, but it's just an extra like thing that's like, I never considered it until after I had it, and I'm like, wow, that would be super convenient if it came out. You pour through the top. Riddler's a Batman villain. I was saying the Griddler. The Griddler's a Batman villain, right? Hinterlands. Those stir fryers aren't electronic. Yeah, it's not a stir fry. I don't know what she calls it. Like it's a whatever it is. It's like it's got a. Yeah. You're correct. You're correct. You're correct. I just see something that gets plugged into or it needs to get plugged into, and I'm just like, water shouldn't touch it. I feel like it wouldn't break it. You just dry it off. It's not gonna like destroy it. I try to keep it out of the water because it just seems like it's just better to do that to prolong its life. But you're right. Like I'm not gonna get electrocuted or anything. I'm not afraid of that. Sealed terminals. Okay, now you're throwing all these big words at me because I don't understand them. I'm going to take them as disrespect. Sealed terminals. What do you think I am? An electrician? The only terminal I know is the one I got to go to catch my train. That's the only terminal that I know. Okay, while we fly for the next 45 minutes, I'm gonna quickly pee because I have a lot of coffee. Okay, not yet. I lied. Give it a second. Terminal illness. Yeah, let's, I guess that's another one too. I didn't think about that. Jesus. Uh, velocity. Okay, okay. He's just using big words now. Now he's just pulling out the thesaurus, which I believe died 25 million years ago, but I could be incorrect. But I did see that. I liked the way they represented the thesaurus in Jurassic Park. That was awesome. That's frozen. I ain't getting anything. I ain't getting anything out of that. That's frozen. Okay, I forgot. I left that in the freezer a little too long. Oh man, so I gotta watch. There's a few movies that came out, a few horror movies that look interesting. One of them's like Ghost or something. Smile 2, I know, is coming out soon. You don't understand the gravity of the conversation. Okay, these guys are great. They keep me so entertained on these flight paths to nowhere. I'm literally going to Hinterlands just to hand in a quest, then I feel like I got a hearth back. I look forward to Diablo 2. It wasn't in the cards today. Like I'm glad my headache's not as bad as it was because it was tough earlier. I was like really pushing through it, but I just want to be able to enjoy Diablo on a day where I'm like not just showing up. Like what I mean by that is I apologize if today's stream was less than ideal. I sort of had to call it in a little bit because I'm still sort of feeling a little run down or under the weather, whatever it is. But I still wanted to do it and not do it at all. So I'm like, even if it's a half-ass stream, even if I'm a little bit like tired or like, I'd still rather just be here than not be here. Um, so Sunday will be much more lively and better and more, yeah. But I appreciate you guys being patient in the meantime. But I am really excited for Diablo. I got to look more into the classes. Because I haven't done enough research, and I feel like if it's something you're going to commit quite a few hours to, although just the class fantasy of Necromancer is almost enough for me to just want to try it out. I just hope that the gameplay is like jives with how I play. But eventually, I imagine we'll try it all. I feel like eventually you'll try every class just to see how they all feel different. As I'm curious for Baldur's Gate. But the cool thing about Baldur's Gate is it seems like you can try a few classes at once. With Baldur's Gate. Like Lae'zel's a fighter, I think. Karlach's a barbarian, so you can sort of like double or triple dip a little bit if you're creative enough. Excuse me. Speaking of Ghost, it really grinds my gears. Patrick Swayze died in like 2013, but they haven't recast him in a sequel Ghost movie yet. That's so funny. That's fucked up. Maybe the Ghostbusters got him. He died in 2013. That's crazy, dude. Wow. It's been dead for a while. I have never seen Ghost. I know of it. It's one of those movies like it's a lot of 80 movies I just don't care about. Do you guys like 80s movies? In my opinion, the 80s was like the most forgettable time in film. And that's like blasphemy, I know, because nostalgia and the Goonies and Gremlins and you guys like all that shit, but just this like film was so influential for a long time, and then like late 70s, 80s came out and it was just coke-fueled Schwarzenegger explosions, silliness, like, and there's not a problem with that. It's just not my kind of filmmaking. But just like, I don't know, films used to seem a little bit more meaningful, and then I feel like late 70s, early 80s was the real start of like blockbuster. To be fair, Star Wars was a huge blockbuster, and like you could say Christ, what was that film? Ben-Hur. You could say those are like blockbuster films, but they had more depth, I think. A little bit more like character development. But like the 80s was just like explosions and guns and like Die Hard, which is like the 90s. And yeah. So there were some bangers. But Breakfast Club, you know, it was okay. I'm not a big John Hughes. That was John Hughes, right? John Hughes did Breakfast Club, the 16 movie, like those ones. He works with Molly Ringwald. Still better than Poor Things. Yes, it's better than Poor Things. Anything is better than Poor Things. This stream is better than Poor Things, if you ask me. That movie was just the poor. You know what the real poor things were about that movie? Us. We were the poor things for having to sit through that movie. That was the poor things. Jesus Christ, that movie was painful. I like Full Metal Jacket. Um, do I like it? Well, it's important. I don't know if I like it. It's dark. It's very depressing. It's probably Kubrick's most depressing movie in my opinion. Just because of like what it says about like how like degrading war is, and just what it does to like an individual. Um, yeah, I don't know if I like it. It's very meaningful and important art, and I would recommend everybody see it. But it's pretty depressing. Breakfast Club doesn't hold up. I agree. I'm not a huge fan. Was equal to Close Encounters of a Third Kind. Yeah, Close Encounters. I watched recently. Actually, I've never seen it. That was Spielberg, right? I'm pretty sure it was Spielberg. It was. I was a little bored, but I think you have to consider the time it came out. I think when it came out, it was pretty exciting and revolutionary, and I think it was very experimental in a sense, very a very unique take on like aliens, and I think it was exciting for its time. But looking back with what we have now and looking at like Alien, right, like which is crazy. I think Alien came out after Close Encounters, or I could be incorrect. I could have the timeline incorrect. Um, but I wasted your time. Fair, fair, fair. You know, I've never seen Spinal Tap. I've never seen Spinal Tap, and it's on my list. That's Harry Shearer, right? Mr. Burns. I've never seen it. And Rob Reiner, I think, directed it or wrote it, but it's always been on my list. I know some references from it, but I've never seen Spinal Tap. But it looks like a hilarious film. Um, and this is a weird, random segue. But something else I'd like to see is just a Deadpool versus Wolverine. I didn't see it, but I heard it was pretty fun. I'm not big into Marvel films, but I love Logan, and I like that. I like that Hugh Jackman came back. So I'd love to see him one more time, just to see him. One sec, quick bathroom. Okay, friends, my apologies. Oh, so close. Yeah, hear me? Oof. 80s was Flight of the Navigator. Great trailer. I've seen that. 80s was big for action and comedy. Some of the best comedy movies came out in the 80s. Yeah, you're correct. I agree with that. That's when things got less serious, I think, in filmmaking was in the 80s. And that's just not for me personally. I like comedies, don't get me wrong. But I don't know. I just like more serious films. Not that there's not a place for like slashers or the silly buddy comedies or the action films. If that's what you like, I'm happy for you. I just seemed like there was a like that was huge in the 80s. That was a boom, no pun intended, for like action flicks. Flight of the Navigator. Yes, sir. I will type it in. You know what? Okay, we got to do this. We're gonna do this after stream. We're gonna make a media channel where you could just post whatever kind of media shit you want, and then we'll just check it out. So that way, I have like a place to see it. Flight of the Navigator. We're typing it right now. Oh, it's from the 86. Oh, that's interesting. Sarah Jessica Parker. Paul Rubens is in it. Jesus. Wow. It's an interesting cast. How did you find this film? Or Matthew Broderick is in it? Wow, Matthew Broderick is in it before he married Sarah Jessica Parker. Bob Barker's in it. That's strange. That's the thing about 80s movies. 80s movies have like they were really experimental at times. 80s and 90s. There was a lot of I think what happened was during that boom when movies were just raking in the cash. Like it was just after Star Wars, I think the film industry really changed forever. Became who was it? David Lynch. If you know who David Lynch is, who I believe wrote Twin Peaks and all but Eraserhead, all kinds of other weird avant-garde shit. David Lynch is fun. He said George Lucas wanted him to direct Star Wars Episode 3 or like 6, whatever. Star Wars Episode 6. I think it was 6. After the success of the first two. And David Lynch is like, I respect George Lucas. I don't care about Star Wars. I don't know the first thing about Star Wars. I have no interest in directing it. But I want to meet George Lucas just because if he wanted me to do this movie, I respect him as a director and I'd love the opportunity to meet him. And he said that he met him, and even back then, seeing George Lucas was like tougher than seeing the president. They had to give you an ID card. You have this ID card. You give it to security. They scan it to make sure it's legit. They put you in this building. You're in this building, going up elevators, going into secret rooms, and there he is at his desk, and he's like, we were successful at making movies, and then George was in like a league of his own. His movies were he was a billionaire back then. Like it was insane, the merchandise, the success. Like you never saw success like that in film, like Star Wars, and it changed the movie industry forever because like the money that it brought in, unrelated to seeing the film, just merchandise deals, licensing deals, like guest appearances, like it created a whole market. And I feel like that really changed movies forever, with like Jurassic Park and merchandise and toys and like cereals and cartoons and Christmas specials and uh, it's not that easy, but less serious. Even the action movies tried to be serious. There's a big push in effects after Star Wars, for sure, for sure, for sure. I agree with that, absolutely. And you know what's interesting is even today the practical effects, Tom Savini with his makeup, or Spielberg with his animatronics, or it still looks better. Even the movies from the 80s, in my opinion, with animatronics or like monster makeup, practical effects, it still holds up better than the CGI of today. CGI just doesn't. I don't like it. It doesn't work. I don't know. I like practical. I always like practical better. But the point is, David Lynch was saying that George Lucas understood very early on, movies aren't just art, they're business too. And if you know how to play your cards right, you can become very profitable while telling your story. And David Lynch didn't care as much about that, but he's like, but George Lucas understood that very early on, and he made a very successful career way before like anyone else, because he understood if you can balance the art and the business, like you're set for life. And he did a very good job at that. And that's sort of what like a lot of them have done. Like they've learned to balance the art with the business, or the craft of making movies with the business of making movies. But then you do have David Lynch, who made like weird Netflix movies about like a talking monkey that was like in black and white, and it was strange. And but that's David Lynch, and that's why we love David Lynch, right? Because he's weird like that. He just does, and he just does weird things. And he made a career out of it, and it works. And you have John Waters, Quentin Tarantino. These are like weird directors that make their own. They put up their own money and they make weird films, and then they find their audience and they blow up, and then they have a comfortable little nest that they could call home, and they still get to stay true to who they are, and that's awesome. Yeah, I thought I mentioned the Goonies. I said Goonies. I said Gremlins. I know you guys like those movies. Goonies, Gremlins, like Hook. Hook was in like the 80s. Was it a 90s Hook? Um, Maybe Little Rascals. They've remade like 100,000 times. CGI holds up when it's understood and applied properly. And they took off. People played with them and didn't know how to use them. You're right. You're correct. CGI used sparingly or appropriately works. They like it worked in the original Star Wars when they did like Anakin's arms and stuff with green screens and stuff like that. It works well. It does work. My point is like it's like autotune or salt. It's just abused because of how easy it is to abuse it. Everybody just abuses it. Marvel abuses the shit out of it. It's like fat or salt or anything else. It's like of course it can make it better, so you just apply it to everything. It's a fix-all solution for everything. Just do it instead of anything else, but like it doesn't work. It ruins it in my opinion. If you use it to like slowly enhance things or add like things here, it works. But like these Marvel movies or these shows, She-Hulk felt like it was like 90% CGI. It was insane. It seemed almost intentionally sabotaged. Like it was so weird. It was so weird to see. And I watched She-Hulk, and I didn't mind it. It wasn't the worst thing Marvel ever produced. Got a lot of hate, and I wasn't one of those people that shit on it. I'm like, it is what it is. Like, it's, for what it is, it's fine, I guess. I don't know. But the CGI was, like, shameful. Oh, do you want out? You want in? Give me one sec, I'll let her in. You didn't even try to push it. And now you want out? What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. So we finished this quest. I think I'm going to take that helm. I think that helm is better. Yes, I'm losing 1 agility. I'm gaining a fairly significant amount of armor. I'm gaining a lot of intellect, a lot of spirit. It's literally 1 agility. I want the mana regeneration. That's why I'll take it. I'm willing to sacrifice for the mana regen. What I hate, though, about troll helmets, because this is such a cool-looking helmet. How stupid is that? Just cover my face. What's the point? What is this nonsense? Good God. Alright, well, we're done. See, this doesn't lead anywhere either. This is what I mean. Like, these quests don't lead to ZG. I don't think I was talking about. The CGI was lazy. Yeah. You know what show I really enjoyed? Was Moon Knight. I thought Moon Knight was so sick. Oh my God. I thought it was so cool. And Oscar Isaac, I believe is the actor's name. He's such a killer. I didn't know who the hell he was. I was watching Moon Knight and I told my brother, he doesn't watch Marvel stuff. And I'm just like, this actor, in Moon Knight, I don't know who he is. He's awesome. And he's like, oh, that's Oscar Isaac. He's in all these movies. He's a fabulous actor. And I'm like, I've never heard of him before, but he crushes. He's so good. Yeah, he's fun because it's tough to play 2 roles. And if you know what Moon Knight is, essentially he has like multiple personalities in his head, and the way they depict it is like he'll be like talking to himself in like a reflection in a mirror, and he plays both roles, and he's talking to himself as 2 very different characters, and that's really hard to do, but he did such an excellent job with it. Is Airplanes. Police Academy was also good. Yeah, I've seen you talking about Airplane with Leslie Nielsen, right? I've seen the first one 100 years ago. I say Don't Call Me Shirley often. I remember scenes from it. I don't remember the whole film, but I remember it was unbelievably funny. Yo, The Lost Boys was a fucking banger. I love The Lost Boys. That was Corey Haim, right? That was a fun movie. Was The Lost Boys? Wasn't he? Who's Donald Sutherland's kid? He was in it, I'm pretty sure, when he was quite young. I think he was in The Lost Boys as well, if I remember correctly. That was a really fun movie, The Lost Boys. But yeah, the 80s movies are a little wild. They just seem very coke-fueled. Same with the music. Just the 80s as a whole seemed like a very coke-fueled time. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm just imagining that. Where are we flying to? I guess we could just Hearth. Is our Hearthstone up? Our Hearthstone is up. Because we have to go to Felwood, technically. Yeah, we should go to Felwood. Yeah, it was Kiefer. Kiefer Sutherland. I always remember his father. I can never remember his name. Kiefer Sutherland. Yeah, he's fun. He was quite young. He was young in that, wasn't he? Dude, look at how busy Orgrimmar is now. Oh my god. What's... Oh, it didn't sell. Poop. Okay, we'll sell stuff later. I love this Twitch emote. Man, it's so funny to me. I love it. I love seeing these Twitch emotes in my chat. No one remembers the story. You're right, you're right. So I think the story of Airplane was, I don't remember what book I was reading, but they said no one understood Airplane. When the writers wrote the story, they hired a bunch of dramatic actors, serious, non-comedic actors, to read these crazy lines that, like, no one in the right mind would ever say. And they couldn't, for the life of them, they couldn't understand what was going on. They're like, why do you want us to read this? This doesn't make sense. It's stupid. Why are we saying it funny? Why are we saying it serious? And the directors are like, just do it. Just say it serious. Say the silly lines as serious and earnestly as you can. And they didn't get it. And as soon as they saw the first take of the day, after they were done shooting for the day, all the actors watched what they did, and it clicked. They're like, oh, we get the humor now. Because there was nothing done like that before. So once they saw themselves on camera for the first time, they're like, now we understand. We essentially created a new genre, which they sort of did. And the Airplane is just brilliant. It's just like they play it so straight. Airplane has a story. I've never seen Bill and Ted. I've never seen it. I know of it. Yeah, Indiana Jones is brilliant. I love Indiana Jones. I've never I love Indiana Jones so much. But Indiana Jones, in my opinion, feels like a 70s movie. It just feels like a Spielberg movie. It doesn't matter what year Spielberg releases a movie. His movies feel like a kid. Both George Lucas and Spielberg, they feel like a kid made a movie. They're just kids that grew up. And what I mean by that is, when you watch Indiana Jones, I can just imagine a kid being like, and then he grabs his idol, and then this big ball comes, and he's running from the ball with the doors closing, so he doesn't think he's going to make it, so he slides really cool, right? And he slides right under, but then his hat's there, so he grabs his hat. Like, that's what it seems like when they're explaining Indiana Jones. It's just like a 4-year-old explaining a story. And every time I watch a Spielberg film, or Star Wars or something, I feel like a kid again. It just feels so innocent and fun and exciting and like movie magic. And I don't know how they do it every time, but they do it every time. It feels so just people that love movies making movies. A Spielberg or George Lucas movie, in my opinion. Temple of Doom was 84. Yeah, Indiana Jones is so much fun. I've always loved Indiana Jones. The third one was pretty damn good. Lost Ark was 81. They made a show that was canceled after a few episodes. Airplane was the leftover writing for the show that turned into a movie. That's funny. Well, it's funny that it worked, like, because it created a whole genre of parodies, right? Like, people, you couldn't explain parodies to people before, like Airplane. Then people just clicked, and everybody liked parodies. And then there was like a million parodies since then. But the writers couldn't convey to the actors why it worked until they saw it themselves, and then it just clicked in their mind. Oh, we get it now. So I gotta send stuff over, I guess, just to clear my bags. Alright, so what we got here? God, I feel like Classic is like, I don't know. I feel like it's boring content. I don't know. I like watching it, but I don't know. I feel like it's so slow. But it's nice to have that gold. I'm not going to use this for like stamina. It's dumb. I'd rather have the agility. We'll just sell it for gold, something. We'll hold on to this stuff for now. We'll sell that. Big flask of mojo. Like, it's bag space, man. You play retail WoW now, and it's just like, you have unlimited bag space. Although I didn't have unlimited bag space, but... Hey, we can get rid of that shit in our bags now, all those ransom notes we had. Wow. That's nice. Like, look at this. Like, what am I? There's no bag space. Hmm. Let's get rid of that. It's cheap. Doesn't sell for much. Small eggs. I mean, just get rid of them. Who cares? What can I put in here? Let's put the trinkets in there at least. Oh, I forgot I have the cat quest. Hmm. Room for one more thing, maybe? I can't use that for another 5 hours. 6 hours. You know, something I never saw until much later, and I actually really respected the writing, because Stallone wrote it, was Rocky. I was shocked that he wrote that. Like, who knew? He seems like a bit of like a dummy, I guess, just because of like the way he carries himself. But he seems like a fairly smart guy. I mean, the story has a lot of heart. It seems like a really well written, well developed story, a great character arc. I was really impressed with Rocky. I don't care about some like wanting to be a fighter. Some like I just don't care about the story. But no, it was a beautiful story, right? Like about going the distance. It's not about winning or losing. It's just about like believing in yourself and convincing yourself that even though you don't think you can still show up. And I don't know, maybe that's just like raw ego shit. But I thought, hey, this guy came out of nowhere, Stallone, and he wrote this very human story. It's not a Citizen Kane, but it's very human. It's very honest, very raw, and I thought that's very commendable. I thought it was a really nice story, Rocky. I never watched the whole series. Um, I believe you're correct. I believe that's the story. Yeah. If you want serious, Scarface was 80s. Scarface was 80s. So are you joking that Scarface is serious? Because I thought Scarface was a great film. I thought it was really good. And the reason why is because it's when we're watching Al Pacino play like a larger than life, he's so ridiculous. He seems so insane, so silly. He's playing such an over the top character, but I think that's the brilliance of it because when you're that coked out, when you're that coked to the gill, you feel invincible and you think you're like the superhero of your own movie. And I always watch Scarface not as like how ridiculous is this Tony Montana character, but this Tony Montana character is so coked up all the time that he genuinely believes everything he's saying. He is so out of his mind. He is in a continuous state of like psychosis that he believes that he is the most powerful, indestructible person in the world. He rose to this power and now he's unstoppable and anyone in his way will be destroyed because he genuinely believes that he is like a god amongst men. And I thought that was such a good such a good come up to completely forget your past, to completely forget where you came from. And you're just so power hungry. I loved it so much. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean it's very Scarface feels like it's a dirty film. It feels a little bit dirty, but it's you feel like you need a cigarette after. It's just like what a ride. Oh my God. Like it's long and it's just by the time it ends, you're just like, God, like I want to just like I feel like dirty just even watching that. Just because it was such a gritty like Taxi Driver feels like this, you just want to wash like a layer of grime off you. When you watch Taxi Driver, it feels like such a gritty film, like Nightcrawler. The newest film that I could describe that feels like that kind of genre is Nightcrawler with Jake Gyllenhaal. It feels like a very gritty and dirty film, and after you watch it, you just feel like I don't know, like dirty. Your soul feels dirty. It's interesting. I love them. They're great films, and like I like that's why I like that they can make you feel that because they make you just feel this like, ooh, like this. I don't know, this yuckiness, which is great. Because you know Jake Gyllenhaal's a nice guy. They're all fictional characters. None of it's real. But for the 2-3 hours that you're there, it's real. It's real enough, and that I think is cool. I always think it's interesting when like siblings make it in Hollywood because like it's hard enough to make it as one person, but for you both to make a success. Although I wonder if like maybe they had family or something. Maybe that's how they rose to fame a little bit easier. I don't know who their parents were. The Thing was brilliant. Look, I'm not saying all 80 movies suck. I'm not saying all films from the 80s suck. I'm just saying that there seemed to be an influx of like meaningless gobbledygook in the 80s, and I feel like it. The same thing with music in the 80s. It seems like the 70s. It seems like the cocaine was so good in the 70s that it fueled this insanity of the 80s. Just the weird synthy music, like Devo-like bands, and weird like Predator and Jason Goes to Space. Like just weird films. Forgettable weird films. Okay, you said Princess Bride. I just mentioned that to the fiance the other day. I've never seen The Princess Bride. I had no idea the cast of that movie. Mandy Patinkin, Billy Crystal, like what a cast. I need to see Princess Bride. It looks like so much fun. I've never seen it. It looks like a blast. I have to see it. It's on my list and I'm going to see it soon. And 80s wasn't all coked out. Motley Crue was cocaine and heroin. Yeah, you're right. You're right. There's a little bit of both, honestly. Holy moly. When you look at the bands, like, that's what I mean. Like, it's funny how, like, the early 60s, or, early 60s was counterculture. People were reading, like, Allen Ginsberg and, like, a lot of that stuff. The electrical acid test, Tom Wolfe with the Ken Kesey and the Merry Pranksters giving sunshine acid to everyone, the Grateful Dead. It was like experimental. It was a lot of rebellion. And then the 70s came around. It was a little bit more like protesting and a little bit more. What's going on here? All these torrents. It's like a giant torrent meeting or something. It's for this thing. I see. They're all waiting for this thing. It seemed like with Vietnam War, there's a lot of protest music. A lot of like Share the Land, the Guess Who, that kind of stuff. And then the 80s came around. It was like hair metal and glam bands and like just, I don't know, it just sort of went wild. It went like Bob Dylan, right? Like I feel like fueled the fire for a lot of like protest music, inspired a lot of people to get like involved politically through like art. And then the 80s happened. It was just fun again, which is not a problem with that. It just seemed like the 80s was a lot more fun than the 60s and 70s. And it's not like we didn't have a slew of problems in the 80s as well. There were still wars going on and stuff, but I don't know. It just seemed like people needed a break from like seriousness and like Motley Crue and hair bands and fun music and party music and Metallica, and Andre was in The Princess Bride, right? I forgot about that. That's so funny. Mr. Dress Up. Oh, Mr. Dress Up was Canadian, right? Hold on. Where the hell are we? Right here. We gotta go right here. Yeah. I believe you're right though, Aaron. About Sylvester Stallone produced Rocky himself, I think, because no one wanted to take a chance on him. So he ended up putting up his own money, and I think it worked out. And then he became like a Hollywood sweetheart. Because yeah, Aliens is awesome. Sylvester Stallone moved to Canada? I didn't know that. I think he's from Philadelphia, I think. I could be wrong, but I think he's from Philly. I say that because my dad, who lived there, he was sort of like an icon there. And there's a statue of Stallone by the stairs, I think. Like that with the fist, right? I think it's in Philly. I don't know if he's from Philly or we just shot it in Philly, but I thought he was from Philly. Oh, this guy. Nibby the Almighty. Who are you, Nibby the Almighty? He's definitely a demon. Definitely. It's a warlock quest. Interesting. It's a warlock quest. So the Rock Delar quest for hunters. You see people like this walking. A gnome will be walking randomly in Silithus. And if you have the Rock Delar quest, you talk to him, and it says, I know your disguised demon, and he turns into a demon, and you gotta fight him. It's fun. You have to remember technology progressing, causing some changes. 80s pop synth was due to the development of synthesizer technology. Yes. Oh, definitely not lost on me. Definitely not lost on me. Like, you could tell, like, when, like, electric keyboards came out, like, it was, like, all the rage. I just don't like the noise. That's what it is. It's not that, like, I have an issue. Look, when Autotune came out, everybody and their mom was using Autotune, right? I get it. Like, it's just... Am I done this quest or not? It says I have 2 out of 2, but I don't think I do. I just don't like the way it sounds. I don't like synthy music. I don't like 80s music very much. Entropic Beast. It's the horror that I need. That's why. Okay, so I think they look the same. I just need to find a horror. Action figures were due to the progression of special effects to a point of it being easier and more affordable. Oh, action films. Action films. That makes sense. That's fair. I think it's also like, I think they're super profitable as well. Mindless action films. There was, especially at the time when the genre was huge, they were like trying to make everybody an action star. Like, I think they tried with Dolph Lundgren, Jean-Claude Van Damme, and it stuck a little bit, but not like it did with Schwarzenegger or the other guy who his name I said, who was in Sylvester Stallone. They really seem to stick. I watched Schwarzenegger's documentary, and to be fair, he wasn't just an instant overnight success. He worked really hard for a long, long, long time, and he kept getting denied, and he really put himself in positions that I think would take a lot of courage for the average person to do, but he did it with the intention of maybe it working out and him having this opportunity that he now has. So it paid off. But I think there were like stories where he would like call people, he would show up with like gifts or not forcing meetings, but like someone would deny him a meeting and he would show up at their office being like, "Hey, I'm curious if you'd reconsider." Like the average person wouldn't do that. That's like pretty risky, I guess, for your reputation if you piss the wrong person off. But it seems like whenever I hear stories of people that are really successful, they sort of take risks that other people wouldn't necessarily take. And sometimes it blows up in their face, I'm sure. But maybe that's like high risk, high reward. You know, maybe, I don't know. Daft Punk. You like Daft Punk, huh? That's interesting. I mean, Daft Punk's okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not huge. I'm not huge on Daft Punk. I'm not huge on like techno. You know what I like though recently? This is very different. I listen to mostly a lot of punk rock or like acoustic or stuff like that. Vocal trance. I'm really into vocal trance recently. Mostly when I play World of Warcraft, I'll find like a Spotify playlist of vocal trance, and you just get lost. You get lost in it. I don't know. It's interesting. It's. I thought I could go around. I can't go around. That sucks. Yeah. I can't say any artists of vocal trance. Whatever playlist I found, but it's fun to play late at night, headphones on, take an edible, get lost in the game, listen to some vocal trance, grind away. I don't know if I would like it as much for retail because classics, a lot of like you're spending an hour killing the same mob. So it's like sort of dead brain. Retail might be too much stimulation that like maybe the vocal trance is too much. But for locking in, for going like autistic, just farming like 300 tigers, the vocal trance is fun. Meryl Streep used her baking to get roles in movies. Like, that's what I mean. Stuff like that. I feel like it takes a certain individual to be like, what if I just show up at this person's office, introduce myself, and maybe I'll make a bit bigger impact that way. I saw a video recently of someone supposedly did that. They pretended to be an Uber Eats guy, and I believe they delivered the resume. They cooked their resume, I think, into like donuts or something like that. And I think they got the job because it was such a creative way of getting their attention. Now that could have blown up in his face. He could have been charged with trespassing, and that's a risk, I guess. I think intention is huge. Maybe if the company's cool, they'll be like, yeah, what he did was wrong. He shouldn't have done it this way, but he didn't mean anybody any harm. He's just trying to, break through the clutter of all the resumes. I think that's a fair response. I think you could say like, hey, we're not interested, but we shouldn't charge this person criminally. They don't seem to be a criminal. They're just trying their hardest to maybe make something of themselves in the world. But it does come with a risk, I guess, if you do stuff like that, right? But I guess also the reward is maybe worth the risk to some people. I don't know. I think even putting yourself out there for anything, sharing pictures on Instagram, even of your hobby, I think is too much for some people. But I think even doing that could lead to opportunities. My friend who's in here does a lot of woodworking, and he posts it sometimes to his Instagram. And you never know if someone stumbles upon his Instagram and suddenly likes it and says, hey, like, is this something I could commission? That could turn into a business. That could like, it happens enough that turns into a business now. Now, if that's what you want to do with your life, you could do that as an option. And that only happens as a result of putting yourself out there. And often stories seem to happen like that, where people aren't really looking for an opportunity, but they just put themselves out there. And then just because of the way the universe operates, someone so happens to stumble upon them at the right time, at the right place, and they're presented an opportunity they may not have been presented otherwise if they had not put themselves out there. So, you know, as Joey Diaz says, take a chance. Columbus did. Speaking of Meryl Streep, I love her with Kevin Bacon. River Wild from 1994. John C. Reilly. John C. Reilly is low key a great dramatic actor that people only remember for his comedy films. He's like actually a good actor, an actual legitimate dramatic actor. But he does comedy, so people are like, he's the funny guy. And he is the funny guy, but he's got acting chops. It's crazy. He's one of those guys that like you don't hear about outside of film too much, but like goddamn is he a talent. And not just that, but he crushes it at comedy too. He's an awesome dramatic actor, and then he kills at comedy. He's so good at comedy. But I feel like some of the best comedic actors are probably also dramatic actors because comedy isn't just about silliness, it's about knowing when to hold back as well. I feel like it's a balancing act, and knowing how to do the dance is really what, as Robin Williams did perfectly. Robin Williams was a very strong dramatic actor, but he was also a great comedic actor, and he knew how to walk that line, how to deliver lines just right, so they would just hit you between the eyes every time. And it's just interesting. I don't know. If I find some of the best comedic actors to also be good dramatic actors. And I know Jim Carrey gets a lot of hate, but I think he's great at both. I think he's a very well-rounded actor, Jim Carrey. You have to remember that the time was the time. I remember my dad telling me to call every day, show up and ask in person, etc. Yes, absolutely. I agree. It's a shame it's not like that anymore. I think usually when it's someone's birthday, I'll message you individually because I just like that. I just like taking the time to let you know that I thought about you. And even if it doesn't mean anything to you, to me, it just seems more personal. And I don't know. I just like that. I think when someone does something like that, it's a little bit more meaningful because dive rank 3. Do I have dive rank 3? Yes, I do. I don't know, because they took the time, I guess, because they made an effort to really consider you and consider your feelings, maybe. I don't know. But I like that idea of like going in person or writing a thank you letter, writing a thank you note after an interview. Like it's little gestures that I think are sort of lost. Maybe because of the digital world, but if done, I think still impacts people in a big way, and they remember you because it seems very meaningful. Maybe I'm just a grandpa. I don't know. Guys, what's good content? This just feels like grinding. This is like what I would do if I was offline. Yeah, I'm getting self-conscious here. This is so boring. Choking on ice. Baldur's Gate carried me so hard because the story was so good. And now I gotta fill the void of content. I don't know what to do. Baldur's Gate made it so easy. I didn't have to do anything. You guys just stared at Shadowheart all day long. I made a few comments about Astarion. I got frustrated and salty, and that was enough. Now I have to do something. I know what we'll do. We'll do react videos. Everybody loves a good react video. We'll just watch videos of other people watching videos. Watch videos of other people watching videos. And it'll be videoception. The conversation is content. Okay. Carlac. Oh shit. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that Sunday, I promise. I want to really wrap it up and be able to enjoy it. So that's why I had it up today too. But I'm just like, I don't want to call it in. I worked so hard. I worked. You guys helped me. It didn't work. It took us so long to get this far, and in the end it doesn't even matter. No, but it took us so long to get this far. Like we were like 150 or 160 hours in or something, I think, into Baldur's Gate 3. So all that time, all those characters, I didn't just want to quickly run through the epilogue. I figured, like, let's take our time on Sunday. We'll do it, talk to all the characters, see what it is, wrap the story up, get the credits to roll, and then we'll jump right into Diablo after. Yeah, because I'll be more mentally prepared, alert. I won't have a headache, hopefully, touch wood. So, yeah, that's why I haven't done it today. I was gonna do it today, but it would have felt too called in, and I want to really appreciate it because I feel like it's probably gonna be some of the best content that we've had from Baldur's Gate yet because it wraps everything up, and I would love to see. We've gone through such a journey. I was saying this to the fiance. I'm sorry, I'm jumping from thought to thought. I know I'm crazy. Lincoln Park. I see. I see. True. I took the bad Karlak ending. True. 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 Yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry, Karlak. Sorry, Karlak. We'll do it again on our evil playthrough or something. Um, I was telling Casey that after last stream, when I sort of beat the game, quote unquote, beat it, and we beat the. Okay. Spoilers for Baldur's Gate 3. I don't want to say the last boss's name without saying spoilers first in case you want to tune out. I'm sorry. Okay? Like 3, 2, 1. Okay. So the Elder Brain. After beating the Elder Brain, when I logged off that night, I was telling her, like, I know these characters aren't real. I know it's a video game, but my God, I've never felt so connected to characters before. I feel like they're my friends. Like the character development was so real. It was so, it's how I feel when you finish a series, like The Sopranos. It's like, Tony's a horrible person, but when the show ends, you're like, man, I miss them. I feel like I was seeing them once a week, right? You would invite them into your homes once a week, and you begin to love the characters. Then when they're gone, you're like, it's not the same. Something in my life is missing, and Baldur's Gate did that. And I never really felt that from a video game, only from like television shows, sometimes movies, but more often television shows because the character development's a little bit better when you can go on for seasons. And I was so impressed. It's like, wow, like it's amazing. Like the logical part of my brain knows none of these things are real. They're all fabricated characters, but they feel so lifelike. It's incredible that it could trick my brain even with the knowledge of knowing it's not real, that it feels real enough. That amazed me. It amazed me so much that, like, kudos to the writers and the actors. The actors crushed it, put it over the edge. They were fabulous with their performance. Yeah, I was really impressed. I know I keep going on about it. I can tell you now, you won't do it different for her if you do an evil playthrough. True. Okay, fair. Okay, here's my question. If we do a Dark Urge playthrough and an evil playthrough, is it worth doing both? Is it, like, dramatically different? Because a Dark Urge, I know, has a linear path, and I think if I just do, like, an evil playthrough, I just pick the evil options. So how different would, like, the end result be? Yeah, Karlak grew on me a lot. I really thought she was one-dimensional at first, but the more you learn about her heart, the more you learn about her story, the more she and when she just says shit like fuck yes when you click her, like it's about fucking time. I want to kill the fucker when she says stuff like that. I don't know why, it's so endearing. She's so goddamn endearing, it's crazy. The actor is so yeah, I don't know. She crushed it. She embodied that character so well, the voice actor. Yeah, I agree with that, man. I absolutely agree with that. I did. I'll be honest, when I'm streaming and playing the game, some of the things are lost on me in the moment because there's so much going on. I'm reading chat, I'm paying attention to the game, I'm trying to be on, I'm trying not to like I'm like a little bit like conscious of like the fact that I'm listening to the camera on me. But then what usually happens is after I turn the stream off, all the story starts to sink in and I start making a little bit like connections and like then I really start digesting what just happened. And I found that a lot with a lot of the characters. Shadowheart many times. Shadowheart probably more than most of the other characters in the game seem to have a very like emotional up and down storyline where like I didn't really have a feel for her because she seemed like such a diehard for the cause at first, and then the more you learn about her, the more she learns about her past, and she was sort of manipulated and taken advantage of, and she doesn't know who she is, and she's trying to find an identity. Is she ever really like her own individual, or is she always just like for something bigger than herself? Who is Shadowheart? Is Shadowheart just like a tool in a bigger cog or a machine, or is there like an actual individual in there? I don't know. It's deep. It's deep shit, man. And it was interesting. It was just interesting, like to see how well developed and detailed all the characters were. Dark Urge is its own story. It's separate from how evil or how good you are, though it gives you some moments you can be extra evil. Okay. Spoiler for something I saw on YouTube about Baldur's Gate. I would never do this because I really like this character. I only saw her for a short piece. It's so funny how like some characters stick with me. I really like Minthara. Minthara was a really cool character, and Princess Gut. Princess Gut stuck with me, and I don't know why, but she was such a fun character. And you know who else did? I don't remember her name, but the dwarf in the druid encampment, the dwarf that this guy attacking him. Yep, the dwarf that tries to poison you at the very beginning because you have a mind flare in your brain or something. She stuck with me too. I always remembered that deception. It's like, damn, she almost got me. That was crazy. But I saw a scene with the Dark Urge where like you can recruit Minthara and you sleep with her, and then as you're sleeping with her as a Dark Urge, after she falls asleep on you, I think the Dark Urge gets a choice where he can crack her neck, I think, or decapitate her or something like that. And then if you choose that, I think you black out. And then when you wake up, you're just standing over a corpse. And the whole crew is like, what the fuck happened? Why is she dead? And you have to be like, someone killed her. You have to like pick a choice or something of what the fuck happened. It's crazy, dude. Dark Urge seems really, it seems like they write you into a corner a lot, and you have to like try to finagle your way out of it. But like that's the story. Like it's fun that you have to constantly try to justify. You have to try to convince them that you're not evil. It seems like from what I saw, and because they're weary of you, and things keep happening, and it seems very suspicious. Be like, no, it's not me. It's sketchy. Nettie, I love. How do you remember everybody's name, dude? It's insane. Yeah, but I want to recruit Minthara. She was cool. I wish you could recruit Gut. I feel like if you could recruit Gut as one of your followers, she would be so much fun. She had such a personality, Princess Gut. But Minthara looks cool. She looks really cool. I like Minthara. She seems like evil, and I feel like she would be really cool to have like I want to have a band of like evil characters. Gale looks really cool, but I don't think Gale is evil, so I feel like I don't know if you can do it. Halsin, I love Halsin, but I feel like again he's not evil. I feel like you can't make Halsin evil. I feel like there's no world where he would. I feel like he would just leave camp or whatever before he would be evil. But I don't know. Maybe you can make him evil. I don't know. Can you? Like, is that something you can do? I love Halsin as a character, but he seems like such a goody two shoes all the time. But Halsin's like a really sick character too. I always wanted to learn more about him because he seems so cool. And I love the scene where, if I remember correctly, when you first meet him and he breaks the gate down as a bear, and or we break it down, and then he breaks through it, I think, and like kills two goblins or something, tears them apart. Like, what a crazy intro for like his character. How sick is that? Just like the viciousness of like, because you think of druids like nature loving, it's like, yeah, but they're like vicious. They're bears. Bears are like vicious. That's just, it's sick. I don't know, it's cool. It's a cool side of druids you don't always see. Because like night elf druids are like, Ishnu Allah, nature, swiftness guide you, nature guide you. Right? Same with Tauren. Like, give me a little bit of that. Like, that's why I like feral druids. Because feral druids are like, let me tear something apart. I want to taste some flesh. And I just like it. I don't know. I like the idea of like predator. If you're a druid, you're stalking your prey. Again, class fantasy, right? It's all about class fantasy. Astarion is evil. Minthara is okay with evil. Shadowheart, to a point, is okay with evil. Karlach and Will are diehard haters of evil. Gale is self-centered. Halsin is neutral. This changes everything. Okay. Minthara, Astarion, Halsin. And then my character. Like, that's sick. So this is what I think we're going to do. I might want to do a warlock next. And we'll do like a warlock with evil Halsin, Astarion, and Minthara, maybe. Evil. And then that'll be our next playthrough. And then maybe we'll do a Dark Urge. Here's my question. If you do Dark Urge, what happens if you take the goody two-shoes with you? Will they stay, like, will they leave your camp? Can you just keep convincing them or trying to convince them they don't believe you and you have, like, they don't favor with you, they don't trust you, they don't like you, but can you still use them as tools? I'm shocked to hear that Halsin is neutral. That's crazy, dude. He seems like such a goody two-shoes to me. Wow. But I wonder if maybe you can make him evil, like, in the sense of, like, sort of like Anakin, where I don't think Anakin was evil. I think Anakin was, he justified his evil, and he sees it. He doesn't see it as evil. He sees a different perspective than you see it. He sees no other like Thanos. I don't think Thanos is, like, inherently evil. I don't think he wants the world to suffer. With him, it's more just, like, on paper. It's like, yeah, it sucks, people gotta die, but mathematically it just doesn't work this way. So you gotta just do it. It's not about right or wrong. It's just, I see the picture bigger than you. It's for the greater good. It's evil for the greater good. That's sort of like how I think, or how I thought, like, Anakin saw, like, I was betrayed. It's not that we're evil, it's that you don't get it. You guys are wrong. This is for the greater good. Versus, instead of, like, sinister, I want people to suffer. Does that make sense? I feel like Halsin's maybe, like, it's for the greater good, not I want people to suffer kind of evil. How you handle it is what matters. You can keep good people with you. Sick. I can't wait. Man, that's fun. So that's like 2 separate playthroughs. That'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, it's sick. It's the same thing with Elden Ring. As soon as I beat Elden Ring, I did the main ending, and I'm like, fuck, now I gotta see the Ronnie ending. I gotta see the Dung Eater ending. I gotta see, like, there's so many endings I gotta see. And I'm excited to get to Elden Ring. So what we'll probably do is, we'll do Diablo next. We'll play Diablo, beat Diablo, probably do Elden Ring next, beat Elden Ring, and then maybe we can revisit one of the other games as a different thing. And then we'll just cycle through, and maybe with, like, different games sprinkled in between these longer games. Because, like, if I get into an Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate, or, like, even a Diablo, I feel like maybe Diablo's a little bit shorter. But the other two, they just go on for so long that I feel like if we're only playing that week by week, every single week, it's going to be nothing but that for a long time. So maybe we, like, throw in a few, like, variety games here or there in between just to freshen it up, but we'll see. But I keep getting clips of Baldur's Gate and like Dark Urge and stuff like that. It looks like so much fun. Like, the Goody Two Shoes playthrough we did was fun, but I always prefer playing a villain. I always like the idea of villains. I like the idea of, like, but I feel bad often when I play Red Dead, which is something I'd love to play on stream. That's one of my favorite games of all time. Red Dead Redemption. Yeah, if I had to say, Baldur's Gate comes close. I love WoW. I play WoW more than anything. But if I had to pick the greatest game ever made, Baldur's Gate and Red Dead Redemption are probably fighting for the top spot. And I like Red Dead more because it's more my genre of game. But it doesn't mean that Baldur's Gate is inferior to it. Baldur's Gate is probably just as polished of a game in my opinion. But Red Dead Redemption, both the first and second, were some of the best writing and most realistic AI, as far as NPCs go, I've ever experienced in my entire life, other than Baldur's Gate. It seemed way ahead of its time. It was incredible. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have played Red Dead, but, like, it was a truly transcendental experience, if that's the correct word. I believe it is. Yes, it was awesome. Can I go in there now? They have quests for me? They're not hurt. They don't hate me? Wait a minute. Can I go in here without them killing me? Aaron, do you know about this? So in the Furball Cave in a Fellwood, the only way to get to Moonglade, if you're not a druid... Nope, they hate me. They hate me. No. This is it. See, they hate me. So he wants to kill me. So the Timbermaw clan doesn't like me until I kill enough of their enemies, and then they let me go through their cave. So I have a quest in Winterspring. I had a quest in Moonglade, and I ran through these guys when I was level 40. They were question mark, or red to me. And I'm just running through, and they're murdering me. I must have corpse run 3 or 4 times to get to Moonglade. But as soon as okay, Fane, come on, get out of here. As soon as I get a certain reputation with them, I can walk through safely. They don't like me, but they'll let me walk through. And the more I walk through, and the more quests I do, and the more of those guys that I kill, the more these guys like me. And that seems very fun. And I thought that was such a cool That's such a cool mechanic. These are the guys you gotta kill. Yep. Yeah, so these every time I play Classic, I grind these guys out because it's a fun little grind. Fun little rep grind. Yo, you did play it, dude. That ending, dude. Without spoiling anything for people that didn't play Red Dead Redemption 1, they I feel like they did it intentionally. They gave you the ending they gave you in Red Dead Redemption 1 because they knew what they did to you. They knew how much you feel for the characters, and they're like, we're gonna do this because it's that much more of a impact when it happens. Trying to be vague intentionally. And it was a very impactful ending. And God, they take you on such a journey, man, with these games. It's like Marvel or Disney or movies or Netflix, can you please hire some of these video game writers? Who are these guys? Because they are writing much better stories than anything you guys are producing in recent years. It's like, this is real art. It's real storytelling. It's crazy. Have you played Red Dead Redemption 2, Torin? It's actually a prequel to the first one. Did he just run through the wall? What just happened, dude? What was that? What are you doing, dude? You're trying to AoE grind or something? Well, while you're AoE grinding, I'm going to steal this guy, because now I don't have to worry about pulling that whole pack. I got this guy empty, and all by himself. All by himself. Isn't that a song? Alright, come on. There. Yeah, I never really played Grand Theft Auto, but when I watched Casey play it, it looked like a lot of fun. The story looked like it, but I just liked the idea of the Western better. And it seemed more reined in. You know, like, Red Dead 2, Arthur Morgan is sort of an anti-hero. John Marston was a lot more of a hero. John Marston saved people. Arthur, he had a heart, especially as the story goes on, you learn more about him. But he's definitely a criminal. And he definitely does criminal shit as the story goes on. You're robbing banks, you're robbing people, you're taking hostages, you're robbing trains, you're taking valuables from innocent people. You're not a great guy. But it's like Tony Soprano. Like, you feel for him a little bit, right? Like, it's hard to do that. So I thought Red Dead 2 was really impressive, how they made you feel so much for an outlaw, right? Like, there were a bunch of outlaws, but I don't know. I played Red Dead 1 when it came out. I don't remember much, but I remember the start, playing cards and the ending. I didn't play Red Dead 2, just Red Dead Online. I never played Red Dead Online. But man, Red Dead 2 is, I would almost say I don't want to say it's better than 1, but I would say it's equal. It's incredible, man. The story, if anyone hasn't played Red Dead Redemption 1 or 2, do it for the story alone. Wait until it goes on sale, because I'm sure it's really expensive, but I feel like if you can snag it on sale for like a good price, it's a lot of gameplay, and it's a lot of fun. It really is an experience. If you haven't played a video game that feels like a real immersive storytelling experience, I feel like Red Dead is probably one of the best examples of that. Baldur's Gate too, but Baldur's Gate I feel like it's harder to get into because it's a very niche genre of game with the stats and the special abilities and all the spells. Red Dead is easier to just like pick up and play. Baldur's Gate is definitely worth it, but it has more of a learning curve, I would say, than Red Dead. Red Dead is more of a traditional kind of adventure RPG kind of video game, I guess, if that makes sense. Not that I wouldn't recommend both, I really do, but I feel like if you've never played Baldur's Gate, it might be harder to get over that learning curve. Look, I beat the game and you guys were still telling me what to do. I still never fully learned it. And playing it again, I'm going to play with more knowledge, but I'm still going to learn a lot every time I play. But Red Dead is pretty easy to pick up, by comparison, I would say. So you have found one of the ritual totems. The totem itself is a nondescript construction, but a palpable sense of despair emanates from it. So does from me. That's what people say about me. They say, that Lorne, there's nondescript negativity about it, but just a palpable sense of despair emanates from him, and we can't say why. If there were ever an object that might best exemplify the corruption that the Deadwood, that's another great show, Deadwood Furbog suffer under, it's this item. I never finished Deadwood. I'm on season 2, I think. I love it so much. It reminds me of, it's like a Red Dead TV series, Deadwood. And Ian McShane. He's so good. He's such a good actor. I guess he's a character actor, Ian McShane. Man, he's so much fun. He plays such a fun, like, villain kind of character. And you could tell when he plays it, he probably had so much fun being that villain, being such a bastard. He's so evil in this show, and I feel like he must have had such a ball playing it, because I feel like it's fun to play that kind of character. Hey, welcome back, and this time with Cappuccino. Yeah, you were talking about the Cappuccino stuff last time, I think, how hard it is, like, yeah, to get it right. Like, it's a lot of chemistry. I remember that. That's why, like, when you go to some coffee shops, people complain about the prices of the coffee, and maybe for a cup of black coffee, I get it. But if you go somewhere for like a really high quality espresso, where they're using good quality beans, and the espresso's made perfectly, and there's designs on the, it's not just, they're not just pressing a brew on a machine. Like there's some artistry that comes into that. So I understand where the cost comes from. Like you don't just, it's like, it's the same thing. Like you could buy cheap wine, you could buy cheap shit coffee. Go to like Tim Hortons, drink crap coffee. When you go somewhere that's a little bit fancier, generally you can taste the difference, and that's sort of where the cost comes from. I mean, look, I'm not thrilled about paying $7 for a cup of coffee, but you can certainly taste, you know, I don't remember who this was. God, you can see how ADD I am, such from thought to thought. Someone said the thing that's interesting about food is you don't need to be an expert to know what quality is. Even if you don't know the first thing about food, when you taste a high quality cut of meat, you can just tell it tastes better. You just know. When something is made with quality ingredients, you can just, even a novice can just, even if they don't know how to verbalize it, they can just tell. And I think that's so interesting. I want more coffee today. I tried a shaken espresso. What's a shaken espresso? What is that? That sounds exotic. Beans that are fresh, but not too fresh. The damn machines are so expensive. Yeah, I've heard that, dude. It's like thousands and thousands of dollars for some of like the higher quality machines, like, and then the maintenance on them is supposedly very tough. It's like they're not, if they break down, like often you have to take it somewhere or hire a professional, like, unless you're really good at that kind of stuff, which Aaron probably would do, honestly. But the average person that's not an engineer would probably look at this and be like, "Where's the flux capacitor?" It's not stirred. He's funny. He just came out of nowhere with that. He hasn't said anything in a little bit, and it just comes out of nowhere with a James Bond joke. Remember GoldenEye? How much of a banger was the GoldenEye music? GoldenEye music? It had no reason to be that catchy. That's crazy, dude. I like James Bond. James Bond was fun. Oh, a manual machine. That's crazy, dude. I gotta Google that. I don't even know what that looks like. Oh. God damn, that's expensive, though. Still, even for a manual machine. Beans have to off-gas for about a week after roasting. Dude, you have no idea how long it took me to realize that. Yep. And I like dark roast, and I've noticed that dark roast needs to off gas a little bit longer than some of the other lighter blends. And when it does, oh my god, you're in like Flavor City. But it doesn't. It seems like dark roast has the smallest window for how good it is, but also the best flavor in my opinion. It's a little bit more finicky, but man, nothing compares to a dark roast in my opinion. I love dark roast so much. So wait, I'm sorry. Oh, did you say what it was? For the espresso, you need the beans that are fresh, not too fresh. Okay, so wait, what's a shaken espresso? I missed that. What's the difference? Why is a shaken espresso? Shaken espresso is literally shaken to chill it, usually with milk. Oh. Interesting. One time, at Starbucks. My brother used to work there. He gave me, oh, look at all this. See, this is crazy. These guys were getting. One time, my brother gave me 2 shots of espresso over ice, and it was good. It was weird, but it was good. I liked it. I know it's sort of strange to say that. Oh no, they all evaded. That sucks. All right, I think we're just gonna have to pick them off one by one. They're all gonna come, but we're gonna have to like kite one a little more. That's awesome, man. Flare 58 is nice. Looks elegant as well. Huh. Wow. So yeah, I was looking at these handheld espresso machines. That's crazy. How, considering what it is, like they're still fairly expensive. But I need to stay away from espresso machines. Even if I had the money to buy a really fancy one, because I have a very low caffeine tolerance, in spite of drinking coffee all day long. It gives me terrible anxiety. And I feel like if I didn't have coffee in my life, my anxiety might be a little bit better. I have it anyways, but I'm like, if I have anxiety with or without coffee, coffee is one of the few things that makes me so happy. I'll tolerate the anxiety that coffee gives me, because even without it, I still feel anxious. So at least I get coffee that makes me happy. So, but my point is, like, if I were to have an espresso machine, I would have way too much espresso. I would give myself, I get jitters from frickin' coffee. It's why I drink dark roast, because dark roast doesn't give me jitters like blonde roast does. I couldn't, my body cannot handle espresso. I like it too much. I mostly drink coffee for the flavor, not even the effects. And espresso tastes so damn good, and it's never enough. It's like such a small amount that you get, and I want a bucket full of espresso because it tastes so good. I know there's decaf, but somehow I would still drink enough that the small amount of caffeine that's in decaf would be enough to kill me. So I gotta be careful. Yeah, so this thing, it's funny because Starbucks, everybody does say that. Like everybody in my life, fiance, my mom, even my brother, they order like, can I get like a caramel macchiato with double drip this, with a spit in it and shit on me and, call me daddy and, what the fuck are you going on about, dude? When I go there, I'm like, can I get a black iced coffee? They're like, what size? I'm like, a medium? They're like, you mean a venti? I'm like, whatever is in the medium. Whatever medium is. Why do you have to complicate things? Jesus Christ, man.
Starbucks loving
What?
drinkers.
Say again?
So don't hate on the Starbucks loving drinkers.
Okay. Yeah, she's getting mad at making fun of her drink order. They go in there reading War and Peace for their drink. They're like, what would you like in your coffee? They're like, here's 600 pages. This is my drink order. Can you make it for me? You need a flux capacitor and plutonium. It's insane, dude. This is why I stick with cappuccinos. I'm not willing to buy a gallon of milk every second day. So there's a limit to how much I can make. That's fair. That's fair, dude. I should drink less. 4 shots a day is a bunch, but I love it. Yeah, but I feel like 4 shots a day isn't dangerous. I feel like it's probably good for you. Like, what I mean by that is like, there's studies that caffeine helps prevent like degenerative brain diseases like Alzheimer's and stuff. And I feel like you're still within a safe limit, that you're probably protecting your brain, I would imagine. I feel like there's probably more benefit than detriment at that point. I feel like if you keep pushing it, maybe then you're getting into a dangerous caffeine level. But I feel like if you can build up a tolerance to it, I would imagine that it's probably, in the long run, it may not be good for your gut, maybe because it's acidic, but I feel like it's probably good for the brain. Uh, 2 gallons a week with our iced lattes. Ooh, I gotta get that recipe, man. Holy moly. I want to learn how to make iced coffee at home. I love cold brew, but I haven't figured it out yet. I know Starbucks gets a lot of shit. I have ordered a lot of I've bought many different coffee brands. Very expensive brands. I've paid upwards of $20, $30 a bag for a pound of coffee, which seems insane to me. I've been to like fancy roasters. Pilot is a really popular place in Toronto. I've been to all these, and I still like what is it, Cafe Verona the most, which is like Starbucks, which is like a blend of like medium and dark or something. It's consistent. McDonald's coffee is another one. It's not as good as Starbucks. Starbucks is better. I'm talking about the bags, the whole beans that you buy. That's what I mean. I've tried all kinds of expensive, fancy brands, and I can taste the difference, but the dark roast to me never taste as good as the Starbucks dark roast taste. The blonde roasts, maybe people will say taste better. I don't like the flavors of them, so I'm not a blonde roast drinker. I'm not a medium roast drinker. But of the dark roast, the fancy dark roast that I've tried, I don't know, I like Starbucks the best, and I almost feel shame for saying that because everybody's like it's shit, and it's like I get it, but I don't know. I just like the way it tastes, and I drink it black, so I don't know if that makes a difference. Okay, now she had to chime in. Now she's here to chime in. Okay. Okay. Hey, it's this guy. This is the Winter Spring one. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be. You should be in Winter Spring. I can get a Winter Spring quest for doing this. That's weird. Yeah, this guy's probably gonna drop the totem, the Winter Spring totem. What's our rep with these guys? My mouse is going, man. Timber Moth. We're so close. Oh my god, we're gonna push it from hostile. We're not gonna be hostile. We can travel to Winter Spring soon. If we keep this up, we can travel to Winter Spring soon. We probably can already if we hand in these feathers. You need to hand in 5 feathers to get rep. Plus, this guy's gonna drop a quest for more rep, plus the other quest. We can probably travel safely now. And we're gonna level, so that's cool. Get that horse brand you ever showed me was good. Yeah, I can't find a lot of kicking horse here. It's sort of hard to find. There was a time when it was everywhere and super fresh. Now, I don't know what happened, but since COVID, it's been really hard to find it. And when I do find it, it's like fairly old, the bags. They've already been sitting for like quite a few months. And I don't know what happened after COVID that made it suddenly so... I completely forgot about that brand, I'll be honest, because I haven't seen it since. Very rarely do I see it anymore. But they were pretty good. They were really consistent. It was as far as brands you can buy in the grocery store, it was probably one of the best brands you can buy in the grocery store. That's weird that you still see it, dude. We don't have it here. I have to like it's so strange. Yeah, Amazon. I never thought about Amazon. So I've been getting my stuff from Costco a lot because we just do like family orders. You know, it's easy to get some stuff from there, but all right, come on. Oh, they got aggro. What happened? How did you get aggro, buddy? I was gonna kite this thing away. What the fuck? All right, fuck it. You guys can take it. You got it. Whatever. I don't know. Since the pandemic, they started shipping more of it to the US. Oh. Okay. That is true. I never considered that. Direct deliveries. That's awesome. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Do you guys use electric grinders? I have a manual grinder I use every morning, and it's a pain in the ass, but I should invest in electric eventually. But we had an electric one. It broke. And I bought a manual to replace it because it was really cheap. But god damn, is it a workout? Like hey, it's a decent workout. Every morning I'm grinding for like a solid 3-4 minutes, at least twice a day minimum, if not more. Which is like a forearm workout. And when I first started doing it, like you could tell you're using muscles. I'm gonna die if I don't heal. Quickly. Bum. There you go. When I first started doing it, you could tell like, wow, I'm using muscle groups I don't normally use. And now I've been doing it for like months, and it's easy, but I don't know. It's nice to just sometimes throw into an electric grinder and let it rip and just let it go. Otherwise, I'm like grinding for like 5 minutes every time I want coffee. Excuse me. May have one. What do you mean? You have like an extra one, or? Man, I do miss it. Like, yeah, I don't notice too much of a difference between my manual and my electric. Just the electric was more convenient. I would just throw a whole bunch of beans in there, grind like 2 pots at a time, and it was like bing bang boom done. What am I missing here? I have you. 6 out of 6. There's one more Avenger we need. So we'll kill these guys, and it'll hopefully spawn an Avenger for us. That's so cool, man. I had 2, bought one for work, but it was getting abused by coworkers, and they don't deserve it. Oh, wow. That's crazy, dude. Imagine that. Imagine being kind enough to supply them with something like that. What a luxury, and then they can't even just take care of it for you. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Wow, that's sick. That's very cool, man. Manual I use while traveling. A crappy blade chopper and conical burr for espresso. Yeah, conical burr. That's what I'm talking about. Conical burr is like it was a game changer for me. I want that Winterfall guy over there, but I can get him on the other side too. There's a million of them in Winter Spring, so. I need one more of those guys. If I could just get the damn thing to spawn. The Avenger. Yeah, they're fighting the Avenger, right? The guy's fighting the Avenger. Can I pull it off him? Can I pull the Avenger off? So he doesn't die? Don't dot it. Can I get it first? Fucking right, boys. Snag that Avenger. Got it. That's the last one we need, boys. Cool, we're done with this quest. We'll have to come back, I'm sure, but that'll definitely get us the rep. And probably, maybe if we're lucky, So now I gotta fight this enraged guy because he saw his friend fall in battle? That stinks. Alright, come on. Grab the aggro, buddy. Use your Screech. Oh, we need Claw off. The problem is he's not using Screech because he's using Claw. He's running out of energy. Alright, there you go. Now Screech works. As soon as I turn Claw off, he has enough energy to use Screech, and then he steals aggro. Happens every time. I gotta remember to keep Claw off. Ah, that makes sense. We have a... Whoa. That's impressive, man. I never knew how to say that name, but I know that's a brand name. Is it Breville? Is that how you say it? I know, like, that's highly recommended. That's like a gold standard, I believe, right? Fancy schmancy. I need to get more water. Where can I buy more water? Probably at the camp. Maybe in Winter Spring if I go to Everlook. Yeah, I agree with that. Wow, it's so fun you guys use... Trying Costco. Sorry, for what? Wait, did I not send my message about Costco? Try their website. Sorry. Costco, see if Costco does for coffee, you mean? Like for Kicking Horse, you mean? When I bought coffee on the website for Costco, it was roasted fresh and shipped cheap. Was it Costco brand coffee? That's crazy. I've heard good things surprisingly about that actually, which is like weird. But I feel like a lot of roasters are like white labeling and just calling it their own brand. I feel like there's very few actual roasters. I feel like there's probably a lot of big ones. Maybe there's small indie ones, but I feel like there's a lot of big ones that just relabel it as like a lot of big brands. I could be wrong, but that's how it is with a lot of stuff I know. Alright, that's too many enemies. We're not doing that. Fuck that. Feign death, and we're outie like an R8. We're going to avoid that wolf, hopefully. Wolf of Wall Street. Wolf of Fellwood. That's cool. We have to check it out. A Seattle brand coffee. Isn't that interesting? That's like, I think, what Starbucks used to be, and they changed it, I think. Seattle's best. I love the labeling on no-name products. Yeah, it's very... I don't know if anyone else knows. It's a very Canadian thing. It's so silly, dude. It's so dystopian in a sense. Does Costco give you the roast date? I get all my espresso coffee from a local roaster. Morning coffee comes from the grocery store. Wow, that's awesome. I don't know. I get Starbucks coffee at Costco because it was just fairly cheap and I like the way it tastes. But I should look into it, honestly. You are correct. Simple and elegant. It doesn't need to hide what it is. It is what it is. They own it, and that's I respect the hustle, right? Victory such a hollow word considering what had to be done. Regardless, you've proven yourself to be worthy of our trust. You goddamn right. It may take some time before the Timbermaw welcome you without hostility within the hold. Still, your perseverance will erode any suspicion my brethren may have about you. So long as you never betray us and raise weapons against us, we will find common ground. Yay. Ooh, that's not that good. 116, 124. Yeah, it's not very good. Not over the agility. Are we friendly? Unfriendly. Wait, before I pick up the quest, can I go? Are you going to attack me? Are we cool now? Unfriendly means you should not attack me. We're not hostile. You're just red to me, but you're not going to attack. You're like orange, right? Fucking right, boys. We can go to Winter Spring. We're going to Winter Spring. Hold on. The stuff I got from the came directly from the roasters. Address and I believe the date on that's awesome. I should try it again. 3 pounds. Yeah, I wonder if the bag I have is 3 pounds. I don't know. It's a very big bag of coffee, but I still go through it crazy fast because I drink like at least 2 pots a day, which is like 4 cups or something. I don't know. Maybe 8 cups total. I don't know. Is that a lot of coffee? I don't know. To be fair, like cups, like I have a traditional mug. This is my mug. This is my mug. And the 4 cups, I think the 4 cups like more or less fills that. One like pot of like 4 cups of coffee, which I think are 8-ounce cups, fill that mug. So really it's like 2 mugs of those a day, which is like 4 8-ounce cups maybe. I don't know. That is kind of a lot of espresso to use while it's fresh, for sure. Wow, that's awesome. That's a nice Christmas gift. It's a very considerate Christmas gift. Wow. The threat of corruption comes not only from the Deadwood fir bogs to the south, but also from the east in the Winterfall fir bogs of Winter Spring. If you wish to further aid us, speak with Salfa on the other side of the hold. By the Winter Spring entrance, follow the path to the left to reach it. Be warned, if my kind inside considers you hostile or hated, they will attack. Travel as quick as you can, avoiding conflict. To kill a timbermaw, even in self-defense, will only alienate you further. Dude, this is my favorite mug. I try to have it every time I'm on stream. I feel like the energy associated with it is good. Maybe one day I'll be as successful of a streamer as you are. I love it. It makes me so happy every time I see it. That's why I can't show you right now, but the pad that I'm using for my computer is yours. It's your characters from your stream. I love it. Every time I see it, it makes me so happy. Now we're going to hand in some feathers. While you have proven yourself to me, you may need to continue to work towards proving yourself to the suspicious brethren of my tribe. To that end, I may be able to continue assisting you. The furbogs wear a distinctive headdress that may be used as a means of proof in thinning their numbers. Bring me a feather from any headdress. For every set of 5 you bring me, you will earn recognition amongst the Timbermaw. 50 rep, boys. Hey, you get experience for that? Hey, not bad. Cool. Hey, I'm thrilled. Let's go to Winter Spring. Winter Spring is one of my favorite zones. I'm excited that we get to this on stream because you guys get to experience with me. First off, this is why I love Classic, because if this was retail, I would have flown over this. You fly right over this, but there's a literal thing in the way. It's like, hey, you want to go in this cave? Well, you don't have the reputation. You're going to die. If you want to die 100 times and make it to the other side, you can do that. But that's not how you're supposed to do it. Instead, you talk to these guys starting at the beginning of the zone. You first come into the zone. Before you see this, the first thing you see is a guy right here. He says, hey, I've never seen you before. My people aren't trusting of people like you, but we're scared and we could use help. Are you willing to help us? If you help us, maybe you can gain our trust. You're like, that's weird. I've always only killed furbogs up to this point. Furbogs have never spoken to me. They've always been the enemy. Why is this one speaking to me? And you learn more about, there's a group of furbogs that have not been corrupted by the evil that the rest of the furbogs have been corrupted with. That's a cool story. So you keep progressing through the zone, and then you meet this guy all the way down here. He's like, hey, I have a tribe of furbogs that have not been corrupted like all the other furbogs, but we're not trusting of people because everyone's trying to kill us. If we can trust you, maybe we can develop a friendship. And that's what's happening, and it's cool. And you kill the evil furbogs, you build relationships with them. Now I can travel in the cave, and I get to see whatever's on the other side of this place, Winter Spring. Now I know what it is because I've been there before, but if I didn't, I get to explore a new zone. What's on the other side of this cave? We don't know, right? And that's like, it's so exciting. It's like you leave here, look, it's all corrupted and rotten and dark and dingy and evil. And then you walk through this cave. Sorry, I know that mug is one of my favorites too, for smaller mugs I own. And the desk pad is also amazing. Man, me too. I love emotes. That's why I said I'm like the only goal that if I could ever have a goal, and I understand it's wishful thinking, but still put the energy out there. If there's ever a goal I could have for the stream, it's emotes. Because like emotes are just... they're just fun. I don't know. They're just fun. I like emotes. I use emotes all day long in Discord, as you guys know. Like, I love emotes. Emotes are fun. Emotes are fun on YouTube. They're fun on Twitch. They're fun in text. They're fun on Discord. It's a way to spice up the conversation. They're memes. They add like emotion. I have always loved them. I don't know. So that would be like the one thing that would be so cool, just emotes. An AeroPress. Man, I've heard so many great things about AeroPress. People seem to really, really love it. And look at this. This is what I mean. You go here and look at this. The first shot you see, this transition. You exit this bear's mouth. Bam! Look at that. Winter Spring, Frostfire Hot Springs. Immersion. This is classic. Love it. Look at this. The music changes. Weird. We just came from corruption and rot. And what I love about Winter Spring so much is there's only one way in, there's only one way out. It's this isolated area where all the animals are strange and weird because it's been cut off from the rest of the world. It's been cut off from the corruption of Felwood and Hyjal. And I think that's so cool. I think that it's this little pocket of the world where everything's weird and different. And you also experience that in Silithus, which is, I think, is sort of cool. God, you're like, how weird is this guy's going on about like lore and WoW? But it's sick, dude. I love it. Probably a lot easier than dragging my French press and kettle around. Oh, wow. That's a bit of a... Dragging a kettle around, I mean, I imagine it can be a little bit cumbersome. An old co-worker has this fancy Nespresso thing for traveler work. Wow. Wow, you don't have a kettle? How do you boil your water? I don't have a fancy kettle. I don't have like a gooseneck kettle or fancy kettle. I have like a cheap electric plug-in kettle, you know, but it works. You guys know about pour-overs? It seems like pour-over is like the best coffee experience. I've not tried it, but it's... I used to have one. I was gifted one. It broke. I didn't have it for very long. It was glass. I never really got it. I tried Japanese iced coffee once. That was sort of cool. That tasted pretty cool, but it seemed like a lot of work as well. I think it's called Japanese iced coffee. It's like you put the ice... so half of the water is ice. It's not actually water. So if you need like 500 milliliters to make coffee, you'll use 250 milliliters to make the coffee instead of 500. And 250 grams or milliliters, or I guess grams, I don't know, is the ice at the bottom. And you use half of the water to brew the coffee, and as it's brewing, it drips onto the ice and melts the ice, cooling it instantly. And I think they called it Japanese iced coffee. I don't know why. I tried it a few times. It was pretty good, but it was a lot of work for what it was. You don't get a lot of it. It was a cool concept, but I don't know. AeroPress uses paper filter, so I'm used to French press. That coffee without silt. It's missing something. See, it's the opposite for me. I had a French press. I didn't like the silt. I like a bit of a cleaner cup of coffee. Especially because I drink dark roast, which is already a little bit oilier, I think. So I already get the oil. So I a little bit less grit is sort of what I'm looking for. I think often it's too oily for me. So I sort of like the paper filter for sucking out some of the oil a little bit. Is it caffeinol? Is that what it is? Is that the oil? The name of the oil? I stand guard as both speaker for the Timbermaw here in Winter Spring and a defender of the tribe. Our Winterfall brethren here in this frigid land have fallen under the same corruptive sway as the Furbog of Felwood. If you've come here offering the Timbermaw Furbog's aid, then we are ready to accept such an offer. We're friends. We have become friends. We're friends with the giant teddy bears. They don't want to kill us anymore. Pour-overs are fine if you get some practice in it, but it lacks silt. Yeah, you like the silt, fair. I see. That's fair. Yeah, I don't care about the routine repetition. I just want coffee in the morning. I hate that I have to grind my beans every morning. Eventually, I'm going to buy an electric grinder. It's just not like a priority right now. That's a chest we like. 20 agility. That's fucking nuts. The Timbermaw tend to sway themselves. This quest is too high for me right now. We could do it. I don't think we belong in Winter Spring yet. This is orange, right? It is orange. That's a crazy chest. That chest is nutso. The gloves are actually good as well, but the chest I want more. Whoa, that's nice. That's good. Yeah, these are good rewards, man. That's a nice chest. We're going for that chest. Winterfall Ritual Totem. Wait a minute. I had that, didn't I? Or did I not have it? No, I didn't have it. Where do I take the other totem to? Right there. Yeah. You got to kill these guys around the water, the owl beasts. Is that her box? Is that a new box for her? It's a new box for you? There you go, enjoy. I don't know where that box came from. Maybe she got a package or something. It's a shame you can't skin furbogs. Ooh, claw rank 7. We got claw rank. Oh, we got claw rank 7. Okay. Okay, let's meet this lady. This lady down here, she always reminded me of she didn't always remind me. After I saw her, you said her name Nettle, I think Nettle. That's who this woman always reminded me of. After I saw Nettie, I lied. Nettie reminded me of her. I knew of Donovan Snowden or whatever first, and when I saw Nettie or Nettle or whatever her name is, it reminded me of this character.
Hello. What brings you to Winter Spring? These cold and vast lands may seem dismal, but this is a place of many secrets. Great to meet you. What's on your mind? Watch your back.
Watch your back.
Temper the sword. While I'm working, you can explain what took Lincoln so long to get this to me. He's not usually one to forget things.
This is another reason why I love WoW. You meet a guy named Lincoln who lost. Okay, you find out you're in. Is she struggling? Is she gonna die?
Feet on the ground.
Yeah, brother. I'll just fuck it. I'll just feign. Yeah, it's not my fucking problem. You think I can't do the same goddamn thing, you idiot? Jesus fucking Christ! I'm better at it than you are. Your vanish can fail easier than mine. Enjoy that. Enjoy whatever the fuck that is.
Welcome. Be good.
You go to Ungoro Crater. Someone sends you from Gadgetzan to Ungoro Crater. You go to Ungoro Crater. You find a broken boat. There's a picture and a box with all kinds of goodies in there. You don't know where to take it. Ungoro is this weird jungle. You don't know anything. And it tells you to go north. There may be a human encampment. You go north. You find a little gnome called Lincoln. Lincoln is a reference to Link. He doesn't have a memory. He forgot who he was or where he was or what he was supposed to do. But he says, I know I had a sword or something I needed to take to this woman in Winter Spring. And you're like, what the fuck is Winter Spring? And eventually you figure out Winter Spring is on the other side of Fellwood, because other quests send you to Fellwood and they start talking about Winter Spring, and you meet the furbogs, and the furbogs tell you, hey, Winter Spring's on the other end of this. So you make the connection. Oh, that must be the same Winter Spring this Lincoln guy was telling me about at the other end of the world. So now you take the sword to her, and that's how it connects. It's so cool, the interconnectivity. I just love it.
You can explain what took Lincoln so long to get this to me. He's not usually one to forget things.
Please follow me. She has another quest for me.
What brings you to Winter Spring? These
I
cold
can't cancel that. Not this time. I haven't really figured out what it is, but there's something strange that happens about in the hot springs. Okay. Toss the sword in the shallow pool. It has improved incredibly when I retrieve it. It works quite well. Okay, sorry, what do you guys say? Pour-overs are fine. It does use paper filters. Pour-over is just another experience. Oh, I read that. Okay. For buying a grinder, just make sure it does what you want. Grind size vary a lot depending on the grinder. Yeah, I noticed that for sure. Also varies by grinder. Depending on what style machine you have, it could matter quite a bit. Yeah, I bought conical burrs. That's why I bought the hand crank, because buying a conical burr grinder that was electric was like, it was out of my price range at the time. And the one I bought works well, and it was like $15, and it works. I mean, it works better than the previous electric grinder I had. It's just a lot of work, but you can tell the difference between like a conical burr grinder and if I'm not even saying the word right, probably not. A burr grinder or a blade. The blade is just so inconsistent. It's so dog shit what it does. For sure. Well, geez, man, specifically espresso is such an art. Good luck getting it right for like the first 6 months, I feel like. I feel like if you're going to go through with espresso and you care enough about it, eventually you should save up for like the stuff that would automate it for you, I guess, because I feel like so much can go wrong so easily. And you could just screw up your cup of coffee, which would suck. So at least if you're buying like automated stuff that's, I guess, gives you consistent results, I feel like that's at least worth the investment if you're willing to go down the espresso route. Although, to be fair, that's probably like a few $1,000 investment, I would imagine. 6 months in and still learning. Yeah, dude, it seems like such a steep learning curve. That's why I feel like if you pay for like those really super expensive machines, you still need to get the technique down. But I feel like some machines may carry some of the difficulty that doing it yourself may require more of a learning curve. But it could be, I don't know. I'm speaking out of my ass. I just feel like sometimes when you pay for luxury, it comes with a little bit of convenience, generally, from my experience. Okay, I gotta wait for this person to do it. Sorry, it's taking too long. Oh, I can pick up the quest, I guess. While she's talking. Oh, I can't. She's doing... Okay, I gotta wait. Okay, I gotta wait. Essentially, can't be fully automated. The grind size changes over time it takes to use a pound of beans. The gap and adjustability of the grinder can make grind size too small or big depending on brew method. That's true. That's true. Why can't I get your quest? I gotta wait.
Great to meet now. What's this? Lincoln forgotten? Oh, see, lost his memory. Well, here's his sword. It's not complete though. I know of the one that can finish it, but speaking with him may prove difficult. Listen, I know of someone that will be able to help you. It's too much to explain right now, but you must somehow acquire a Videra elixir. The only one I know
Elixir.
that can help you with that is Gregan Bruce Buer. He's hard to track down, but last I knew, he was camping in the wilds of Feralis.
Perilous. Easy.
Winter Spring to investigate the Frostfire hot springs. I've noticed that the water seems to have strange qualities. I haven't yet been able to discover the source, and to tell you the truth, I've had some difficulty.
Can you hear the game? Do you guys hear the game?
Winterfall Furbolg. They seem to be drawn to the springs just as I am. They have become extremely protective of the water, and they won't let me.
She went from British to Irish or Scottish in like a second.
I'd like to continue my studies, so won't you help me?
So you need to find that elixir. I think I know where that guy is, though. Yeah. Yeah, French press stinks. The cleanup stinks. I hate it so much. I hate cleaning up all coffee, honestly. Oh my god, it's so annoying. It's such a pain. Just because, look, it's so dead in Winter Spring compared to the other zones. Yeah, it's just a pain in the dick. Even the drip coffee machine is just, it's a bit of a pain in the butt to clean. That's why I try to do it fairly often. So I don't have to, because I don't want to do it later. I don't want to leave it there. And how do you guys clean your coffee machines? What do you use? Because like vinegar is what everybody says to use, but it just feels like it doesn't do enough. I feel like no matter how much I scrub it, I can't get the oil off enough. Like I got to use like a toothbrush or something to really get it off. Yeah, fair. Immersion is pretty forgiving. French press, cold brew. Fair. I like cold brew so much. I gotta learn how to make it properly. I've not found a proper ratio where it actually tastes good. I still haven't. I've tried so many times, and I've followed so many people's supposed instructions, and it still always tastes like shit to me. I don't know how Starbucks does it, and I have to figure out their magic, because if I could figure that out, I would drink that every day. And I love coffee, but like with IBS, it's such a disaster because I feel like shit all the time because of it. A terrible like reflux, and it makes me feel yucky and nauseous, but like I love it. So, but when I have cold brew, it doesn't happen. It's like much easier on the gut. So that's why I would love the opportunity to have cold brew, but it's just I can't replicate it. I can't get it to taste as good as I can get hot coffee to taste. Coffee cleaners. Yeah, I've heard of Bartender's Friend. Fair. I gotta see what's in it because I'm always sketched out to buy like I'm sketched with like chemicals, like something that removes a chemical cleaner or like a detergent. It's like okay, but like is it safe on plastic? Because like my coffee machine is like part of it is plastic, which I don't like. I don't like at all. But it seems to be hard to find a fully metal coffee machine. But I'm looking, and eventually I'm sure I'll invest in one. But I feel like it's really expensive. But Bartender's Friend, I'll keep that in mind. But is it safe to use on plastic? Do we know? I don't like the idea of plastic anyways, honestly. Oh, I didn't know if we'd aggro him, but we did. I'm gonna see how we're doing on time, really quick, just with the misses. A fully metal French press. Pretty sure it was under 30. Yeah, I do have a French press. It's glass and metal. It's just so silty. Is that the word silt? So silty. It's like, oh, it's like a dirty cup of coffee. It's got a lot of mouthfeel, and if you like that, like it's good. But I'm big with texture, man. Okay, 1 sec, sorry. Very exciting. Oh, look at you in the box. Okay, guys, we're alive. We didn't die. At least that's nice. You can buy. Had glass one for many, many years until one day Gravity decided I was done using it. Yeah, it's got a chew. French press, like, if you guys haven't used French press, the only way I could describe it is like there's a mouth feel to it. It's like, it's got this, like, this grit or this, like, this thickness. It's got this, like, thickness to it where it's like, it's, yeah, I don't know, oilier, thicker, muddier. I call it like muddier, but muddier seems like an insulting, derogatory term. But it's not if you like it. If you like that, that's what you're looking for. You want like a muddier cup of coffee, more a cowboy cup of coffee kind of. Viscous, that's the word. Thank you, viscous. Yeah, very viscous. Well, I do have to say that, like, this is, like, awesome that we're able to maintain a stream with people talking when I'm playing Classic WoW, because, like, I could definitely do that. I can definitely put in hours for Classic WoW, more than I can put in hours for, or not Classic WoW, just WoW in general. I could put in, like, serious hours for WoW streams. And I could just keep going. Versus, like, other games. So if this works, that's cool. That'd be really cool. But... yeah, I said this so many times. I just feel like WoW's like not it. I just feel like, but I like WoW. I don't know, dude. I look like it's something I get in trouble for all the time. It's like negative self-talk, so I gotta work on that. So, cause I'm just like who the fuck owns the? I don't know. All right. Oils to make it more chewy. I think the best cup of coffee like I've ever had. Or it's not a coffee, it's espresso technically, but like is just oh, actually, the best cup of coffee I had was it was that weird machine, Nitro Brew. Have you had Nitro Brew? What the fuck is that? That was the best cup of coffee I've ever had. I don't know what the fuck Nitro Brew is. It seems gimmicky shit. It seems real gimmicky. I don't know, but it was cold and it was really good. And I feel like it wasn't because it was Nitro Brew. It was just probably good coffee, whatever the hell it was. Whenever I hear shit like that, I'm like, this is gotta be like gimmick stuff. Like, there's no way like this is what we're doing now. This is the norm. There's no way people are getting like whatever the fuck a Nitro Brewer is in their house. For cold brew, I've used many types of beans. Ooh, is he my best friend yet? Best friend. Just made him my best friend. This guy right here, my best friend. Right now I've tried the Starbucks beans because I like the way they taste when they're hot. And I feel like if I like the way it tastes when it's hot, I'll probably like the way it tastes when it's cold. Most other beans I tolerate. But the Starbucks Verona blend I got or whatever, like it actually tastes pretty good. So far it's the best coffee I've found that I consistently get more or less consistent results from. It's certainly not the highest quality coffee I've found, but it's consistent enough that at least it tastes good in the morning. They inject nitrogen to chill it and add bubbles. Interesting. That's what it is. Nitro brew. It tasted really good, and it foamed like a beer. I don't remember who I was talking to. Aaron, it might have been you. Was it you? Maybe not. This was a while ago. This is how long ago this was. But the person that I showed it to thought I was. They made a joke. They're like, "There's no way you're actually drinking beer," and it's like, it's not beer. It looks like beer though, but it's not beer. I thought maybe Casey showed you a picture by accident and you thought it was beer because it had foam on top. It was black. It looked like Sam Adams. It was black and it had a lot of foam on top. Whoever said it, they thought it was beer. They couldn't believe it was beer, but it was nitro cold brew and it tasted so good. I don't remember who it was. I remember the person seeing it though, being like, "There's no way. There's no fucking way." But it wasn't beer. But it looked like beer. But I remember that story. That's why I remember it. It was like in the summer or something. Not you. Fair. I don't remember who it was. It was strange. It was strange because I'd never seen coffee look like that or taste like that. It was weird. Never made cold brew. The closest is tossing the French press in the refrigerator for 12 hours. So, is that iced coffee because you used hot water? Right? Cold brew would be without hot water. So because you used hot water to make the French press and then put it in the fridge, that's why it's iced coffee, right? I think the heat is what changes it versus a cold infusion, right? I believe. I think hot does it release more caffeinol, which is not as good for you. And I think cold brew. Look, when I say not as good for you, no one's dying from caffeinol. Oops. Okay. It's more. When they did a study, they're like, oh, this has a higher concentration of something that's bad for you. So this is worse for you than this. Not that it's going to kill you. It's just like, oh, we've seen that this has a higher concentration. That's all it means. Is there another quest here if you didn't pick up? No, I have all the quests. 12 plus hours, cold water only. They do nitro with beer as well. It adds a creamy flavor to the texture. Okay, dude. I thought, so is that why it tasted so good? Because I noticed that. Because with the coffee, and I sound insane, but Casey tasted it. When I have really good coffee, and especially this cold brew, I noticed it more with this cold brew, this nitro cold brew, than I've ever tasted. The only way I could describe it is it had like a buttery taste. It tasted like buttery sort of, but it was like so flavorful and so good. And it was like creamy, but it was black coffee. Is that whatever the fuck is going? Is that what that is? Is that the nitro? I thought it was the beans. I thought the way they cold brewed it made it taste like that, not the nitro or whatever the hell they're using. Tends to be made at room temperature. Interesting. So it's just a lack of heating it up, I guess. Whatever was in that cold brew, I haven't forgotten the way it tasted. And I've had other cold brews that taste similar, but not as good, not as like buttery as whatever that butteriness is. Man, I've been chasing that flavor for so long. It tasted so good. It's crazy, dude. I like pretty dark coffee, pretty dark roast. Yeah, I just like the flavor. Yeah, mostly that's why. I can't handle the caffeine, so I'm lucky that I like dark roast better because it's less caffeine than blonde. So it's like the darker the roast, the more caffeine I guess they burn out of it, which works in my favor. Okay. Let's see what else there is. Who else we can kill? Are these also fur bogs? Yeah. They're so spread out. There's so much competition. But the skins are nice. How is my rapture not cold? All this coffee talk. Yeah, well. Yeah, I mean, she made me a coffee like halfway through stream, and that's what sort of perked me up and got rid of the headache, so I'm grateful. Well, it's nice to see you guys. Only dark roast. I tried a medium dark roast once, completely disgusting. But it's funny, you know, that's the general consensus. People, for the most part, don't really like dark roasts. Or like, people that are coffee connoisseurs seem to look down for the most part on dark roasts because they're like an inferior, because you're just burning it to shit. But it's, you know, I like what I like. It is what it is. But the coffee snobs are like, ew, like dark roast. Like, there's no flavor. It's all just burnt. What's the flavor? By the way, can we just spend a minute to say 23-minute disease? What the fuck is going on? What are you thinking when you're doing a 23? Who at Blizzard said, you know what would be fun? Let's fight a non-elite mob one time and have the person suffer for 23 minutes. What sadist designed this? This is beyond insane. This is beyond insanity. 23 minutes is crazy. I could go on for 23 minutes about how insane a 23-minute debuff that reduces attributes by 22. It reduces an attribute for every minute plus a bonus one. It's like, hey, reduce an attribute by 22, get a free minute. It's insane. Absolutely insane. Anyways, back to coffee talk. Why is he not holding aggro? What happened? You were doing so well this whole time. Why can't you keep aggro anymore? Jeez, man. What action failed? What happened to my sound? That's weird. Music just died on me. What happened to all my noise? There we go. I must have hit something on the headphones. That's strange. Jesus, Jesus. I have this little knob here that turns the noise up and down, and I have blown my eardrums so many goddamn times by accident because it'll rub against my pants or my shirt and just jack it up to 11. And it's like, good lord. Well, I'm deaf in this life and the next. Where did you come from? Africa? Where did you come from? What? What was that? Now he's gonna heal himself like full health. Now this guy's gonna come. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, come back. Oh my good lord, get the hell over here. Oh, don't you dare start. Don't you start with the bows now. Good God, man. Alright, alright, alright. There we go, we're good. I don't know what that was all about. Hold on. Dark roasts have all the best flavors. Light roasts too often still have lingering fruit taste that I hate. Yeah, dude, I agree. Dark roasts are the best. They taste the best. Roast depends on the brew method. Darker is more roast flavor, vanilla, chocolate, caramel. Lighter is more coffee flavor, fruity, etc. Yeah, I like the dark part. They keep throwing this shit on me, dude. This is crazy. I like the smoky. I like the chocolate. I really like the chocolate a lot. That's like my favorite. Is that like Colombian or whatever? That's like my favorite. Oh, it's dog shit, dude. Oh, it's dog shit. Stop parrying, Katy Perry. Come on. We're not dying to this. I have bandages. I'm not doing that, though. We're just gonna kill you the old-fashioned way. With my bare hands. But he has bare hands. I don't have bare hands. He has bare hands. Alright, that's what we're gonna have to do. It's taking too long. Come on, don't die. Come on, mana, 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 mana. Oh, no, the parry. It's bad luck. That's bad luck. That's bad RNG. Alright, fuck it. We'll start over. I could have... That was ego. I could have, a million times I could have used first aid, but I wanted to kill him without the first aid. God, the RNG is so dog shit in Classic. It's crazy. Because, like, at 250 weapon skill, you should be getting off a lot more than that. But because he's higher level, it's just, like, there's no way to understand the math. You just have to understand it's just a Classic shit. Like, something magical happens when you pass the threshold of, like, weapon skill, when suddenly you hit every time. And I understand it's related to hit rating, but it's like not at the same time because like you're still not hit capped. There's hit cap, which means like how often you miss or they dodge or parry or whatever, but not touching hit rating. If you just pass a magical number here, it just gets better. And I don't know what that number is, but it just will happen, and then you don't notice it anymore. And then they just stop parrying less. I don't know. It's just classic shit. It's like things like that you just realize in classic, like, I don't know. It just seems like spaghetti code sometimes. Things just exist, and we just accept it because it's always been. But it just feels like I think they sort of forgot about this, and this is just a artifact of like an old game. It feels like that a lot. Yes. How are your urns near your pants is the real question here. I'm sorry, dude. I'm lost with that question. Earns. How are your earns near your pants is the real question. Man, that went over my head. Unless I'm misreading something. Holy mogoly. Am I lost here? Where are we going? We are way far back. Can we go? Oh, we can. I didn't think we could pass that. How are your ears near your pants is the real question. What did I say? Dark roasts work better for milk beverages. Holds up the fat better. Light roasts are good for straight espresso Americano. That seems to be the consensus, but I like dark roast. I don't put anything in my coffee. I drink it black. I like my coffee like I like my men. Big, strong, and black. Oh, Jesus, dude. Okay, I get it. You're very funny. I get it, dude. Holy Christ. Your jokes go over my head, but as a gnome, it's not hard. Oh my god. The vial that you picked up from the Waterfall Furblog is empty, but you can detect a few drops of a strange green liquid inside. It almost glows. Is it something important? Donova Snowden would probably be able to tell you more, since she has camped by the hot springs in Winter Spring for some time now. Okay, we died over here. So we'll be able to fight these guys, at least that's nice. Oh, it's 2 birds with 1 stone. Yeah, 2 different quests. Sick. We need water soon. That's a problemo. I got 2 waters left. Oh, Winter Spring. Oh, we're at Everlook. Okay, that's what we'll do. We'll hit up Everlook soon. We'll quickly feed them. So Everlook, we need to get a flight path anyways. But while these guys are up, I should take advantage and kill them while they're here. Because I feel like someone's going to come, and I'm going to have to start fighting for them soon. Okay. Good Christ, these guys aggro. Insane. They have crazy aggro range. They're yellow to me. They're not even red. Why are they aggroing halfway across Africa? This is insane. The troll bow animation, like, is just so sick. I love it so much. I like the Night Elf male animation. Night Elf male animation is a close second, but troll bow animation is, like, S tier in my opinion. Ooh, I was waiting for that to drop. Amazing. Look at all these quests. Well, I think... Yes, I do. I think we should go back to camp. We'll kill like 1 more, but then I'm going to need water. You have found one of the Winterfall Furbog's ritual totems. The totem itself is a nondescript construction, but it seems to emanate an almost tangible sense of dread and despair. If many of the Winterfall Furbogs do indeed carry those, it certainly would go a long way in explaining their current condition. One of the Furblogs inside Timbermaw Hold may have use for such an item. That is, if you've earned their trust enough for you to speak with them. Now, the thing is, will not speak with you unless you are of neutral reputation or greater. So, I'm not neutral yet. I'm unfriendly, yeah. So I can't hand that in yet. Gotta wait a little bit longer. But these quests give you, like, crazy rep. So when you do these quests, it gives you, like, 1,000 at a time. So you finish 2 or 3 quests and you're, like, neutral. It takes a while to get exalted, but just getting to neutral happens fairly quick. Have any of you guys watched Secret Level yet? I've heard amazing things about Secret Level, the show, the video game show. See, I had a feeling there'd be competition soon, so there you go. And that's the other guy I need. See, I need 8 of those. I thought I just needed 8 of these guys. I still need 8 of those, and there's none of those guys around, so I'm gonna have to come back and farm them. But I'm gonna I'll get drinks and come back with some water so we can mana up, because this is gonna take a while just sitting here. That's a fun mace. All right, let's hand this in. The cool thing about like, or that I figured out about Classic, maybe some people have, not everybody did for some reason though, I don't know why, is if I'm killing these guys and I need the other kind, you just keep killing the same guys that you don't need and it'll spawn more guys. Sometimes it'll be the ones you need. So as long as you keep killing, eventually the things you need will spawn in place of the things you killed. Because there's certain enemies where it's like it's like I don't need any more of the white ones. I need the black ones now, but there are none of them. But if you keep killing the white ones, eventually the black ones will start spawning in their place because they share spawn locations. So like you just keep doing it and eventually they pop up. Sometimes it takes longer than I'd like, but at least there's a method to the madness that you could sort of like play to your advantage. So we're just gonna go to Everlook really quick because I gotta get. It'd be nice to have the flight path. Then I don't have to run through the cave every time. But also, see, I love this. It just feels so immersive. Like you go to this, like, oh, what's this way? What's this way? Ooh, there's like, okay, there's whatever these things are, and then like, what, Starfall Village, Everlook. I don't know, just cool. I love the exploratory, like what's down there, what's that way, and like as you continue, you just get to see more of what's in front of you. It's neat. There's a story I heard. This could be like, maybe this could be like rah bullshit, like Instagram bullshit. I read this story though. This looks like a face, doesn't it? Like eyes and a mouth. That's so funny. See it? It's like a face right here. But this was a while ago. Maybe it was the book The Secret was given to me. I know it's controversial, the book The Secret, but it was something along the lines of like a horse is trotting through a dark forest, and he doesn't know where he's going. Frost Saber Rock is such a cool area. And a horse is trotting through a dark forest, he doesn't know where he's going. And he has a light, and the light can only show directly what's in front of him. So we can see whether there's like, he's going to drop off a cliff or something in front of him, but he can't see any further than what's directly in front of him. And he's lost, and he doesn't know where he's going. And he asks, like, the cricket on his back or something. I don't remember the story. I read it 100 years ago. How do I know I'm going in the right direction? And the cricket's like, you don't know if you're going in the right direction, but as long as you can see directly in front of you, and you know directly in front of you is in danger, just keep following that direction, because at least you know, at least it's forward. It's better than just standing still. At least forward might get you out of the forest. But if you just stand still, you'll always be stuck in the forest. And essentially just like saying like forward, even if it sets you back, is still better than just stagnation. Because eventually maybe you will get out of whatever you're stuck in, you know. And I always remember that story. And just explaining, like, you can only see what's directly in front of you. That's why I thought of that. Because I could only see what was directly in front of me, but you keep moving, eventually you find Winter Spring or Everlook or whatever. But easier said than done, of course, you know. But I thought it was a very insightful story. Because sometimes you can't know how it's going to play out. Sometimes you can't know the bigger picture, where it's all going to end up. But as long as you know what the next step is, sometimes that's just enough to just at least try. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. But what's the alternative, I guess? I don't know. I wish Dennis was here to shit on me and say something snarky. It's not the same. It's not the same without his comments. I remember this quest, Are We There Yeti? This one I remember. This is a fun quest.
My friends are always coming up with great ideas. I've never felt like I could match them until today. I just
Okay, we'll do these ones later. There's a lot of quests here. We'll do Felwood first. We'll finish Felwood up first. This guy has a rare recipe that everybody fights for. He doesn't have it. Someone bought it already. They have bots sitting here camping it all day long. This guy too, I think, has something rare. He's got all kinds of rare stuff. Yeah, I remember this. Masterwork target dummy's huge. Wow, sick. Alright, let's buy some drinks and we'll go back out to questing. Plague lands. Like, this sends you to plague lands. Isn't that insane, dude? Again, plague lands. Crazy, dude. Why are these people here from plague lands? Like, what's that story? That story's sick. Ooh, I have that. Okay. Buy some waters. A few more waters. Okay, one more. Good. That's a lot of water, but we're good. It'll keep us out for a while. God, I can't wait to level 60. Then we do molten core. That'd be so sick. Okay, we sold some stuff, right? We repaired, I think. On ants? What is this? A school for ants? Where? Unlicensed engineer. That's so funny. I vaguely remember this quest. I vaguely remember this. These guys. Yeah, this is fun. This is the one everybody camps. This is the lady everybody camps. She has a recipe right here that fucking... This lady's a bot. This is a bot right here, I guarantee you. Guarantee this is a bot that buys this all day long. 110%. 110%. Look at all the people that are here. Like, I remember back in Classic WoW... Hundreds. This whole room was a fucking disaster. It was lagging. There was like 2 frame rates a second because this whole room was filled with level 1s or level 5s that were standing around this thing, clicking it every second like a bot, like this, to buy it instantly. It was crazy, dude. Absolutely crazy. It sucks. It is what it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is someone's alt. I think it's a bot. It's just strange. There's like a low-level character here, standing by a vendor, not doing anything all day long. Maybe it's someone's all that's desperate for the recipe, but I see it in every single inn, everywhere in Classic, all the time, and often it's not just one. There's like 60 of them. It's dog shit and it sucks. And it's a very real problem, bots. Like there are vigilantes on YouTube because Blizzard's not doing fuck all. Like, sorry to say, I know everybody likes that clip of pirate software being like exploit early, exploit often, get banned. It's like, brother, there's like 300. There's more bots in this game than there are players. What are you going on about? What are you talking about? It's insane. This game is like rampant with bots. They're not getting cut. Yeah, there's ban waves. Okay, brother. Like, what are you going on about? How many ban waves are stopping these bots? It's insane. It's destroyed the economy. It's destroyed the game. It's still destroying the game. If you go to Strathalome right now, this second, right now, there are like 300 players flying in the air, literally hacking, literally flying over Strathalome. If you go to YouTube, you'll see video after video of these vigilantes on Discords collaborating on ways to creatively kill these bots because no one's doing anything about them and they're tired of it. This one gentleman had death threats to his house because he was killing these bots. And these gold mafias, whatever the hell you want to call them, these gold cartels, are pissed that he's like hurting their bottom line. So they like hired hackers to like find his like real house and like dox him. Like, that's what we're dealing with. It's insane. So it's just like, don't give me that like the ban early, ban often shit. Like, you're hurting the actual players more than you're hurting the bots. Like, it's a dumb mentality. I get what you're saying. I get it. It sucks. Exploits suck. Blah, 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 blah. Just, like, there's so many bigger issues than, like, a few people that are exploiting a dungeon and getting, like, PvE gear. Compared to, like, the real issues that are destroying the entirety of the game as a whole. Like, you're focusing on such small bananas in the grand scheme of the importance of what's destroying this entire game. And I'm sorry to ramble. I'm sorry. I'll go back to coffee. But it's just, like, people go on about that clip, and it's like, it's such a dumb take in the grand scheme of, like, why this game is being destroyed. Respectfully. Jesus Christ, man. As someone that's been playing Classic a lot, it's so shitty. The economy is destroyed. The quests are destroyed. It sucks. It takes away a lot of the fun of the game because the bots are getting away with murder. And it's been like that for 20 years. I don't know what the solution is, but, like, they haven't fixed it yet. Oh, yeah. Sorry, guys. I just care. That's all, I guess. I just play this game a lot. It just sucks. Those people that were farming frogs in in Remix, some of them got like dinged or got their XP taken away. It's like, dude, like, really? It's just because you make it look like you're doing something. That's what it is. My friend wrote a letter with a valid complaint to the GMs, complaining about an issue, looking for an issue, and they gave him an AI. They didn't even read it. It was literally an AI response. No one even looked at it. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Focus on the customer, someone that's been paying for 20 years. Maybe they deserve a little bit of respect, at least a verbal response. At the very least, a response just saying, hey, we understand your concern. Unfortunately, you may have gotten incorrect information. But at least the dignity of a response, not AI. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. We're done. Done. Sorry. Just like, it's crazy. Customer service used to be a lot better. And I think there was mutual respect. Now, when I think you're speaking to AI, you're like, fuck it, just exploit the system. Who gives a shit? If they don't care about their own business, why should I care about their business? That's, I think, is what's leading that mentality. Why should the customer care if you're not even willing to listen to the customer? Work is so dull right now. Yeah, and I'm making it worse. I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry. We'll talk about something else. We're going to talk about, what games are you guys playing? What are you guys playing right now? Atlas. You guys playing Atlas, right? Or like, well, you're not playing Atlas Torn, but we were talking a little bit about Atlas. I don't know. Well, I found so much stuff posted to the auction house, well below vendor price, well below. And like within a week of the game being out, there was like 5,000 Black Lotus posted. It's like, there's not even enough. That doesn't make sense. That someone's duplicating. That's not even physically possible in the time it takes to spawn and the amount of time the game's been out. But it's still up there. Okay, we're done. We're done. I'm sorry. But to be fair, I'm sure there are things you guys love as well that you care very, very deeply for. And if you saw those things were going down a path in which you feel is less than ideal for the betterment as a whole, I think you guys would also get a little frustrated maybe, because I think I still have hope that things can turn around. I do. I believe that. I just think we need to get a little bit smarter with our intention behind what we're doing. And when I say that, I mean like Blizzard. They need to focus a little less on like meaningless changes and more on like things that will actually have an impact to the players behind the screen. I'm playing nothing with the van situation. I haven't been in the mood. Otherwise, PoE 2, dude. I haven't. That hype was so big when it first came out, PoE 2, and then it just sort of died down like really quick. And I wonder, like, is it fabricated? Like, it's the same thing with Wukong, Black Myth Wukong. A lot of hype, and people were like, some people were speculating some of it was like fabricated hype because like China's really good at doing stuff like that because they control like, you know, they're really good with like swaying. Like China and Russia, they say like are the kings of like persuasion digitally because I guess they have access to technology and they just know how it works and they're just good at it. Whatever, who knows? But I don't know if that's true. And it still has been dying. I'm sorry. Man, you were crushing it with those Conqueror Blade videos. They were like, you really were. But you stopped, I guess, because you quit because of like, you just felt like the game was just not getting the support it deserved. You played so... That's a good sign. If you can't play because you're so burnt out from playing the first one, then clearly the game was good. Clearly, they did a good job. That's awesome. Just to like backtrack, I'm not saying you should exploit. I'm not like pro-exploit. I don't exploit. I don't want to lose my account. I don't do that shit. My point is, if you look at the exploiters compared to the botters, like there's a far bigger issue. And I don't think the average player is hurt as much by exploits as they are by bots in a game. That's my point, and that's all. That's all. One has a very clear, direct impact to the health of a game overall than another thing. Even when people do take advantage of dupes or exploits, I feel like it's like at most 1,000 people of like 4 million players, right? PoE 2 hype is still there. With early access, people just aren't talking about it. They are playing and just waiting for it to progress. Oh, PoE 2? Do you mean PoE 2? Is that what you mean? That they lost sight? Or Conqueror's Blade? But that's fair. I remember when PoE 2 was coming out, I was watching OnlyFans, and like a few of the guys, like Soda, was like freaking out. He's like, we're probably gonna lose like half our roster to PoE 2 because like no one's gonna want to play Classic WoW when PoE 2 is out. And a lot of people played for a few days, but then they went back to OnlyFans, and I was surprised. I'm like, I thought it would, because the hype was like so intense. I thought it was gonna be like another like Elden Ring, where like everybody was playing it, and I think a lot of people were playing it, but and I think they still are. Like Wukong was another one. Like that was everybody was playing Black Myth Wukong, and it won like Game of the Year, I think. And I just wonder, like, what's natural hype and what's not. Not that I really care. It's just that these games come out of nowhere and they become like everything anyone could talk about for like 2 weeks, and then they level off healthily, and they have a very healthy community, but the explosion that happens so fast, so intense, and so fast. It's crazy. And good for the developers. It must be like, you know, what do you think they lose sight of? Oh, here comes a good conversation. Last I played, GGG was obsessed with how many layers of RNG they could put rewards behind to keep people grinding. Is GGG the brand that does Path of Exile? I love these conversations between you guys. Yeah, but I think it's good. Like, the devs must be so excited when that happens. The devs create a game and it goes that viral. It's that explosive. I feel like that's what everybody wants, but you could never like plan for that.
I saw when traveling through Felwood, and I've seen some Winterfall runners passing into Timbermoor. Perhaps these things have something to do with the flask you found, adventurer. There is a large group of Furbolg just past Timbermoor Hold in Felwood, called the Deadwood Tribe. They have been corrupted and driven mad by the Fell. Why don't you look around them and see if you can find
Back to Felwood.
evidence of dealings between the Winterfall and the Deadwood?
We need a few more of these guys. Yo, it is? Okay. Okay, friends. Well, I'm sorry to end this beautiful conversation. But my beautiful fiance has just informed me that she's been working hard for like a few hours now, making a nice dinner for us. So I think it would be rude to continue to stream and disrespect all of her hard work. But we ended up streaming a day later because we were supposed to stream Thursday. So we ended up streaming today instead. So that means that tomorrow is not a stream day, but the following day is. And that's when we're going to get Diablo 4. I'm really excited for Sunday because Sunday is Diablo 4 day. No matter what. Headache or not, I promise, no bullshit. I needed like today and like tomorrow to recover, and then like we'll be like banging in Diablo 4. Crushing it. I'm so excited. God, now you guys are having a wonderful conversation. They weren't to air the glass cannon meta. They had to crank monster damage too high. Possible to be one shot off screen despite a defensive build. Wow. The community is pushing for it to be better. Also, PoE2 has 3 acts. So some people finished the story. They went back to WoW. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. So they completed it, wrapped it up in a nice bow. That makes sense. Okay, yeah. There's stupid one-shot deaths. Actually had a hard time to mouse over rare mobs and read them. Late PoE 1, the mob could vaporize the player in that amount. That is insane, dude. That is insane. Yeah, not bad. A little bit salty at times, but we're okay. All right, you guys are the best. If anyone's here that's has not joined yet, you're welcome to. We have a Discord. We're improving it every day. The next thing we're gonna add now is a media channel where if you want to like recommend movies to us or animes or things to check out, it's just a place to share cool shit. So that's what we're gonna implement tonight. The Discord link should always be in the bio. If you don't mind liking the video or sharing it, or like likes, I think really help other people find us. If that's something you're willing to do, I would appreciate it. Or follow or whatever you can do. Anything, I really appreciate. Oh man, that's sad to end it on that. I'm so sorry to hear that. If it means anything to you, I was at IKEA not long ago and they had French press. It was like $7 and it looked pretty good. It was glass and metal. It looked so, maybe I don't know if you have one near you, but I'm sure guys will talk in the Discord. We'll chat on the Discord. You can join if you want. You don't have to. Otherwise, I'll see you guys Sunday. I will make sure to have Diablo 4 downloaded. I look so forward to Diablo 4. You guys are the best. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. If I don't see you before Sunday, stay safe and we'll chat soon. I'll even know I'm out. Thanks, guys, for hanging out with me for almost 6 hours. You guys are the best. Have a nice night. See you soon.